her story, even though it's consistent. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't look none of that up. I just looked up about the case itself
For sure. All right.
because
Well,
I didn't watch it.
yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yo, Stevie, thank you so much for the $15 on becoming a big boy. Thank you so much. That guy called me a big boy. So yes, it seems like I have everyone. The 3 year difference between me and Dean, it really does a lot, Chad. It does so much. Literally less than 3 years. Ashley, thank you for the dollar as well. Thank you so much. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. All right, we're gonna start getting people up here. Give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting for Trump?
I sure am.
And why is that?
I mean, mainly he has a history of policies that he's passed that has proven effective for the country, and Kamala Harris does not have anything to run on.
Yeah, so can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yeah, I mean, the best one would probably be the USMCA agreement. That, it started in 2020. It was supposed to be better than what it was, but it was started during COVID, and trade between Mexico and Canada slowed down quite a bit in that term.
Okay, so you're saying the USMCA is what you see. So what specifically in the USMCA do you like?
So it was a redraft of NAFTA, so it increased the dollar amount of individual goods that were able to be shipped across without tariffs, and the total amount of the pallet by the shipping company. I can't remember.
Decreasing tariffs, right?
Correct. Between the trade agreement with them, yes, because we trade a lot.
Yeah, so then why is Trump's proposed policy to increase tariffs on every good coming into the country, which would cause like trade wars, along with like increasing it on China to 60 to 100%, which would make that even worse? Which, if you think getting rid of tariffs was good, why would implementing tariffs be good?
Because that's not going to happen. I mean, he was talking about it in 2016 when he was running, and he implemented tariffs on certain items in certain countries and stuff, but he never did it across the board. He's not going to do it across the board.
So he's lying for votes?
I mean, how many presidents do you know that have ran on certain principles and things and have been able to complete every single one of those items when they were running?
No, but did he even name one policy proposed to do that across the board? Because he actually proposed policy for 2025 that said that he wants 10% tariffs on every good coming into the country. Because he's floated ideas in the past saying he wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, which would require an 85% tariff on every good coming into the country. That would destroy this country. Like, even right-wing economists disagree with that, right? Tariffs in general, like pretty much almost everyone disagrees with them. These are weapons of war. These are like really harsh incentives. So like, I don't see why you're trying to use it as like a revenue building scheme. Seems like under your proposed policy, right? And he doesn't even have that much proposed economic policy. So like, is this really it? Because the Harris administration will take his tax plan and will keep all the tax cuts for people who make under $400,000 a year, and then we'll actually just increase taxes on people who make over $200,000 a year to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that increases the child tax credit for each kid to $3,600 from $2,000, which actually, but when it was implemented, caused child poverty to decrease by 50% in this country.
Right.
Yeah,
but
so, like,
I mean,
children eating over, rich people having a bit more money that they made over 400,000.
Yeah. So from what I have seen about like him talking about adding tariffs on items that are coming into the country, and you can correct me if I'm wrong because I don't get to watch him as much as you do, most likely. But with him talking about increasing the tariffs for all of the items coming into the country, in the same line, he's saying that he's going to remove federal income tax in the same sentence. So essentially he's saying remove this income tax.
So he said that he floated that he wanted to replace federal income tax with tariffs, right? And then a separate thought was the proposed plan of 10% on every good coming into the country and like 60 to 100% on China.
Yeah.
But he's clarified that and said that multiple times that he supports that specifically.
Yeah. So, I mean, my viewpoint on that is that he really, I mean, he's using it as a talking point of.
Oh, okay. So like, how do you know what's the real policy and what's not?
I mean, you don't know on either
No
side.
clue?
You don't know on Kamala Harris if she's going to be running on an open border or if she's going to be working on having a tight border. You don't know if she's going to be defunding police or if she's going to be funding police.
Then why doesn't Trump go to the debates and talk about it?
Because who is he going to debate with?
Kamala Harris.
Is she official yet?
Oh, you already know she's official.
No.
He knows it. He literally has already acknowledged it in the past. And he's actually also said her name right in a leaked video, but then now mispronounces her name on purpose.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, honestly, I think
he literally mispronounces her name on purpose, mispronounces it now. I've heard him say it correctly in this leaked tape that was literally right after the debates.
Yeah.
Why does he do that?
Try to get at her?
No. Why is he specifically mispronouncing her name on purpose?
Because, I mean, people view it as, what's the proper term for it? I mean, like, devaluing her.
So you think it's totally okay for him to devalue her?
I'm not. My viewpoint on politics today is crazy different. Like, if you look at, what was it when Obama and McCain was running, and
there was more respect.
You look at their debates and you look at their campaigns and how politics has changed from that point to now. It's insane, and I don't think it's ever going to go back. I mean,
what is that correlated with?
You can't
Donald
put it
Trump.
just
It's
on
correlated
him.
with Donald Trump. Even Mitt Romney said it himself.
How can you put it just on him?
Because again, that's the crosshair of when this happened, right?
I would say the only way that you could put it on him.
That is the only fact that changed about American politics, right? Because we still had moderate people like Joe Biden, right, on the left. Okay, so it's not like there was much of a change on that side. The massive change came from Donald Trump. Appreciate the cap, thank you. That's when he entered. It's also correlated with an increase in white nationalist harm in America and domestic terrorism.
Honestly, that's not a topic that I've done too much research on or anything, so that's not something that I can go back and forth on. But I mean,
I have a question. Are you pro law and order?
Yeah, I would say so.
Mm-hmm. So why are you voting for a criminal over a prosecutor?
I mean, that's a pretty simple one for me. And I don't know how you operate your business or anything, but I don't know if you claim your income off of TikTok to an LLC and then run it that way.
Well, I haven't incorporated it yet. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much.
Yeah, LLC, sub S corp, however you want to do it. But if you do that, I mean, have you ever gone out to dinner with friends, or have you ever gone out to a bar and had drinks, or have you ever gone on a road trip that wasn't for work, or any of those items, and then you wrote those things off on your taxes?
No.
Never.
No.
It doesn't happen.
And that's also not what he did. So the felonies is specifically him falsifying business records with the explicit reason of, limiting the story from coming out related to affecting his prospects for election. So there was a predicate crime of election interference, and he falsified business records.
Correct. I was going off of what the base of it starts as, and the only reason why it became a felon was because he was running for president, and they're tying it to him falsifying information to keep it from the public.
Yeah, I wouldn't cheat on taxes. User 14, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I think that's bad. And I think normalizing doing that would lead to a worse society for people who are extraneously rich. I would understand it more for someone who use that money to feed their family. Right? Donald Trump's doing that to cheat the game even more than he has. He inherited his business.
It's everybody. It doesn't matter if you have a $50,000 income or a $400,000 income. I mean, first of all, if you're categorized as a sub S corp, you're only going to be claiming so much because you're only going to get charged 21% taxes on it. But under the corporation, under yourself, you're going to get charged a higher percentage. So there's a threshold to where you do it at. But I mean, it happens to businesses all of the time. It's not something that oh, Donald Trump did this and it's crazy, never heard of before.
No.
I would say 90% of the LLCs out there manipulate their numbers somehow.
And that's not a good thing either. That we should
No,
change
but I
that
mean
in the
it.
tax structure.
But it's how the tax structure is. I mean,
Yeah, that doesn't
you
mean it
can't.
should be that way.
I mean, so that's the thing. You can't blame people for working out however the tax structure is. Like if the middle class would have opened up an LLC.
No, he's not just like, testing and, turning the tax structure. He's committing literally fraud. He's quite literally engaging in felonies in terms of falsifying business records that related to the election and him trying to like get stories to stop being sent out. That's not what typical people in New York are doing who are in business, right? Because there's a predicate crime of election interference. That's like the main basis of the crime.
You're saying the basis of the crime is the election interference?
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it has to be a misdemeanor before it comes a felony.
No, listen. So the reason why it's a class C felony is because of the predicate crime of election interference. That's what I was saying.
Correct. Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. And I mean, that's the only reason why I'm saying like I can get past it is because like the basis of it is done by a lot more companies and is a lot more common than anybody who is a W-2 employee. I mean, realizes.
But it's fundamentally different. Kale, thank you so much for the $22.22. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Parker has a job. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So
okay. Well, I mean, is there? Well, also I could ask: would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
So I mean, I would like to be beyond the burden of proof before I use a harsh term like that, rather than
And I'm saying more likely
just
than not.
myself being the judge and the jury.
No, listen. Given that it's more likely than not that they sexually
Correct.
assaulted
You're talking
a
about
woman,
preponderance of evidence.
yes. Would you vote for them?
Yes, I would.
Yes. Given that it was more likely.
Can I ask you one question, 2 questions in return?
Yeah. Well, once I finish this real quick.
Sure.
Would you more likely than not vote for someone, or no, sorry. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
Yeah, I would still have to stand my same ground on that.
You would? So, okay, that's crazy.
Can I ask you the 2 questions now?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So, are you familiar with the O.J. Simpson case with the glove that didn't fit?
Mm-hmm.
Do you call him a murderer?
I accept civil liability. Like, I wouldn't vote for him for president.
But do you call him a murderer?
I would say it's more likely than not that he is.
But you wouldn't just straight call him a murderer, like you call Trump a rapist.
No, I could. Yeah, I would.
You would. So you don't have
Like,
to.
I accept civil liability unless there's special reason to indicate otherwise. I'm more familiar with the Trump case than I am specifically with that, but I've never indicated a special reason to indicate why that would be false. That civil liability claim.
Well, I mean, because it's 2 different lawsuits, and I mean the O.J. Simpson case is a perfect case. I mean, so when
Yeah, do
somebody's
you accept it?
What? That
You
he was
accept the
civilly
case?
liable?
No. Do you like think he did it?
Do I think he did it? I don't think that there's enough proof that I would say that he would be in jail.
Okay, so if someone more likely than not engaged in child sex trafficking, would you vote for them?
I mean, you keep going off of the more likely or not.
Yeah, just answer the question.
I mean, it's going to be.
Would you
the
vote
same
for them
thing.
if they more
The
likely than
principle-
not engaged in child sex trafficking? Would you vote for them?
Yes, the principle of the courts is the same thing, no matter what pretense you put in
if
front
they
of
more
it.
likely than not slaughtered 6 million people, right, directly, would you vote for them?
You keep going off of the same pretense.
Yeah, just answer the question.
This all goes back to the same thing, that a criminal trial is different
Can you
than a
answer the
civil
question?
trial. And you should be upset with the courts.
No,
that
I'm
it
asking the
can't
question.
go
Would
to
you
a
vote for
criminal
someone?
trial?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not literally killed 6 million people directly?
You're talking about in a civil trial case.
Yeah, like if it was more likely than not that they did that, would you?
Yes,
would you
and any
vote for them?
pretense that you put on anything, I will stand on the same exact way.
So
Because it is the
so you'd
principle
vote
of
for
the
someone-
court.
He'd
It
vote
is
for
the
someone who
principle of
more
the
likely
court.
than not literally killed 6 million people. Yo, Elena, thank you so much for the boxing glove. Thank you so much. There's no way you actually believe this shit. This is crazy.
Bro, it's the principle of the court, and it's proven. When it comes down to a courtroom, charging somebody based
Would you?
upon
How about this?
financial.
Okay, I'll ask you this: would you vote for someone who more likely than not assaulted someone in your family?
Yes. Like, I don't understand how you keep putting different pretenses in. You're still all going through the same court case.
I
Like,
can't believe he's conceding to this
It's
shit,
insane
dude.
that you keep putting all of this different stuff in there.
Oh my god, bro, that's so insane, dude. This guy, bro. You are not real, man. You got to be trolling. You're definitely trolling. There's no way.
What is the principle of a civil case?
The
Preponderance of evidence.
Preponderance of evidence. More likely
And what
than
is
not.
the only
again,
way that you...
Again,
And what is
more
the
likely
only
than
way-
not, someone literally assaulted your family member and you'd still vote for them? That is insane.
Correct. Is that beyond reasonable doubt?
Again, it's preponderance of evidence.
So
More
what you're
likely than
saying,
not.
what you're saying is
They have
preponderance of evidence is in the jury's eyes that they think he could have done it,
Okay, here, I'll ask you
but
this.
there could
Would
be
you-
other instances that could have happened.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted your kid?
How do you keep going down the same thing?
I want you to answer
Like,
this question.
how can you not like
Can you
expand
answer the question?
on what the civil case
Right,
is?
right. I want you to realize this. Would you?
Sure, yes.
How can you say that? How
Can we
how
get
the hell
on-
can you say that about people in your life that you care about?
Can we get on to what the civil
literally
case
can't
is now?
believe I can't believe you've completely dehumanized people. They give it a little
No, because this is what you do. You try to spin this grape case into any
no,
personal.
you're willing to accept anything that happened in a sense of more likely than not. Would you let them babysit your children if they more likely than not abuse a child?
See, again, like you're
Would you let them
trying
take
to
care of your
spin-
children?
Yes.
Yes, you would let
Yes.
you would let someone who is held legally responsible in a civil court for sexual abuse of a child take care of your children.
Correct. Now, do you want to go in the principles of civil cases compared to criminal
I
cases?
don't believe you're real. I'm sorry.
See,
I
you're
I don't
completely
believe
trying
you're
to
real.
avoid this conversation on this.
Dude, you are insane. You actually hold the most
You're
absurd
completely avoiding
view.
this conversation on this. And
You're
it's
like
just
lying.
like the
You're
O.J.
actually lying.
Simpson trial case. When it comes down to a financial burden, especially on somebody that has money, it is more likely than not that they are going to be found guilty in a
Donna,
in a
thank you
civil
so much for the
case.
$15.
But then
Thank
when
you
it
so
comes
much,
to a
Donna. I
criminal
really
case,
appreciate that, Donna.
they will
Donna,
not
thank
be
you so much.
finding him
Thank you.
guilty.
Yeah, so again, I understand that civil liability is different than being held to a reason beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand there's a difference.
And it's
between
looked
those.
differently upon a jury's eyes.
Cool.
Like a civil case is looked differently upon a jury's eyes than a criminal case is. You can't hold a civil case up to the same standard as you can in a criminal case.
I think it's good enough reason to not let them take care of your children. I think it's good enough reason to not vote for them for president. I think it's good enough reason for plenty of things. Right?
So you're going to be the judge and the jury. You're
That's how
completely
our system-
forgetting.
That's how
you're
your morality
completely
works,
forgetting
genius.
about innocent until proven guilty.
You understand
and
that preponderance
putting
of
that to the
evidence is a standard of evidence.
Innocent
don't
until
accept-
proven
wait, so you
guilty.
don't
Has he
accept-
been proven guilty?
So, do you think all civil cases should be overturned?
No, it's a civil case. It's what it's there for. It's for financial burden.
Okay, but like, so if you don't think that they're legitimate standings, why don't you think that they should be overturned?
I'm not saying that they're not legitimate standings. I'm saying that they're
Okay,
not
then
to
I'll-
the same standings as a criminal
Sure.
case.
Why didn't Trump give up his DNA?
My personal opinion is because I think that he didn't think that he needed to until it was past the time, because he didn't think that there was enough that they would bring to the table for him to have to do that.
If you were
And I mean,
pulled-
that's the whole principle of it. If you don't have to bring it to the case, you don't.
Okay, I'll give you an example then. So like if you were driving on the road and you got pulled over by a cop and they thought you were driving under the influence, you did all these tests, you walked in a straight line, you did all these things. You're
I wouldn't
not
do
drunk,
the test.
right?
No matter what, I wouldn't do the test.
You wouldn't take a breathalyzer even though you're
No,
not drunk?
I wouldn't do any of it. And I was actually told I was told that by an attorney that's a friend of mine.
You'd seriously rather get fined rather than doing a breathalyzer when you're quite literally sober.
Yeah, those fines get thrown out all the time.
So again, I'm saying so you're saying that you literally wouldn't. Wait, if it was the case that
I
the
wouldn't.
fine would be applied to you, would you take the fine, or would you do the breathalyzer?
Yeah, I would probably take the fine.
Why? Why would you
Unless
try
I
to
was
prove your
stone cold
innocence?
sober and didn't have a single drink at all, then yeah.
Yeah.
But if I had a single
no,
drink,
exactly. I'm saying you had no drinks. You were stone cold sober.
yeah, I would probably do it then.
You do the breathalyzer. Okay, so if Trump never met her, right, he clearly should give up his DNA because there's no way she could have his DNA.
That's not how court works, though.
What?
He's the defense. Like he doesn't need to do it. He
doesn't
didn't
need
think
to,
that
but
he
it would
needed
help
to
him
do
out.
it.
It would have proved his innocence.
And what does it mean? That he doesn't have to pay money?
Yeah, and we wouldn't be able to say this on TikTok. There would be people saying this about him in the media. You understand that people say this against him all the time. Dylan, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. And he has multiple defamation cases because he keeps addressing it.
It doesn't
So he
matter
has to
if
keep
he's found
paying.
liable in a civil case or anything like this. Just like all of the Democrats are talking about this Katie
No,
Johnson
you're
thing
saying it
now.
doesn't matter because you don't care about law and order.
I do.
And that's a fact. You say you care about law and order, but you don't give a flying fuck.
No, you're the one that doesn't care about innocent until proven guilty.
Wait, he was proven. No, you.
Wait,
he was proven
you don't.
guilty, and you think he's
Where was he
innocent.
proven guilty?
Civil court.
He was held liable in a civil court of law. Yeah.
Held liable, never found guilty.
That's found guilty in a civil court.
You're not found guilty in a civil court. You're found liable in a civil court. You're found guilty in a criminal court.
Wait, do you think
I
that civil
understand
courts
you're just,
determine
but
what
you
the?
can say when you say guilty here, we just mean that the jury convicted you.
Yeah.
In
Do you
the
think
context
that
of a
like?
civil court, the jury determined that you did this action based upon a particular standard of evidence. And criminal
Determined,
saying that this is
determined
what
would
the
be more of
convicted
it.
do.
You're not so much convicted.
what you're held legally responsible. I don't see how
Yes.
that's different. I don't see how being held legally responsible in a civil court is at all different in principle from being held legally responsible in a criminal court.
Because it's two completely different things.
No,
Like,
so
civil
here's the
court and
difference.
criminal court are two different things.
So both
Saying
civil
they're
courts
two different
and
things
criminal
is not a
courts,
response. Thank
both
you for the
civil
money, Gun.
courts
Thank you
and
so much.
criminal courts, all that our criminal justice system as a whole attempts to do is to essentially
Ryan, thank you for the $10.
determine-
Thank you, Ryan.
is it determines responsibility. So criminal courts determine criminal responsibility. Meanwhile, civil courts determine financial responsibility. And when responsibility is determined in either court, right, we're going to go ahead and turn around and say, well, yeah, this individual's guilty of this. Because all that I mean when I say the word guilty is the defendant took the alleged action. And that is what the preponderance of evidence suggested in the civil court when we're speaking on Eugene Carroll. And that's what the unanimous jury of 7 men and 2 women concluded. And that's a fact.
So if you're saying both of them ran the exact same way, why was O.J. Simpson not put away for murder in a criminal case, but then in a civil case he was found liable and had to pay money for a financial burden? If they're the two same things, and the civil case
We
happened
already told you
after the
difference in
criminal
standard
case.
of evidence. We said difference in standard of evidence. We already said that.
Exactly. So you can't have the two courts. You can't say that the two courts are saying the same thing. They're
We never
different.
said that they were totally the same. We said that
Yeah.
they have a difference as it relates to standard of evidence, but it's the same in principle in terms of the jury determination of finding them responsible.
Yeah,
Correct. And
responsible or
it's
not
known that
responsible.
the jury looks at a financial burden differently than putting a man into jail for however many years.
Okay,
I don't
that's
actually
still
know. They're
not
actually told not
changing.
to. So the only difference is the standard of evidence. The jury would not be looking at it differently apart from what threshold of evidence they have to meet to conclude if the defendant did or did not do X, right?
It is
and
because one
everything
is a
else about
greater
that is
weight
yeah.
of evidence. The other one is no other
No, that
reasonable
would
explanation.
No, I appreciate that. I see. Thank you so much. That would not be the determinant of whether or not they see them to be guilty of the crime or liable of the crime. That would be like the severity of the penalty.
Yeah, this is also how all civil courts
So
operate.
you're mistaking it.
So is your claim here that just
mistaking
like
what
civil
again?
courts are typically
So
unreliable?
it's the severity of the penalty. So like how much the fee is, right? How much the fine is, or how long the prison sentence is.
So would you say that civil courts are typically reliable or typically unreliable? Like, do you think that they are okay and generally accurate at determining the responsibility of the defendant or not?
For what they're there for, yes, and it's a financial burden.
Okay, so if you'd say that they're typically accurate at determining what a defendant did or didn't do, would you say that they're accurate in determining that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
It's saying that there's a greater weight of evidence that it happened than it didn't happen. But it's not saying that there is no other reasonable explanation for what happened.
Okay, I'm just asking you if you think that they're accurate in their determination or not.
For what their standards are, yes.
Okay, so yeah.
Do they have the same standards as a criminal case? No.
Oh yeah, so Captain Obvious, we do understand that. All that's relevant here is that we do think it's subsequently true because the liability claim upheld by the jury was accurate, that, yeah, Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll, or at the bare minimum, we'd be justified in holding to that belief.
Yeah, I mean, that's all going to be opinion.
Well,
I mean,
if
it's
I'm
not
justified in holding to the belief that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll, right, what reason would you have to contest this?
because you have a greater weight of evidence that he did it than he didn't do it, rather than no other reasonable explanation.
So wait, what reasonable explanation would we have to assume that he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll, provided the evidence in the court?
Wait, Dean, did you hear this guy earlier? He literally said that he would vote for someone who more likely than not, like, sexually assaulted his kids.
That's fucking crazy.
Yes, everything
more
that you
likely than
guys
not-
say that you
more
put
than
in front of
likely
a
than
civil
not
case.
Killed 6 million people directly. He said he would vote for someone who more likely than not killed 6 million people directly.
Bro, what's
Yep.
going on with the Dean hate in the chat? I'm like looking down there. Y'all fucking hate me today. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you guys do. I mean, you guys try to spin this into, like, trying to make it look differently than what it is. I mean, it's a civil case.
How so?
Because it's a civil case. If it was anything that meant
that's why I say
anything,
more likely than not.
then it would be criminal.
Yeah, so
You say that
again,
sometimes, but then you also
so do you know
sit there and you call him a rapist, or
do you know the reason why it wasn't criminal?
Yeah, and that's why I said, because you should be more upset.
No, what
with
was the reason
state
why it
and the
wasn't
courts.
criminal?
Because it was outside of the time length.
So yeah, it's past the statute of limitations. So do
For
you
criminal,
think that's
yes.
a reason why it shouldn't be able to be tried?
No, go ahead and try it.
So again, you think that they should try it?
Extend the statute of limitations. I mean, they did it on the civil
I agree.
case.
So the point that we need to change, right? We both agree that needs to change as it relates to the context of our legal system. Now that
Sure.
doesn't change whether or not he did the action. Okay, just because he can't be held responsible in a criminal court due to statute of limitations, that's not saying that there's a lack of evidence. That's saying that
Ripley,
he
thank you for that
can't
galaxy.
be tried due to the statute of limitation law. So when you say, like, oh, it seems like there's a lack of evidence, no, we have good reason to believe that it's very likely that he did this, as it is the case that we would expect that if he is guilty, he would not give up his DNA because it would incriminate him. But if he was innocent, he wouldn't give up or if he was innocent, he would give up his DNA because it would completely and totally exonerate him, which he can then use to say that, oh, they're trying to attack political opponents. This is false. Look, I proved it wrong. Right?
I never said that
He
there
would
was a lack of
definitely do that.
evidence for a civil case. I'm saying that there would be a lack of evidence for a criminal
No, there's a
case.
lack of reason for why you accept it. That's not your understanding. And no, there's not a lack of evidence for a criminal case. It just wasn't able to be tried in a criminal case due to statute of limitations law
Right.
that you believed shouldn't exist anyway.
In most criminal cases, you would need some type of smoking
The
pew.
DNA.
Yes, and that would be
Literally,
pulled
DNA,
into it
they
then,
would-
and
he
then
would-
at that
he would have
point
been
we would be
forced.
able to say yes for sure. He's guilty.
He
He's
would have
not
been
guilty.
forced. Yeah, he would have been
Yes.
forced to give up his
Yes,
DNA.
he would have been.
Exactly. You would have been able to determine whether he was guilty or not guilty. So if he was
Correct.
innocent, why didn't he do that? Why didn't he give up his DNA?
Because there's not a point to. We already went over.
There was
this.
a
Wait.
point. It would have. You just said that it would have shown him to not be guilty because you said he didn't do it.
He would have been able to save
Liable.
hundreds of millions of dollars, particularly
We're
within
talking about a civil
within
case
the
compared to
defamation
a
suits. He would
criminal
have been
case.
able
In
to
a civil
counter
case,
Jean
you
Carroll
don't
for hundreds
have
of
to
millions of
show
dollars
it.
as well. He would have been able to save all the legal and court fees associated with 2 years of deliberation in the courtroom. He would have been able to save the negative PR associated with being labeled a rapist. He would have been able to further rally his MAGA cultist voter base, specifically around the point that the Democrats were unfairly persecuting a political opponent with the use of, like, the innocence as provided by that court. There was so many good reasons for him to specifically provide his DNA, assuming that he was an innocent man. Can you name one good reason for him not to provide his DNA, assuming he was innocent?
Again, it wouldn't matter whether he would do it or not because people would still be talking about it. Just,
you're not
just
able to
like,
provide a
just like
reasoning?
this Epstein case that everybody's talking
Bridget,
about.
thank you for
That's
the
been thrown
$5 on
out
Venmo. I
3
appreciate you the
times.
love. So you don't have you can't provide me with one good reason for him not to supply his DNA, assuming he was innocent, right?
Because it's not in most of those cases, it is not his case to prove. It is the other person's case to prove that he is found liable for it.
Okay, so you
And
can't
if
name a
you
good
don't
reason.
have to give up evidence to be able to do that, then you don't.
Oh, wait, I have a question.
Yo,
So
Ty, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ty. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Ty in the comment section? Thank you so much.
wait, I have a question. If you were in Donald Trump's shoes, would you provide your DNA?
He already said that he wouldn't even give up his. Actually, no, he did say that he would do the breathalyzer if it were to prove his innocence if he was totally sober. So yeah, you would give up your DNA, right?
No, in a court case like that, no, probably
You
not.
never met her though. It would prove your innocence.
Yeah, it's like, okay, a woman accuses you of SA. You have two options here. Your first option is
Ryan,
to
thank
pay
you for
her
manifesting. Thank you so much.
$84 million and deal with the repercussions of being labeled as a rapist by, well over 100 million American citizens. Or your option number two is to submit DNA, be proven innocent, end of story. Which one are you going to choose?
So is he not allowed around elementary schools?
I think he shouldn't be.
And I think you're not answering
I'm
my question.
totally serious with that.
No,
Bridget,
it's
thank you for
100%.
$5.
You're saying that he's a rapist. Is he allowed around elementary schools?
Under my ideal worldview, no.
Yeah.
Correct, but under the current state law.
Yeah, current
yes,
state
he is
law
currently,
allows
yeah.
some rapists around elementary schools. It needs to be reformed. Can you answer my question though?
No, it's under a
Imagine-
civil. None of the criminal.
Can I ask you why you didn't answer my question?
Let's hear it. What is it?
Okay, a woman falsely accuses you of rape. You're an innocent man. You have two options in front of you. The first option is to pay her $84 million and pay out legal and law fees for 2 years of deliberation in a courtroom and to suffer the result of getting labeled as a rapist by 100 million American citizens and to have your chances at winning an election that you're running for severely impacted. That's your first option. Then your second option is to provide your DNA, be done with it, move on with your life.
Yep. If my attorneys tell me to do the first one, I'm doing the first one.
Okay, I honestly just think you're bad faith. Any rational human would say the second option. You are obviously acting in bad faith.
How is it acting in bad faith?
Yeah, because that's just not the rational choice to make.
If you're not guilty.
Have you ever been to court?
Yeah,
You have.
I have.
So, I mean, were you on the defense side or the prosecutor side?
Defense.
If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. I don't want
No.
to touch on anything.
No, I'm a fucking political and social debater. I got a speeding ticket and I argued that shit in court. It was fun as hell. That's the only time I've been to court. It was so fun.
Okay. I mean,
What did you argue, Dean? What was the arc?
That they first of all didn't have sufficient evidence to come to the conclusion that they did. Right? There was no, as well as a
Thank you
testimony.
for the hand art.
As well as testimony of the 4 other people that were in my car at the time, as well as I pulled records from a camera that was in the area. They said that I ran a red light, and I didn't.
Oh, dude, Dean was cooking them, bro.
Yeah, I got it taken off.
Dude, Dean cooked them.
I just go to Ticket Clinic and pay $150.
Okay, well, you're pretty cringe for not being rational.
How is it not rational?
We literally already went over this. If you're innocent, you would save yourself so much shit, right? So obviously, just like do it. Like, what would your mom tell you to do? What would your dad tell you to do? They wouldn't be like, oh yeah.
They would tell me to do whatever my attorneys tell me to do.
No, they would tell you to give up your DNA because you clearly weren't there. If you never met that person in your life, they wouldn't be able to have anything on you.
No, I mean, so first of all, in the civil case, originally it was going to be 20. I think it was 20 or $25 million was originally the first thing. Then it went up to whatever the final number was. But I mean, when they're fighting it and the capital that he has and everything else, I mean, the financial burden that it puts on him, I mean, it doesn't make any sense on why. Like,
What
civil.
makes sense?
Because it's a civil case. And I mean, at the time his attorneys didn't think that there was going to be enough evidence for a civil case for him to be held liable for it.
Wait, there's
And
another
then there was,
question.
and then they lost.
Why did
Go
his
ahead, Ian.
attorneys not tell him to submit his DNA before the judge had ordered a cutoff for new evidence to be submitted, but they did after? Like, I feel like that's the part that we're missing. Like, this conversation, right, revolves around you defending him not providing his DNA for some arbitrary, trivial, irrational good reason.
No, what I'm defending
my
is that
question
a
is,
civil case
he
is not
did
held to the
attempt
same standard
provide
as a
his
criminal
DNA.
case.
One second.
You're
What I'm
misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I'm still speaking. No, I asked you the question, would a rational human being provide their DNA to, if they were an innocent man? The answer is yes. You try to argue no, for some trivial reasons for him not to provide his DNA to be tested against that on the dress, even if he was innocent. But I feel like this whole story, your whole argument here falls apart when we consider that he tested his luck and he did try to submit his DNA after the court had ordered a cutoff date for all new evidence to be submitted. What that tells us is that there was no good reason for him not to submit his DNA, and even he knew it, and he was simply playing for optics by testing the bluff of the judge by trying to submit it after the evidence cutoff. And Thom, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W Thoms in the chat. So why didn't he try to submit it before the evidence cut off, but he did after? That's my question. If he was innocent.
I mean, I'm not his attorneys. I don't know. I wasn't there for the whole trial. I don't know what it was. I don't know what they said. It's not unlikely for things like that to happen in court cases. It happens consistently. No.
Yeah, give me another example of a man being falsely accused of rape and then him going through 2 years of deliberation in a courtroom and being held financially responsible unanimously by a jury of 9 of their peers, and then specifically having a smoking gun, a piece of evidence to prove his innocence that he only tries to submit to the court after the judge tells him that he won't be able to submit anymore. That has never happened. It's unprecedented. And it also didn't happen in this case because it's a lie. The only reason you think that he didn't grape Eugene Carroll is because you've bought into the MAGA narrative, right? Like there's no reason to assume that he didn't grape Eugene Carroll in the same way there's no reason to assume that he didn't lie about the 2020 election. You just hold yourself to these false beliefs. And that's so incredibly clear when we consider multiple attributes of this particular civil court case.
No, I hold it to a different standard than what you guys do.
Yeah, so what's their standard? What's acceptable proof for grape?
A criminal ruling guilty.
Thom, thank you so much for the $20 and 24
Again, we're
cents.
going
Thank you so
back
much. I
to
appreciate Thom. So do you accept his
Innocent until
fraud charges?
proven guilty.
Or no, do you accept his felonies?
Yes, we already went over that.
Okay, so do you think a felon should be able to run for president?
Yes.
Yeah.
But they shouldn't be able to
think,
vote.
Do you think felons should be able to vote?
I think nonviolent one. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Oh my God, they shouldn't be able to vote for president, but they should be able to be president.
No, I don't know, because again, what we were talking about before, the reason why this turned from a misdemeanor to a felony was because, they tied him hiding this to him running for president to hiding information from the public.
Yeah, second step crime.
But the basis of it is
That's what they
something that
proved.
a lot
That's
of
what they
businesses
proved.
do. It's a very common thing for businesses to do.
It's not a very common thing for business owners to cheat on their wives with a P-Star, then pay the money to stay quiet about it and take that money out of campaign funds and then lie on the receipts saying that they were not sent to a P-Star just because you don't want that information to get out prior to an election. That's not common at all. Why do you say that? That's obviously false.
Because you're being very specific on what it is.
Yeah, so what is it common for businesses to do?
My example is to go out to dinner with friends or go out and grab beers or take a trip that's not for business, but you might say one word of business on the trip or items of those, and then you write off the whole trip or the whole dinner or everything.
This is not what happened.
Under that.
And honestly, I haven't done that, so I wouldn't even care about saying that's wrong. Again, but that's not even what we're talking about here. That's completely different.
It is. He classified separately what he was paying the money out for.
He falsified business records with the predicate crime of election interference. That
It
is
was-
not what
it was-
typical people do.
It is not typical to cheat on your wife with a woman and then pay her money to stay quiet out of your business and then lie about that in your tax report.
Connor,
And
thank you
it's
so
because
much
of
for
how it
the
was
$40.
recorded.
Thank you so much,
If you
Connor. I
would-
really appreciate that. We did that earlier. Thank you so much on Beans Live.
If he would have claimed it
Thank you so
as
much. I appreciate it.
P-Star payment, none of it would have been an issue. Right?
Actually, it would because it was coming out of his campaign finance funds. So I mean, they just couldn't have been allocated to anything but his campaign.
Okay. I'll have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't know that till recently either, so I'm not going to fault you for that.
Okay. All right. So can we move on?
Yeah. I have a question. Do you think that he won the 2020 election?
No.
So how do you feel about him undermining our American democracy, trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, and he's trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College?
So I know that it said that he was known about what happened. I don't know if it was exactly just him that was doing it, or if it was a campaign team that was doing it, or who he was influenced by, or what exactly the terms was that it happened.
Rudy Giuliani.
I mean, do we know all of the details of everything?
Yeah, Trump and Rudy Giuliani are seeking immunity for it as we speak.
Okay.
You got any? That's it? Or
Yeah, I mean, the whole story isn't out there, and we don't really know everything that happened with it. I mean, there needs to be information that's pulled together for court cases. There's information that needs to come out.
Okay.
There has to be testimonies by people of, what exactly happened and what was the chain of command that everything was said to be done by, and, what happened. And again, who was the influencer of it? Is Trump the one that is behind all of it and he started it, or is there a campaign team, or what is it? I mean, there's a whole bunch of unknowns that's about the whole thing that we don't know about it yet.
I think we know enough about it, but
Yeah, I'm so sorry. If Trump didn't do it himself, he wouldn't be seeking immunity for it. But that's all I have to say.
yeah, like what? Yeah, can you explain that?
What, on why he would be seeking immunity from it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because all of the information that's out there right now in all of the public and everything else, everybody is saying that he's tied into it. So why would he not seek immunity for it?
Why would he? Because he in order to seek immunity from something, you probably had to have done it, right?
Or you just don't want to deal with it?
What do you mean, deal with?
Or
how
you
would
don't want to be
dealing
pulled
with
into it?
If you never did it, how would you be dealing with it?
What I'm saying is there enough information that's out there right now for you to go,
that's why
yes,
he's
for
looking
sure.
for immunity. That's why he's looking for immunity.
Okay. I don't have the same thoughts as you do on that.
What?
I mean, that's simple.
Okay. Why?
Because, like I just said, there's not enough information. There's not court cases out there on it
we also
that
have
evidence
Mike
that's out
Pence.
to the public.
We also have Mike Pence saying that him as well as 34 other cabinet members specifically stopped supporting Donald Trump and revolted against them because they recognized that Trump had asked them to put him above the Constitution. And then we have Trump's attorneys Kenneth Cheesebro or John Eastman are specifically detailed within the Eastman memos, and then of course Rudy Giuliani that developed this theory that they could send these fake electorates to these states and it's somehow legal even though it wasn't. And there's been 16 of these fake electorates already criminally prosecuted in the state of Michigan. And you're telling me that we don't have evidence for this, even though Trump is currently seeking immunity to keep himself safe from this that same exact prosecution, from assuming that he attempted to overthrow our democracy. That's insane, right?
So on one of the things, I forget which states it was, but there's certain states that the electors that went to it, on the piece of paper that they had, they said, based upon the ruling of a jury, essentially, based upon the ruling of a jury, we are going to be the electors, which is the common practice when there is a recount or something along those lines. One of the things that I don't understand is why there were certain states that were sent out with a piece of paper that had that writing that was on it, and then there's other states that were sent out that didn't have that writing on it. Because that writing that was on it is technically the way that the official documentation is supposed to be done for a recount.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're referencing. What I'm referencing is the conference call in 21 with Trump and then his two lawyers, Eastman and Giuliani, speaking to about 300 Republican state legislators in an effort to persuade them to convene special legislative sessions to replace legitimate Biden electors, right, within these like 7 to 16 states with fake Trump electors based on unfounded allegations of the election fraud. And then like Donald Trump even like pressured the Justice Department to falsely announce that it had found election fraud with no evidence, without this being like criminally or civilly proven. And he even attempted to install a new acting attorney general who had drafted a letter falsely accusing such asserting such election fraud had been found in an attempt to persuade the Georgia legislature to convene and reconsider its Biden electoral votes. Like essentially all that he did is he met with his lawyers and the power that he had as sitting president. And he essentially said that he had won the election. Biden had lost the election. We don't have any evidence for this. And this was before the 60 court cases. And then all of this occurred, getting the Justice Department to falsely announce it had found election fraud, getting the new attorney general in Georgia to consider sending the fake electorates as legitimate votes, meaning that Trump would have won, convening with his lawyers and 300 state legislators. Like, this is true and this is proven. I actually don't see how you could possibly, rebut this, because this is 100% fact.
Correct. What you started saying is fact. What I'm saying is, if all of the electors that were sent out had the line on the paper that said, based upon the result of a jury, these are the electors, that is the correct way that it's supposed to be done.
And he took the incorrect way of wanting the Justice Department to falsely announce that there had been voter fraud, and then getting those electors to falsely announce, because of that voter fraud, that Trump had correctly won those states. Like, you are speaking of the correct way to do it, and I'm telling you the facts about how he did it incorrectly.
Correct. Yeah. No,
and you don't see that as I'm so sorry. That's a huge problem, right?
Yeah, it was the fault that he had. Yeah.
Trying to overthrow our democracy.
Just a little.
I wouldn't really put it on the lines of trying to overthrow the democracy.
What other line could we put? What would overthrowing a democracy look like to you?
I mean, him fortifying the White House and not leaving, and
well, he attempted to do it legally. Actually illegally, by telling the Justice Department to falsely announce that there was election fraud, then telling these false state legislators to go to the electoral college to say that he had won when he hadn't. That's essentially the same thing, but instead of unjustly fortifying the White House and not leaving with literal armed guards and barred windows, he just tried to unjustly fortify the Justice Department into specifically announcing that there's election fraud, and having the AGs of these different swing states announce that Trump had truly won with no evidence. You understand that is exactly what you're describing. It's just an alternative, more modernistic way to do it.
Let me just ask you this, and I'm gonna rely on you to, tell me the truth on this. But if he, for instance, if the Justice Department follows him and says, yes, there was election fraud, at that point, does it just deem that there's election fraud, or is there still evidence in a case that has to be brought to be able to lead to anything?
Well, essentially his plan was very multifaceted. No, it's not. Justice Department announces this, then all of a sudden the election's overturned. The Justice Department would announce that it had found election fraud, falsely speaking, and if like his plan succeeded, this would have been consistent between like the Georgia state legislator to convene with the fake electors to overturn those results, alongside other states where inevitably his goal was through these special legislative sessions after the Justice Department and the state legislators announced that there's election fraud to have those fake electors cast votes towards him. That was the goal. And if he succeeded in all this, what have ended up happening in 2020 is right under the noses of any type of legitimate legal process. Trump would have won in the Electoral College, and Biden would have not have won.
But there still would have needed to be evidence of fraud somewhere in order that to completely flow through.
Maybe completely for him to be safe, but not for
so
him
it,
to
it would
get
go to court and then it would go to Congress. So there would
Because like
there would have to
that's
be
so
evidence.
that's the only thing that I'm asking you
There
is
would have to be evidence, yes.
because
you can't just like make claims that there's voter fraud and then we completely don't engage in transition of power at all. We don't like continue to follow through. You'd have to provide evidence of that claim.
because like in order outside of a recount to be able to happen, there has to be proof of fraud.
The recounts, audits,
either
court cases, none of them indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election. He
But
was
that's why he
disputing
failed.
it because he said he wasn't going to accept it if he lost.
Also, do you understand that's why he failed with his whole scheme to overthrow our democracy and to stage a coup against the government? Because the Justice Department was like, no, we don't have any evidence for that. The state legislators were like, no, we don't have any evidence for that. And then all of a sudden, all this other evidence of their implant of sending the fake electorates after they had reconsidered these votes in these swing states came out and admitted it. Right now, after it's all came out and it's public information, him and his lawyers are seeking immunity for it. Like, that is where we're at. And the only reason he's not sitting president is because we actually had some smart people in the Justice Department as well as these state legislators be like, no, Trump, we're not going to falsely announce this because we haven't seen any sufficient evidence for it.
okay. That
Wait,
means
so also, I like how you didn't have the same type of question of standard of evidence for this as you did the grape case.
no, that's why I was asking you, like, because I already know that, like, in order for it to be like a full blown case to be able to do it, there needs to be some type of proof of fraud somewhere, and the if they aren't able to like physically have proof in their hands, if somebody says that there is fraud, then that would be
obviously you wouldn't have
that
reason
would be it
accept
to open
so
it up.
Why do you think it's okay for him to spew lies that the election was stolen when there's not sufficient enough proof to believe it? Because
I don't think he
there's less
should
evidence to
have.
indicate that than there is to indicate that he's a rapist.
I don't think that he should have said it.
Oh, okay. Well, he does. He still continues to do it. So why are you voting for someone who does that? Because that's clearly trying to cause disruptions within our fair and democratic election processes.
I mean,
Also, you should
I just
recognize-
read a few weeks ago that he actually.
You should recognize as what Parker just said as being true, because earlier I asked you, what would overthrowing our democracy look like to you? And you said fortification of literally staying inside the White House. Trump told one of his aides that we're, quote unquote, just not going to leave. Trump told another one of his aides, quote unquote, we are never leaving. And quote unquote, how can you leave when you've won an election? He was even overheard asking the chair of the RNC, Ronna, what was her name? Like Ronna McDaniel at the time, quote unquote, why should I leave if they stole it from me? So literal, like, attempted fortification of not leaving the physical White House. But that's another thing.
Yeah, I mean that's completely separate, and
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm kind of done talking to you. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I'm done.
Bro,
Only send a
Parker,
guest request if you're MAGA, yo. We are just looking for some debates.
we got to get together and research this fake electorate's plots. It's insane, bro.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm so down. All right, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up if you're MAGA. Let's get this next individual up here. If you are like a raging lunatic, please join the live. Let's get this next individual up here. I'm just trolling. All right, we're trying to get someone up here. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to come up.
In the meantime, guys, also make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, I'm all Trump.
Why so?
When he was in office, I didn't have to pay $5 for a gallon of milk.
Oh Lord. So how was that caused by Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
Well, let's see. Since Joe Biden's been in office, how many children have been raped and killed by illegals?
Jesus
Oh, okay.
Christ.
Undocumented immigrants commit violent crime.
Okay.
Oh,
Go there.
Hold up.
Please.
Please
Please go there.
Hold up. Listen, I want you to listen.
Go there. Please.
Oh,
go
God.
there.
Oh God.
Okay, please go there.
Can you listen real quick? So,
Go there.
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes than natural-born
Bullshit.
U.S. citizens.
Bullshit.
Oh God. Hey man.
Bullshit. Okay. I
Well,
work
it's true, man.
in the medical field, honey. I work in ER. Okay.
Okay.
And I've seen 10 times as many fucking children and women raped and killed by illegals in the past 3 or 4 years than I've seen in a lifetime of 20 years that I've worked in the medical field. Okay? Tell me that shit. Please
Okay.
tell me.
So I have a question.
Okay, tell
Do you
me.
understand? So I have a question. Do you understand that like just because something impacts you in a particular region doesn't mean that's happening across the board? Just because there are certain people.
It's happening everywhere.
Actually,
asshole.
wait. Can I
It's
ask you this
happening
question? How do you
everywhere,
know?
buddy.
How do you know the person who did it was undocumented?
Because they were arrested.
What the hell's going on?
Can you-
I have
yeah, the Matt was a little delayed. Yeah. How do you know that they're undocumented?
I'd also like to provide.
You have to unmute
evidence
your
for
mic.
this
Click the
claim.
microphone in the bottom right. Matt, this is why I don't like doing that. It's because they don't know how to turn it off. You're good.
Dude, you're an idiot. How old are you?
I'm 22.
Hey.
Oh,
hey,
you're
Moo,
22, so you know nothing
I'm 19. I'm
about
younger.
America.
I'm 19. I'm
You
Moo,
know
how,
nothing.
how many branches of government are there?
You know nothing.
How many branches of government are there?
You're a droid. You're a droid.
You
Moo.
know nothing
How
about
many branches
America,
of government
dude.
are there?
You're really
It doesn't matter. You know
You don't know?
nothing.
I know
You know
nothing, but you
nothing.
don't. Ma'am,
Okay, when
ma'am,
you-
you don't know how many branches of government there
Do
are,
you
and I
live
don't
on
know
your
anything?
own? Wait, do you live on your own, or do mommy and daddy take care of you?
I live on
I
my
live with
own.
I live with my mom. I do.
Okay, you live with your mom. Mommy
Yep.
and daddy take care of all your bills.
No,
Mommy
actually,
and
I pay my
daddy
own
take
bills.
care of
I pay
everything.
all the bills here.
Okay, when
I
you
actually
live
pay
on
my
your
mom's
own and
bills
you
right
pay your
now.
own mortgage, you pay your own grocery
I'm actually paying
you
my
pay
mom's
all
bills right
of
now.
your shit, then you
No.
can bitch and complain. Okay?
I pay for my mom's bills.
Okay, I'm sure you do. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sure you do. Okay?
Uh-huh.
When my
Hey,
fucking mortgage goes from this and doubles because Biden's dumbass is so stupid.
Your
that my
mortgage didn't go
fucking
double
mortgage
because of Biden.
doubles?
Wait, how did Biden
And I
double
have
your
to fucking double it?
Joe Biden, he doubled their mortgage. He
I don't-
doubled it.
that-
He
that-
doubled
that
it.
can't happen.
Let me ask you.
Democrats
Let me
are
ask you real quick.
stupid.
Did you, like,
Yeah,
refi it?
Moo. So, what policy did Joe Biden influence to get passed that doubled your mortgage?
I don't think
Because all
mortgages
my
can be
money goes to
doubled.
the immigrants, you dumb fuck.
Immigrants
God.
somehow caused mortgages to double?
Are you
Yeah.
talking about like the payments that you're making, or like the interest rates which would reflect in the payments?
Everything, you fuckhead.
So your mortgage
See,
is
thank you so
literally
much. I appreciate the
expanded?
$15. Thank you so much,
Wait, Moo, I seriously, I gotta ask you. So you're literally saying, so let's say that you took out a mortgage for $300,000 to pay off your house. Your mortgage has gone from like $300,000 to like $600,000?
No, I'm saying that
Yeah, wait, how did your mortgage go up twice? Because if you had like your loan secured before, why would the interest rate go up? You already secured the loan.
Did you like
That's not
refi
what
at a
I'm
higher
saying.
interest
It's-
rates?
Yeah, she refinanced at a higher interest
first
rate.
off-
MAGA math. That's MAGA math.
That's
shut
MAGA
the
math,
fuck
man.
up,
That's
you
your
little
fucking
fucking
issue.
child.
Oh, calm down. Oh.
You're
hurt.
a fucking little pussy. First off,
Hey, why are you so
okay,
mad?
respect your elders.
No.
Because obviously, mommy and daddy never taught you respect.
Calm down.
I'm respecting you right. You're literally the one who's being disrespectful.
Okay. Second off, Biden and
Claire,
Kamala-
thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W. Claire's in that chat for the $25. I'm sorry for
And
interrupting.
Madeline, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Madeline. Thank you.
Massive W. Claire's in the chat. Venmo, PayPal in the bio, y'all. Venmo, Cash App in Parker's bio as well.
Okay, do you have any little sisters?
I have two older sisters.
Okay, how would you feel if an immigrant raped them and killed them?
I think that would be really bad, but I wouldn't
Can we-
generalize
Okay,
that over all
so
immigrants.
Biden and Kamala are letting
Moo,
the immigrants in to do
Moo,
what they want.
Louis, are you okay with tourism?
Excuse me?
Are you okay with tourism?
I'm okay with tourism.
How would you feel if how would you feel if a tourist took advantage of someone in your family?
Oh, I'd fuck him up. I'd kill him.
You know Donald Trump is okay with that, right? So is he
No, he's not,
responsible
and I
for
know
those
he's
people that
not.
die due to tourists? Ty, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Hey.
fuck you, dickhead. Goodbye.
Wait, no, don't
Oh,
leave, don't
why-
leave, don't
why
leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't
Why is
leave,
she
don't leave.
so mad?
No, no,
Nicole,
don't
thank you
leave.
for the $5. Thank you so
You're a
much.
faggot. Go fuck yourself.
Well,
Goodbye.
I knew she was gonna say some slurs.
Abby, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from allowance from mom. Guys, I just got $5 in allowance for my mother on Venmo, guys.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25. I'm
voting
sorry.
Trump?
I wanted to talk to her, but then she left.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Thank you for the hand heart, JV. Thank you so much. You know, that was the smartest Trump supporter I've talked to in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
Most
for
sane
real.
Trump supporter.
What the hell? I'm really curious what happened with
Yo,
the
what's up? How old are you?
I am 23.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I am not.
Based. Good for you.
Good one, Maddie. Thanks for coming up.
Only send a guest request if you will. Oh, this is gonna be a good one.
Oh, I don't know who this is.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Patriots and
Dad.
Calm down.
How'd you say?
I said old enough to be your dad.
Old enough to be your
Are,
dad.
are you voting for Champ?
Fuck yeah, I am.
Why are you voting for Champ?
Why wouldn't I?
Because he's a rapist, he's a felon, he's an election denier, he's a fraudster, right? I mean, what do we need more? Like the Biden-Harris administration has passed some of those monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. He actively is fighting against that by advocating for replacing our federal income tax rate.
Dean, I've
because
been
she's not
watching you for a long time. I've been watching you, Parker, for a long time. You both are little shitheads who live in your mommy dad's basement and don't
Can
know
I
what the
deal
real
with this
life
guy
is
real quick?
like.
I got this. Okay,
You got
so
this.
Appreciate the hand mustache.
You got
Thank you so
this,
much.
Parker. You got this.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
man.
Can
Come on.
you-
Give me the best you got.
Yeah,
Come on.
what would I learn from what you're referencing is real life? Appreciate the money. And thank you so much. That I don't know right now that is relevant to what we're talking about.
You don't know
$2.
shit. That's why you're...
Patrick, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo.
Melinda,
Holy
thank you for the
crap.
$20 on Venmo. Thank you so much,
Yo.
Melinda. Thank you.
Yo,
so
let's get some W Melinda's and some
So
W
Patriot, are you pro
Patricks.
Law and Order?
I'm pro that you're a retard. Yeah.
Oh my
George, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, he's mad. To get on to the next individual, don't slur on my live. If you slur, you're gonna get kicked off. So
Moop and Moop's son.
typical MAGA.
Moop and Moop's son.
Typical
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
How's
How
it
old are
going?
You voting
Me,
Trump?
I'm 41. I'm 41. And you know that was kind of true. That statement that Kamala made about 18 to 24 being stupid and everything. Because I mean,
And it was really right about Donald Trump saying that we're.
All Republicans are stupid.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, no, it was really funny
Wait
that
a
Donald
minute.
Trump called us smart, and most of us are voting against him.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, because y'all said a minute ago, what is Trump like? What has Trump done? And he's done this, that, and the other. But how many times has he been indicted and then turn around? It's been dropped.
Wait, give me. Okay, so there's a few things that he's been indicted on where it's been dropped. That doesn't mean that the other ones, he didn't.
How many times? How many times? How many times?
He's been convicted on 34 counts for felonies. He's been held
Melinda.
legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, and fraud.
Melinda, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Melinda. Let's get some W Melindas in
I
that
really
chat.
don't
Thank you for the
believe in
love.
that. I mean, because how many times did they try to indict him? If he was such a criminal, how many
What
times
is going
was he
on in your
indicted?
background?
Yeah, he was such a criminal. He's been convicted of all these things. You don't accept any of them? Oh, is there a way you can turn off the
No, I
background
don't
noise?
accept any of them.
JC, is there a way you can turn off
look
the
at
movie in the
Biden right
background?
now. He had
Hey, JC,
documents
JC.
in his home that he shouldn't have had.
JC, can you turn your TV off in the background? I don't want to hear like Regal movie theaters in the background. Okay, I would love to have this conversation.
Hey, I also want to point out the fact that he has had 4 indictments for criminal cases. One of those indictments turned into the verdict of the hush money case. Two of those indictments, specifically within the federal election interference and Georgia election interference, have sided with juries deciding that he should just claim immunity about it, even though he did do it. And he only has 1 indictment, that being the classified documents case, that he's been held innocent for. So 3 out of the 4 indictments for these criminal cases.
Oh, watch AMC
Ring
turn
true.
on. Okay. Are you there, JC? You there? Hello? Oh, no, I don't know if he knows how to unmute himself. You gotta click on your profile on the bottom right, then click the microphone. Oh, Lord, chat. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay. Well, he left because he couldn't hear us over the IMAX in the background.
Jesus
So let's get
Christ.
on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Elizabeth Skies. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you for the love,
MAGA
Elizabeth.
computer skills, so real. Yo, what's up,
W
Paladin?
Elizabeth, guys. Thank you for the $25.
Hey, yo, fellas, I just want to let y'all know, I mean, y'all young boys, yo, keep up the good work.
Thank you
You know
so
what I'm
much.
saying?
We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you.
You know,
We are just looking for people who are debating, but I really appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I know we want to make sure to get on to the next people who are debating to make sure the stream keeps going on, but I really do appreciate you. You, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Closing our borders. I do not like illegal immigrants coming into our country. I'm pro women's rights and not just for
If
abortions.
you're pro women's rights, then why do you support Trump? Because he elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line.
No, he put the rights to the abortion back to the states to decide.
Yeah,
You can
which
still
has
get an
restricted
abortion.
one of the 3 women.
Which restricted like millions of women's rights to abortion in America. And in
One
plenty
out of
of
3
states, children who are raped can't get access to abortion. Neither can
12
women who are
states.
raped.
Yes, they can.
No,
12
they can't.
states they can't.
Yes, they can.
No,
12
they
states
can't.
they
12
can't.
states.
And I'm pro women's rights for the fact that liberals allow women to play in men's sports. They allow women into men's bathrooms. That's not pro women's rights. They're
Women
not
in
protecting
men's
these
sports?
women. Men and women's
you'd
sports,
have, okay.
Sorry, men and women's
So-
sports.
Okay, so no, right? Trans women are women. And again,
No,
as it relates to
they're
the
not. They're
context of
biologically
HRT,
different.
after multiple years of HRT, it is the case that there's like almost no biological differences between trans women and cis women that would infer or get us to say that we should restrict trans women from being able to play after multiple years of HRT. Also, like
That's not
trans
true.
people are not like dominating women's sports, so I don't know why we're associating that to be the
They
case.
shouldn't be allowed, period. They can have their own category, which I would be fine with.
Okay, so
physically-
why should trans people have to be segregated from the rest of sports?
Because a biological man, whether they take hormones or not, are physically different than women.
Wait, so
you
what
take-
physical
Not
difference?
within-
What physical
Okay.
difference is relevant that
For example-
that would give them like a benefit after
Okay,
multiple
I'll
years
give you a
of
good
HRT?
example. I can
Hold
give
on,
you a
I
great
think it's
example.
$3. Thank you.
Would you like a great example?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what specific physical difference?
Okay, so for example, a Olympic hurdler, the Olympic hurdles are designed shorter for women because biologically women are shorter than men. So if
So
you
should
take
tall
a
men
train,
not be
I'm
able
not
to go
done
into the
speaking.
Olympics?
I'm sorry.
She's referencing women's sports. So yeah, should tall women not be able to
No.
like be in women's sports?
Or a tall woman?
But there very few women are that tall.
Wait, what do you mean that tall? Name one trans person that was so much taller than the rest of the competition.
I
as it
can't remember the
relates
name
to
of it, but I've seen videos of trans women, a black trans woman, clearly is 6'4".
hurdling. So
Would
you
you
understand
be
that
okay-
cis
hurdles
women
that are
are
women?
also 6'4" as well.
Would you be
Very
okay with
few.
short? Would you be okay with short trans women?
Wait,
competing within
very
women's
few men are
sports?
6'4".
Actually, there's quite a few. I've never dated somebody
Wait.
under 6 feet.
So
Kelly?
that 6'4" is different than 6 feet. So when you talk about 6'4", that's going to be a small percentage of the population.
So you're saying the boxing fight that we literally just witnessed, where a biological man that's a trans woman
No.
beating the shit out of somebody on in the boxing ring, you're okay with that?
So as it relates to the context of like different types of sports as it relates to boxing, if people consent to engaging in that, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I'm typically going to be okay with it. Now, you'd have to demonstrate the particular biological distinction that would indicate that. If that person hasn't
What
taken
about
HRT for a
biological
long period
men
of
being
time,
allowed into
that wouldn't be
women's-
the case. Wait, if they haven't taken HRT, right, for 2 to 3 years, then there could obviously be a biological advantage insofar as that we would probably say that like there would be too much of a disadvantage Jamie, thank you
Right,
for
and
the
there's
dollar.
also like some other factors to consider here as well. First of all, just a quick question before I kind of go on. Kelly, you said that it's unfair for trans women to compete within women's hurdles at the Olympics because the hurdles are shorter and typically males are taller on average than females. So would you be okay with a shorter trans woman competing within the women's hurdles?
Still no, because they're biologically
Yeah,
born
so what this specifically demonstrates to us is you don't really care about quote-unquote unfair advantages that they'd have. You just care that they're trans. Because what I just implied was a
Thank you,
shorter
Bobby T,
trans
thank
woman
you.
who would have no biological advantage that over a cis woman competing within the same sport. and you still
Biological
don't think
men
she
are
should be able to
born
play.
stronger than women. Period.
So what is it?
Okay, how many
so
hormones
after
you
like
take?
after like 2 to 3 years of HRT, that's absolutely false. What makes males typically stronger on average than females, right, is thicker muscles and thicker and more dense muscles. Okay.
Lane, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Right, and specifically,
And like I
after
said,
you
I'm
do
also
HRT
against
for a
the-
handful of years, it is the case that that effect is no longer in place. And what we see is study after study after study rings true and would indicate this.
Less than 2% of people are trans. Probably
Yeah,
less
so
than
why do you make them
1%.
such a good deal? Why do you make them such a big deal, and so much so that you're willing to hinge all 170 million American cis women's rights and access to healthcare on the line, specifically because you care so much about the sub?
Women can still get
because of
abortions,
the
they're
sub
just leaving it up to the
1%. You want to make
states.
them such a big deal to perpetuate your phobia onto everybody in this live, even when you don't have any specific reason to indicate why segregation would be justified here. But yet you want to further persecute them and marginalize them.
I don't believe biological men should be in women's sports. Period. No, I don't.
Yeah, but no
Melissa,
reason. It's
thank you
called-
so much. I appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Do you know what a turf is?
And I'm also against the fact
course,
that
of
we've
course.
had
Thank you so
over
much,
the last
Melissa.
3.5 years over 10 million people crossing our borders, illegal immigrants that are wanted in their own countries for great and unalive people.
So I have a question. You say that like undocumented immigrants coming to the country are the rapists and the criminals. You understand that not only are
I didn't say all of
not
them
only,
are.
Not only that's what Trump said. Trump said they are rapists and criminals. Thank you for the hint, heart. Right, and not only are they less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens, but it is the case that Donald Trump's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, forcefully penetrating a woman against her will, and he has 34 felony charges that he's been convicted of. So he's quite literally the rapist and the criminal.
All those cases that he's had against him obviously didn't actually come out until after he was president. Do you know every one of those people that are accusing of all this stuff were all friends and buddy and all over his Mar-a-Lago and hanging out with him before he was president? They were all loved
Wait,
Trump.
false. He claimed that he never met E. Jean Carroll.
Who?
E. Jean Carroll, you didn't even know her name. The victim that he raped. Okay, that
I didn't hear what you
proved him
said.
guilty of raping her in court of law. Parker just specifically referenced this case alongside the felonies, right? Which were not by a specific individual, they're by the Justice Office in the state of New York. But you said everybody who's accused him used to be his buddy and hang out with him at Mar-a-Lago.
I didn't say. But I'm saying all the people that are hating Trump, all the Democrats like Obama and Hillary and all these people.
Yeah,
that
we're
are,
referencing the fact that you're saying if you're not born in the U.S., you shouldn't even be able to come into the U.S. if you're a rapist felon. But if you are born in the U.S., you should be able to lead the U.S. if you're a rapist felon.
I think I have no problem with people coming to our country legally. There's nothing wrong with that.
Pivot,
There's nothing
pivot,
wrong
pivot.
with.
So,
So you guys are
again,
okay with giving all of your tax money to all these illegal immigrants for free
you
housing?
understand that undocumented immigrants provide more to the economy than they take from it. Also, what you're not doing is you're not looking at the cause of why people are coming here undocumented. You're simply looking at like the symptoms, right? So why don't you reference specifically like conditions that we can make better for people who are living in South Central American countries, Middle Eastern countries around the world, so that they're less likely to come here in the first place if you think it's such a big issue.
Why can't they just make it better for themselves? We do it here. Everywhere's capitalism here.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't change anything. There's capitalism there. Thank you for the hint, Art. Thank you.
Then I guess they need to get off their butts and do something about it.
You just saying they need to get off their butts and do something about it is crazy when quite literally the United States has been meddling in their politics for decades.
And it's pretty known that even Kamala Harris come out and said that undocumented immigrants it's not a crime when it is a crime.
Wait, when did she say that?
One of her rallies that she had recently.
Yeah,
It was a small place. There's only like maybe 100 people there, but she said, "Oh, I deal with crime every day," because she used to be a prosecutor, which we know.
Thank you for the rose.
And she
Thank you
said,
so much.
"Undocumented immigrants is not. She doesn't consider that a crime."
Yeah, so there are definitely certain conditions where I wouldn't consider it a crime, but I don't think that she's referencing that like in general. Obviously, she's referencing like that there's like a violation of the law. So like she wouldn't dispute
It's
that
still a
there's
crime. A
violation
violation of law is a crime.
Okay, so then why do you want to vote for a criminal?
Most of his stuff that he had the felonies on is all stuff that was
Thank you
his
so much for
money
the
that he set
$7.
up.
Thank you so much. What's up? Say that again.
And he's technically not a felon because he hasn't been convicted yet.
He has been convicted of 34 felonies.
So until there's a sentencing, you're not a felon.
Hey,
I do
He's
know
been
the law.
convicted of 34 felonies already.
Yeah, but he hasn't been sentenced yet, so he can still
He's been
appeal it.
convicted though.
Okay,
Hey.
but he's not a felon because he hasn't been
But
sentenced.
he's been convicted, so he's a convicted felon.
So. I just don't believe people should be coming in
He's
this
just
country
not a
without.
sentenced felon. He's a convicted felon, but he just hasn't been sentenced.
You're not considered a felon until you're sentenced. You still have time to appeal your case. That's how the law works.
Yeah, so the appeal is not likely to go through. Good luck with that one.
But still, that means he still has time to appeal, just like anybody else. That's how our law system works.
Yeah, so as it relates to those particular things, the same thing with the classified documents case, right? You said that it got dropped. Well, the classified documents case is getting appealed.
So. And how do you feel about Kamala Harris's view on equity, having everybody have the same amount of money, like communism?
She's not arguing everyone to have the same amount of money. What she's arguing is that there should be like equity as it relates to like our society in terms of the differences between individuals as men and women, differences between individuals in terms of race. Like there shouldn't be these types of disparities that exist economically speaking.
There's
That's
not.
what she's referencing.
Everyone has
So
the
she's
same opportunity to make the same amount of money.
She's referencing like social equity.
Yeah, like socialism.
No, you don't know what social. Can you define socialism, ma'am?
Socialism is when the government helps people out, and socialism is your first step before you.
Wait,
get
I have a
communism.
question. So when firefighters do their job from the government, is that socialism?
No, it's a paid service that we pay for with our taxes.
Wait, but it's a service from the government, so that's socialism under your view.
So is food stamps.
So is Trump a socialist when he wants to enforce the border with border
Yes.
regions? Yes.
No.
Debbie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so
Sorry.
much. So Trump
I thought
is a
you said something
socialist. You heard it here first, folks. Trump is a socialist.
I was talking to my daughter over here. Sorry. No, he's not.
Okay, so wait, but so the border, the enforcing of the border patrol, right? Do you think that's socialism? Because that's the government doing stuff.
There's socialist programs, but there's also communism, and that's what she.
But is this
She's
socialism?
she's a very far left Marxist.
No, she's not. You don't know what
Yes, she
Marxism
is.
is. You have
Yes,
no
I
clue
do.
what Marxism is, Kelly.
What the
It's
hell is
communist.
Marxism?
She's like liberal. She's a neoliberal. Okay.
Dude,
Yes,
I
exactly.
can't. Hey, I also wanted to
Neoliberalism
correct-
is not Marxism. Neoliberalism is not communism, and it's not socialism. You have no clue what you're talking about.
I wanted to correct some misinformation spreaded earlier on the live. So you referenced a trans boxer from the Olympics.
Yes.
She's not trans.
So she's just a man.
Bruh.
No, she's a woman. I mean, I don't know how to pronounce her
cis
name.
woman.
So she was born a
I mean-
woman.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
female and a woman.
Yeah.
So biologically female and a woman.
Well, she has DSD, which would makes her chromosomally male and phenotypically female.
Yeah, but like I mean, typically speaking, doesn't that like they would still
Yeah.
go off of the sex female?
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
intersex leaning female. I think is the official.
Is like the official
classification.
determination.
Nicole, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really
Yo, Bobby
appreciate
G,
the
thank
love,
you so much
Nicole.
for the train. Thank you so much.
Right. And like just to reduce it down, the TERFs usually say, "You're a woman if you were born with a vagina." Well, she was born with a vagina,
Thank you.
so she's a woman under your view.
You got any response, Kelly? Like we've checked off transphobia, misogyny. We got to move on and see what else she's got.
I actually,
Mystery box.
she said that she was pro women's rights. Gave that whole like TERF speech, that like somehow justifies
Pro women's
transphobia
rights,
because of
but then
pro
she's
women's
voting
rights.
for someone who's been held legally responsible for sexually assaulting a woman.
I know, right? But I'm just interested if you're pro women's rights.
And a guy that walked into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Says he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. But you're like, socialism! Communism!
So do you have any response there, Kelly, about the misinformation that you shared on the live earlier?
Give me one. Like I said, let me deal with my daughter real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. In the arms of an angel. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, boy.
All right, let's get this next individual up here.
But if you guys want to support either myself or Parker, we both have our Vimos, Cash Apps, PayPal, and bio.
Yo, what's up, Patriot? Can you fix your mic? Mute on.
It's on. Can you hear me?
You have an echo. Mute on.
I will drop out and send in another request then.
Okay, I'll see if I see it. Frank, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Thank you for the hat and mustache as well. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You're like a million light years away from your microphone. Let's get the next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Someone's named my guest box as childless cat lady. That's making fun of JD Vance.
By the way, I'm only going to stick around for probably another guest. My head is spinning right now.
I feel you, man. Yo,
All right, sorry, I had to deal with my daughter. She was on the other phone. I had to talk to her.
Big brother, how old are you?
38.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he's a human being.
So is Kamala Harris.
No, she's not. It's a different species.
Are you trolling?
I think what he means is she doesn't know what race she is.
So, Kelly, do you want to address the misinformation that you shared on the live earlier?
About what?
Yeah, you said that a boxer at the Olympics was trans, right? Do you remember that?
She was she's not biologically a woman. You can look it up.
What do you think makes someone biologically
They
a
just
woman?
tested based on chromosomes. You understand someone can be intersex and have X, Y chromosomes, but also like be have
Yeah, and they tested
sex
her multiple times
characteristics
and
that are
had too high
associated
levels
with
of
the female
testosterone,
sex.
and they still let her fight.
Should she be allowed in the women's restroom?
No. They tested her several times.
But one second, I'm like curious. Why? Like she has a vagina and periods.
She
She
was
can get pregnant.
born a man.
Wait, the only difference between her and you is she has XY chromosomes.
She has high levels of testosterone as well.
Bruh. If you took testosterone, are you saying then you're a man?
I'm just curious.
I wouldn't.
Like she seems to check off like all of the boxes for women that you value, right? I mean, TERFs have very high standards and are very oppressive towards trans women. We all know this. But what box isn't she fitting here? Like, I'm just curious.
Maybe they need to have a separate bathroom for people who say I don't know.
No,
What's
she
wrong with
does
that?
know she's a woman and she's a female.
Dude, you just want to like segregate everybody. Like, what is wrong with you?
I'm just like, so like some women with PCOS can have
Like,
high
you're
levels
different
of
from me? Get the fuck out of here. Like, what?
Some women with
unfortunately, if it wasn't for people
higher
that
levels
abuse,
of testosterone, should they not be allowed within the women's women's restroom
maybe
either?
maybe if some people didn't abuse the fact of claiming to be trans just to get into a women's bathroom to do horrible things.
Wait, you understand that someone could you understand that a biological male could say that they're a trans man and be able to go into those bathrooms as well?
I'm sorry, what?
Because again, trans men present as masculine, so they could say that they're a trans man and then go into the women's restroom. Because under your view, think of this sunglasses. Thank you so much. People should go into the bathrooms based upon their biological sex. Trans men are biologically female, therefore should go into the women's restroom. So then, even though that they're male presenting, they oftentimes will have beards. Appreciate the singing mic. Thank you so much. They should go into the women's restroom under your view. So again, biological males could just say that they're trans men and could go into those bathrooms in particular. Grant, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Grant. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Cynthia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it as well. Caddy as well, thank you so much for the $10. And Debbie, thank you so much for the $10 as well.
Yeah.
Anthony, thank you so much for the $5 as well.
So basically, they are fighting for women's rights, and most Democrats, most liberals can't even define what an actual woman is.
We can define what a woman is.
Yeah, I just have another question, though. I mean, I personally define a woman as an adult human individual who assign themselves to particular, social roles typical of that of a female. But that aside, so you said that this fighter who's a woman, right, that ticks us all of your, all of your turf boxes, has a vagina, can get pregnant, has periods, etc. Right? You're saying that she shouldn't be allowed in the women's restroom because she has XY chromosomes, right?
Like I said, maybe they need to start making extra bathrooms. I actually used to work.
But my question to you is, if like I had Swyer syndrome, or the male equivalent, which meant I had XX chromosomes, like I was chromosomally female, should I be allowed in the women's restroom? Like me?
How about we revamp it? If you look like a woman, maybe I don't have a problem with it. But you have ones that clearly don't look like women.
Trans women that look like women to you should be able to in. So cis women who don't look like women to you shouldn't be allowed in?
You know what I'm saying? If somebody looks like they have a beard and a dress, yeah, maybe they shouldn't be allowed in women's bathrooms.
Okay. So say like a woman with PCOS. Chandra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. If they don't look as much like a woman enough to you, are you saying that they shouldn't be allowed into the women's restroom just because you feel like they don't look enough like a woman, even though they're biologically female and a woman?
As someone who has a kid, I just maybe feel like you want your kids to be safe in the bathroom. And unfortunately, people have ruined that for other people.
Are you not ensuring that your kids are safe in the context of the bathroom? Are you not like
my daughter's 17 years old. No, I don't follow
The only
her
difference here is I don't just want children to be safe in the restrooms. I also want women to be safe in the restrooms. And segregating trans women and even cis women now, according to you, from the women's restroom, do you think that'd put them at harm entering into the men's?
I'm sorry?
I want everyone to be safe in the bathroom, not just your kids, everybody. And that's why I think that trans women should be able to use women's restrooms, because it specifically reduces the likelihood of a trans woman getting attacked in the men's restroom, and it also specifically reduces the likelihood of a cis man abusing your biological sex separation of the rooms and entering into the women's restroom by claiming that they're a trans man, right? Segregating the restrooms on the basis of biological sex only leads to more masculine presenting people entering into the space, as it is the case that I'd say trans men are typically more masculine presenting than trans women would be, and you'd be saying that these more masculine trans men should be going into the women's restroom, which would only open the door towards more cis men saying they're trans and going into space. We keep your kids safer, we keep the trans women safer, we keep the trans men safer by segregating the restrooms on basis of gender identity, not biological sex.
Now, what about locker rooms where men have to undress and show themselves?
There should be locker rooms that are individualized where you can change alone. I don't want to see anyone's ass cheeks when I'm in the locker room either, right? As I don't want to see any other biological male's ass cheeks.
Well, I'm saying, but what about women that are in there with biological men that are trans women that still
I think all changing rooms should have individualized changing spaces.
But they don't.
Right. I think they should.
Yeah, we're just saying
we're talking about what they should be. That's how they should be. Carol, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Carol.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, why should they revamp every single changing area in the entire United States for all the different...
Wait, you're saying they should make new bathrooms. That's what you literally just said, Kelly.
Yeah, and Kelly, aren't you the one saying that trans women shouldn't be allowed in the women's restroom because it makes a cis women uncomfortable according to your deluded worldview? Well, what have I said when I go into a public locker room and I see someone else, I see another cis man's penis, that makes me uncomfortable? Shouldn't this allow me the same right that you think cis women should have?
I'm just saying, unfortunately, some people have ruined it for everybody. There have been
no. Answer my question. You're specifically saying that we should segregate trans women from the women's restroom because you think that it makes some cis women uncomfortable.
Veronica, thank you for the $5.
Having a separate bathroom, like a family bathroom.
What I'm specifically asking you is when I go into a man's changing room and I see
Grant, thank you for the $28. Thank you so much. They said Dean's Cash App isn't working. Thank you so much, Grant. I really appreciate it.
His does. You could just send it to him and then say it's for Dean. But anyways,
Amber, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Or Venmo, or PayPal,
Yeah.
And I do have to, claim it as
You're saying when you go into a men's bathroom and you see another man's penis, you don't like it, makes you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
And that's why.
What? Yeah, absolutely. That would make me feel uncomfortable.
Individualized, yeah.
Is it like a jealousy thing?
Girl, I don't want to see someone's fucking pee-pee, bro. That doesn't mean I'm jealous. What?
Well, I'm just saying that's a normal thing. If I go in a bathroom and I saw a woman pee, it wouldn't offend me because she's the same as me. She has the same equipment as me. She's a woman.
Wait, so just because someone has like the same genitalia as you doesn't mean that you want to see it. That's like basically saying that like it's okay for people to like, show themselves naked to each other in public just because you have the same quote unquote equipment.
I'm just saying, but if I happen to see it,
like that little fucking joke that you just made. Imagine saying that to a woman.
What?
The little joke you just made when we expressed to you that we'd obviously be made uncomfortable by seeing another man's junk in like a public
Ruby,
locker
thank you
room.
for the $5. Thank you so much.
Then you just automatically turned back around to us and then said, "Oh, is it a jealousy thing?" Try to like make it like light. Yeah, what if you said that to a woman about seeing a man's junk?
Hugo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
That's like insane.
Why would a woman be jealous?
oh my God, we're not implying that they'd be jealous, but just like discounting the fact that they'd be made uncomfortable by like seeing a random dude's junk.
But when men go into bathrooms, they know there's urinal there. They know there's a chance that you could see that. You're going in there knowing that fact.
I go in there knowing that I'm going to be uncomfortable. Yeah, I go in there knowing that there's going to be a chance I'm going to be uncomfortable. Sorry, Parker.
Yeah, like, also, just because you know that something's possible to happen doesn't mean it should happen, or, like, you should be okay with it happening. Like, when you drive a car, you know that you could possibly die. That doesn't mean you consent to dying.
And Veronica, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Veronica.
So just because it's possible that a trans woman could go in there and grape someone, it's okay. It's okay because there's just a small possibility.
No, what we're saying is that it doesn't increase the likelihood of this happening. Actually, violence is more likely to happen if you have something that's non-inclusive of trans people, especially to trans people.
Are you just? Oh, it's funny. It's funny because what you're doing right now, you're demonizing trans women unjustly and saying this is why we should segregate them. What happened to the African Americans in the 1950s and 60s?
Well, they're doing it to themselves now. They have a lot of African Americans. They want to segregate themselves now.
Bro,
over the COVID during COVID, yeah, they
Steph, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. What?
Black only spaces. They wanted.
Dude,
black only colleges.
What are you talking about, bro?
He's talking about segregation.
Why are you saying that black people are segregating themselves? Like, why are you saying that?
Did you not hear? Did you not
understand? When we bring up
COVID?
historical segregation.
Grant, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you. Let's get some massive W grants in the comment section. Oh yeah, opting for like particular like safe spaces where it is generally pertained to specifically black people isn't opting for segregation. It's like me locking my door at night to keep the robbers out because they want to keep people like you out of some of their fucking spaces because they don't have to entertain some of those bigoted takes. No, one second. Hey Kelly, I'm talking. I'm so sorry that there's particular like African Americans that would like to hold the sanctity of some safe spaces away from bigoted ass disinformed individuals such as yourself. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
So what if I said I wanted a white only space? Wouldn't that be like the R word? When they would call me,
yeah. What system of oppression exists against you? You're making that white only space because you feel superior, not because you want to.
Black people are not oppressed. I don't care what anybody says. Black people are not oppressed.
Oh my God.
They have the same.
So you don't believe in medical racism. You don't believe in police brutality, right? Specifically targeting people who are black at a greater degree. What about specifically there being greater levels of charges applied to the black community, but when they're actually like gone through the court system, right? A lot more people who are black are exonerated. So there's a significantly greater proportion of people who are black who are exonerated of these crimes because they aren't applicable.
I mean, I do believe that there are people that are the R word. I 100% believe that yes, there are. I don't know if you can say that.
Donald Trump, and you're voting for him?
He's not a racist.
1973.
Yes, he is. Yeah, 1970. Literally, then there were specifically like housing discrimination lawsuits that indicated that they would put C on applications of non-white individuals to indicate that they shouldn't tell them that there are openings. Lauren, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. They would tell white families there are openings, black families there are not openings. The Central Park Five, he called for the death penalty for five black kids. Right.
Yeah, the day after it happened.
And he never apologized for it. The birther movement that he specifically made more popular, saying that the first black president was born in Africa when there's no sufficient evidence that when we have birth certificates of him born in the United States. Right.
Or saying that Kamala Harris became black.
Yeah, like that.
Back.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, she has said that she's Indian. Then she's also said she was Jamaican. And she's also
Indian.
Wait, you understand?
She's Jamaican.
So why do conservatives not understand what it means to be like biracial?
I understand that she's whatever people want her to be.
No, her mother's South Asian and her father's Afro-Jamaican. Get a
her father
fucking
was also
clue.
a slave owner. Her family was slave owners.
No, her father was not a slave owner. Dumb nuts.
Not her father, but her ancestors were slave owners.
Hey, I have a question.
Girl, your ancestors more likely were. What are you talking about?
Also,
her family was slave owners.
Kelly,
can you give me any evidence?
So
yeah, there's plenty of history. There's stories about it.
Yeah, give me any source. Give me any source. I just want to hear it. Any source.
I actually do think that is
what
true.
ancestors?
I know that the name's public, but like here's the thing, right? I'm gonna wait for Kelly to get back to ask her this. Isaiah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Even during Emancipation era slavery here at home in the U.S., the white plantation owners would grape the black slaves, and they'd have what? Babies. Where do you think these family ties to slave owners come from, Kelly? It's not from owning the plantation and being down that linear line of superiority, right, in accordance with what the deranged white people thought. It's by a far back ancestor being the victim of grape at the hands of the white plantation owner.
What are you looking for, Kelly? You there, Kelly? All right, everyone, do give it a second.
Ashana, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Ashana, for quote-unquote spitting facts. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W, Ashana. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kelly.
And there's gonna be websites that say, oh, there's no context, but the same thing goes for Trump with all his like the child.
He was held civilly responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He's got 34 felonies he's been convicted of in a criminal court. So I don't understand what your point is.
So you're saying he actually was convicted of SA?
He was held legally responsible by a civil court unanimously by 9
Then why
jurors.
wouldn't he be in jail?
Because it was in a civil court and that fined him specifically. The reason why it couldn't be applied in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations laws, which means it's been too many years since the event, which is a terrible law in the first place.
In what year did this come to play?
1996.
So, is that when it happened?
Yeah.
And when
then
did they
filed
finally
it
come
in
forward with
2019.
it? I'm sorry?
They filed in 2019, so 23 years later.
Also,
Yeah,
can you
so why
respond
would
to what
somebody
we're
wait that
just talking
long?
about? Kelly, you made the claim that her ancestors were slave owners.
Yeah.
And I shared some very important information with you because I wanted like stop the spread of misinformation to like use this as some like honestly racist talking point against her. So what did I respond to that?
Sorry, my dog bit my foot. I swear, dog. I'm saying the reason I say is like, so why would somebody wait 20-something years to come forward about Trump doing something to them? That don't make sense. Why would you wait?
Victims wait that long all the time, or don't come out in the first place. So I don't know why you're assuming that it's wrong instead of looking at the story of Donald Trump.
Biden? Do you believe that?
She perjured herself in court and then fled to Russia and joined a propaganda disinformation campaign in Russia. Not only that specifically, but you want to look at the cases that relates to Donald Trump. Why did he lie about knowing her? He said he never knew her. There are pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. Right, so either he's so incoherent that he can't tell the difference between her and his ex-wife, right? Or it is the case that she quite literally is his type and he would have abused her.
So you think he's incompetent and can't run their country?
No, I said it was one or the other. Which one do you think it is?
I mean, I'm sure he knew a lot of people. Maybe you don't remember everybody. I don't know.
Chandra, thank you for the $10 on
No, but he mistook his ex-wife, or E. Jean Carroll, for his ex-wife. After saying that he wouldn't have abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type. He got with his ex-wife, so apparently she was his type, or he still gets with people who aren't his type. Right, so again, you got no...
That's not exactly like...
Isaiah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So.
Yo, Kamar, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Kamar. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Kamar, and also Sandra. I really appreciate the both of you guys. Thank y'all both so much.
Sorry, my puppy is being a little pain in the butt. Come.
You got any response to that, Kelly?
So let me get my puppy out of here because she'll bark. Okay. She's loud.
Okay. Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Drilling our own oil, lower prices on gas.
We have more oil production now in the United States than ever in American history or of any country ever.
Then how come our gas is triple the price as it was?
Because we're getting less oil from other countries around the world.
That makes no sense.
That's literally what's happening.
Demand works.
We're getting less oil from Russia, right? And we're also getting less oil from OPEC because Trump brokered a deal with them to cut oil production, and it was extended.
Yeah.
Less taxes on us.
So actually, we're still under Trump tax policy right now.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it is the case that the Harris administration wants to keep all the tax cuts that were applicable to people under $400,000 a year under the Trump tax cuts, and then get rid of the tax cuts for people who make over $400,000 a year and actually increase on their income over $400,000, which would pay for a child tax credit of 2021, decrease child poverty by 50%, and increase the tax credit from $2,000 to $3,600 per kid under the age of 5 years old.
So you're saying this is what she wants to do?
Yeah, that's the
So
proposal.
they've had 3.5 years to do this and they haven't done it.
No, because the tax policy is through the legislative branch, and this is what they're going to influence to get passed. The same way that Trump
All the
did
stuff
in
that they promised that they want to do. in the
Nicolo,
next,
thank you so
next
much for the
term,
dollar. Thank you so much.
They've had 4 years to do it.
You understand
They
that
talk about-
the
they wanna-
legislative branch deals with it, and they don't do the tax policy until the sun sets. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you.
I'm not just talking about that. There's plenty of policies that they've said that they want to implement. Oh, we want to do this. We want to do that. They've had 4 years to do
Zach, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Saying
Yeah, and
keep it up, Dean. I appreciate you for the love, Zach. Thank you.
And they got past the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Trump didn't get passed. Right? They tried to get past the border bill. Donald Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," because he got people not to vote for it.
I'm just saying, like all the stuff that they promised, they could have done a lot of this stuff. Maybe not everything. I get that. But
Trump didn't repeal and replace the ACA. He provided no plan for that. He didn't make Mexico pay for the wall and build the wall. Only 23% of the wall has been built, and Mexico damn well didn't pay for it. He said he was going to bring back jobs to the United States from countries around the world. Actually, more jobs were outsourced under his administration than brought back.
and where's your source for that?
Yeah, so you can look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They have all of the economic data related to employment. Appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. And look at it by year. You can see the unemployment rate increase, and you can also see
Well, of course it
the
increased
amount of
because
jobs.
everyone's unemployment because
Amelia,
of
thank you for
COVID.
the $10. Thank you so much. Decrease, especially jobs in manufacturing.
I'm saying unemployment definitely increased during COVID. That had nothing to
He
do
didn't
with.
fix the issue. He said he was going to do it, and he didn't do it. So you saying that like Trump doesn't do these things, or no, Biden doesn't do these things, or Harris doesn't do these things is ridiculous. When Trump hasn't done so much, and actually, the Harris administration, the Biden-Harris administration, has done a lot of what they said they were going to do. The largest investment in renewable energy ever. The $35 cap on insulin for seniors. The PACT Act expanding veterans' access to health care. Right, for people who are exposed to burn pits or toxic substances.
I mean, I guess I would be
infrastructure
lying.
bill.
I would be lying too if I was getting paid because I know a lot of you guys get paid to say all this stuff. I don't get paid. I actually go to work.
Kelly,
Bro,
who do you think I'm paid by?
Dude,
Doesn't matter.
Kelly,
I know a lot of you guys. A lot of people that have a lot of followers get paid.
Wait, Kelly, can you actually give me any reason to believe that I'm paid?
And then after that, I want to reference back an older claim because I actually.
Oh wait, before you, I want to hear what she says to that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying a lot of creators are getting paid. There's
Who?
proof of it.
By who?
James, thank you for the enchanted.
Who paid by who?
I don't know, Democratic supporters, they get paid.
Emilio, thank you for the $10.
paid.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah, so people in the live who like us, they send us money. Yeah.
Yeah, like,
I'm not talking about
they
them. They're
donate.
stupid.
What the
What?
fuck? Don't call the people
Why are you
who
calling
donate to
them
me and Parker
stupid?
stupid.
Wait,
Listen,
wait, Kelly. How many continents are there?
Yeah.
7.
What are they?
Wow.
Africa, Europe, Russia,
Okay.
Asia,
Okay.
North America,
Russia's not a
South
continent.
America.
She said Russia was a continent. Okay, so that's all you needed to know,
Yeah.
Chad. She called you
Yeah.
stupid in the chat, everyone, but she thought Russia was a continent. Okay.
And Kelly,
Emilio, thank you so
I
much for the
actually-
$10 for being stupid. Thank you so much.
I wanted to reference something from a bit ago that I personally just thought was important because I just God, dude, the racist misinformation against Kamala Harris that I've been seeing recently, it's honestly deplorable. It's gross. So earlier you made the claim that she's
Gwen, thank you for the $3.33 for being stupid. Thank you so much.
that she's a descendant of a slave
Nala,
owner.
thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Nala. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
So when you said that she was a descendant of a slave owner, what was the hopeful implication there?
I'm just saying, well, I might have slave owners in my family too. I don't know. But
But what was the implication there?
Thank you for that.
Okay,
Thank you for that. I see you,
she's
Vicky.
the
That's
descendant of a slave owner. What are you intending to have that tell us? What's the message there?
I'm just saying, black people all the time feel like they're oppressed because of slavery, which is over 100 years ago. Maybe they need to get over it.
Saying black people just need to get over slavery is crazy.
Yes,
Thank you-
because
thank
it
you so
doesn't
much.
affect
That's
them.
definitely racism. Saying it doesn't affect them is crazy, especially for the
Abel, thank you
continued
for
racism
the-
with Jim Crow, redlining, with systemic racism today in terms of police brutality, in terms of medical racism. There are plenty of things that still impact people in terms of racism today as it relates to the criminal justice system, right? They're significantly more likely to be charged with the crime, but when they are charged with the crime, they're more likely to be exonerated because it wasn't applicable to them. Thank you for the Rose. Thank you so much. Stop
Abel,
and frisk.
thank you so much.
affects people in black communities at a significantly higher rate, right, than the white population, as in terms of per capita rates. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. There are plenty of things that still impact people in the United States today based upon race. To say that that doesn't exist, I think, is very ridiculous and shows the very privilege.
So if the oppression is a real thing, then how can we have very successful black people?
Well,
Wait, saying that there are successful black
less
people
likely to be successful because of slavery and its aftermath.
Yeah, saying that there's successful black people does not mean that there's no oppression in this country. That's like saying because the queen exists, there was no oppression against women in plenty of societies throughout history because there was a queen. Appreciate the duck. Thank you so much. And the queen was treated well. How could you say that there's misogyny or patriarchy in the
Grant,
system
thank
of
you
the
for the
monarchy?
$15 on
Appreciate the
PayPal.
box.
I really
Thank you so
appreciate
much.
you for the love,
because there's a
Grant.
queen.
Thank you for the love.
Like
Grant.
what the fuck are you saying, Kelly?
So a great example of this would be so like during like
Bradley, thank you for the $5 for being a big old dummy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Nicola, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you for the $10 for being stupid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Kurtz, thank you for the $3.33 for moving to the continent of Russia. Veronica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the stupidest support. Thank you so much, Grant. Thank you for the $15 for Parker's payroll. Thank you so much.
Like the ultimate
Frankie,
point.
thank you for the $3.33 for the like the shirt. Appreciate it.
The ultimate point that I wanted to get to there before you said like the dumbest shit known to mankind was ultimately the reason a lot of like African Americans today have some African Americans today, let's just speak in the context of that, would have slave owners in their ancestry line was because their ancestors were raped by slave owners. Not like because they are direct descendants that had recognized social superiority over black people.
Romeo,
no,
thank you for the $2.
A white person, a white plantation owner, would have raped one of their ancestors, which led to that ancestor being present. And this is also true when we're speaking about Kamala Harris. So
But when
she
you're saying
particularly
somebody's
has an Irish
ancestor-
slave owner named Donald Harris. Wait,
Hi,
not
thank you for the
Donald.
$5. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
She particularly has a slave owner by the name of Hamilton Brown, about 5 generations back. And Hamilton Brown was an Irish slave owner that had immigrated to Jamaica. And with the transatlantic slave trade being very well and alive, obviously he had bought Africans at that point. And what we can assume, due to the fact that he'd be within her ancestry, is that he raped a woman African that was shipped from the continent, and that would be the ancestry that would exist between her and that Irish slave owner.
Thank you so much. Creds, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
I'm saying there's slaves there was slaves all over history. In other
Liberian
countries
wins
too.
again. Look at that. Yo, MER, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Vanessa, thank you for the $1 for I'm the dumbest dummy. Thank you so much. Zid, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Romeo, thank you. Oh, they got hate speech, hateful behaviors. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for Kelly is crazy. Reed, thank you so much for the $30 for being stupid. Thank you so much. Mika, thank you for the $1. Cam, thank you for the $5 for being stupid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you for the $5 for being stupid and hail the continent of Russia. Thank you so much.
Damn, they're going crazy. Also, Joe, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Joe. And Brittany with the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much, Brittany. I appreciate you, Joe.
Rhea,
and Brittany.
thank you for the $5 for being stupid. Erica, thank you for the $5 for Let's Be Stupid. Thank you so much. And Tristan, thank you for the $13.12. I appreciate it. Thank you. John, what's up? How old are you?
Hey.
How old are you?
45.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am, yeah.
What's so?
He speaks for the real people, not the government.
What time is it right now?
In the UK, it's 1:45 a.m.
You can't vote if you live in the UK, bro.
Joe, thank you for another $10 to
Thomas,
be
thank you
stupid.
so much
I
for the
appreciate you for the love,
$10.
Joe.
Thank you so much for being stupid. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being stupid, Joe. You're a real one. Thank you for the
Finn,
love.
thank you for the $6.66 for KK. Kelly, oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Hey, I'm going to go ahead and dip down here. My head is about to explode.
All right, Dean. Have a good day, man. Brooke,
Yeah,
thank
you
you for the
as well,
$1
man.
for being stupid. Thank you.
And
what's up? How old are you?
Y'all in chat, I love you all. Everyone else, have a phenomenal rest of your night. Guys, keep double tapping on that phone screen for Parker, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Chandra, thank you for the $10 for being stupid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
What's that?
I don't really want to say why so right now. All I'm saying is you guys are paid. Palette Media pays you guys.
Palette Media? How am I affiliated with Palette
sponsored.
Media?
What's that?
How am I affiliated with Palette Media?
You, Harry Sisson, all them fuckers.
He's affiliated with Palette Management, not Palette Media, and I'm
which
not
is the
affiliated
same.
with,
Which is the same thing. Which is the same
and
thing.
I'm not affiliated with Palette Media nor Palette Management. So I don't know how you get that. How you get that?
You guys all are. You guys are all paid by the DNC.
How am I paid by the DNC?
I don't have direct proof, but like, come on now, who works all the
no
time?
reason?
What's that?
But so you just believe it with no reason? So the same way that you just accept allegations like that as it relates to me, would you be okay with accepting the allegations of that Donald Trump raped Katie Johnson with Jeffrey Epstein, imprisoned her, and abused and tortured her? Quincy, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with all that stuff, but
Yeah, but you accept things with no evidence, right? So any allegations you'd accept, right?
But yes, to be fair, I would accept that. I'm not familiar with it, but
So you would accept that? Okay, so then obviously why would you vote for someone who did that? Heidi, thank you so much for the $5 for being stupid with the DNC. Thank you so much.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not like really in a place to debate, and I'm not like, I got a lot of stuff, but
why'd you send a guest request then?
Because I just wanted to say you guys are definitely paid.
Wait, but you have no evidence. You have no reason to believe that. You just think I'm paid for no reason?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You sound pretty crazy, man.
I sound crazy?
Yeah, you do. You definitely do sound crazy. You just believe that I'm paid. I'm literally some random kid from Iowa, and you believe I'm paid by the DNC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Crazy. Yeah. So no evidence. So how about you're paid by the RNC to come up here and to like cause drama?
Yeah, dude. With like my 50 followers, I am. You're right.
Yeah, exactly.
They pay me a lot of money to come up.
Exactly. How'd they get into contact with me?
Anyways, my question is, what I was also wondering is, what do you think of Biden and everyone saying, let's welcome our first woman vice president of South Asian descent?
Yeah, she has South Asian descent, and her father is also Afro-Jamaican.
Why is she not mentioning that now?
She's talked about being black plenty of times. Like, for example, in 2019 on The Breakfast Club, she's talked about how she's black and how people like deny her black identity. You got harassment and bullying, so I have to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Oh, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Mainly the economy. That's just me. I'm not a political guru. I'm just not, but I pay attention to it as much as I can. What
about the economy?
Well, for one, gas prices. This is me personally. I believe that the gas prices were a lot better in 2020 before Biden took office. They were about $1.80 here in Alabama. Now we're looking at about $3 to $3.20.
So what did the Biden-Harris administration do that caused gas prices to go up?
Well, of course they cut the gas. Hang on, let me back up here. So they shut that the pipeline down out there.
No, they didn't.
Okay, so
the XL pipeline that you're referencing, that was the Supreme Court.
Okay, so the Supreme Court did that.
TT, thank
Okay.
you so much for the $8.80. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So the Supreme Court is mainly ruled by what, Democrats or Republicans? Tell me.
Well, at that particular time, I think this is like, isn't this like this is after Trump added 3 Supreme Court justices. So I think it's 6-3 conservatives.
6-3 conservatives. Okay. So conservative, of course, we understand that conservative go either way, left or right, correct?
Conservatives the conservatives that were just added to the Supreme Court specifically just overturned Roe versus Wade.
Okay, I'm not getting into this. I'm talking about a pipeline. I'm talking about gas prices. We're not going into all that abortion stuff right now. So right now we're talking about the gas prices. So the gas prices all obviously were a lot better in 2020 before Biden took office. I know that because I pay gas all the time. I drive a company vehicle, so I see the gas prices when I fill up my company vehicle.
Yeah, I understand gas prices have gone up, but like we drill more oil in the United States now than any point in American history. Not only that, we invested the most in renewable energies now than any point in American history. Along with that, specifically, the reason why it is the case that gas prices have gone up is due to the reduction in the amount of oil that we're specifically getting from Russia and from OPEC, because Trump signed a deal with Saudi Arabia to cut their oil production.
Okay, so that's another issue we have. We should not be getting gas from anywhere other than the United States. We need to be self-sufficient.
That's crazy. Even under Trump's administration, we didn't do that. We still got stuff from other places around the world. That's how we had low gas prices. Okay, if you just want stuff done here in the United States, well, then you'd support investing in renewable energies to build up our energy grids here in the United States and bring back manufacturing for the United States in a manner that's going to stay around in the future.
Okay, so I believe we need to be self-sufficient. This is why, because first of all, it creates more jobs in the oil industry.
So you support investing in renewable energies, right?
So when you say renewable energies, you're talking about explain yourself on renewable energy. So like gas and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
What?
What do you
No, renewable energies, I mean like solar, wind.
Okay,
right?
so
things like that.
So we can use some things with solar solar and wind. We actually have some things that run off of that, but we can't be specifically using that. Okay, we just can't. It's not as efficient as gas. Okay, so let me put it this way.
It can be. Once we invest in it more, it's going to become cheaper.
Okay, hang on. Here's the thing. So this country has been using gas, oil, and everything for God knows how long. And so let's say because the Biden administration wants to be completely cut out gas, oil, and everything like that, and go straight electric, wind for better.
No, they don't want to cut out gas. We have the most production of oil now than any point in American history.
What I'm saying is they want to they got that green plan where it shuts out.
No, you're thinking Green New Deal, which is not something that the Biden-Harris administration has brought up.
So where'd that come from then?
That's like you're thinking like Bernie.
Okay, all right. So, but they do support the Green New Deal, correct?
No, they haven't given support specifically for that in their time in office.
Okay, so do they want to go away from gas more? Because I think that's what I've heard.
In the future, at some point.
Well, that's not possible.
Yes, it is. It is possible.
Okay, so in the northern states where it gets negative degrees pretty much.
Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
No, I do not. I do not. This is the reason.
So why? So you dispute the consensus within climate scientists, or within climate science, that 97% of climate scientists specifically indicate that there's human-caused climate change?
Yes, I totally disagree with that. They do. Okay. Climate change is not a real thing. Nobody can convince.
So
me that.
You just deny science. So do you believe in evolution?
No, I do not believe in evolution.
Do you believe germs exist?
Of course, I believe germs exist. Come on, dude.
Yeah, that's germ theory. That's science, by the way.
Okay, I didn't debunk.
Yeah, do you believe in the Big Bang?
No.
No. Do you believe in gravity?
Well, of course I believe in gravity.
That's science.
Okay, did I say that I don't believe in science? I just don't believe in Big Bang and evolution. Okay, so
that's
tell me how evolution works.
So adaptations will lead to a natural selection, specifically of particular traits in which yield reproduction.
Okay. So natural selection is actually something based science. I'm talking about evolution. You believe in evolution like we came from monkeys. That's what I got from that.
We're great apes. We didn't come from monkeys. Monkeys came from the same common ancestor that we have, right? Millions of years ago. Okay,
so why are we not having middle evolutionized apes around here somewhere? Why are we not having that? Because it's not.
So no, we're not understanding. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. We have fossils of that. Okay.
Fossils of that, but so
we have fossils of transitionary, different types of apes towards humans.
Do you think evolution just stops because we just decide we're good? We have enough people on the earth?
No, it hasn't stopped. We're still adapting.
No. You're going off the wrong side. You're going way off.
There are some humans that don't have as many wisdom teeth, right? That's an adaptation that's changing over time.
Okay, so that's genetics. That's genetics, because I have a niece that has some teeth that are missing that her mom has that she doesn't. or her dad didn't have that she doesn't have. So that's genetics. That is not evolution. That is not natural selection. The evolution in y'all's theory is
that is evolution. So like,
no, it's not. How is it? How is it evolution? How is it evolution?
I just explained it to you. But
okay, so natural selection.
okay, so what the point I'm making is that you deny science, right? So
no, I do not deny science.
You clearly do deny science. Angie, thank you so much for the hanging lights.
So do you believe in God then?
No.
You don't. Okay, so this is the question I have, and this is not a religious debate. I'm not even hardly gonna go into that. Okay. So let's get back to topic. Economics. Okay, economics.
Can you give me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Okay, so he's cutting our taxes. He's cutting our taxes, but I think he also needs to cut the taxes.
So the Tax Cut and Jobs Act? So the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, specifically, most of that policy went to the top 1%. Not only did most of it go to the top 1%, but it is the case that it added 1.9 trillion to debt and only increased annual GDP by 0.02% a year. That's from a liberal and conservative economist in Harvard. Not only that, but the Harris administration wants to keep the Trump tax cuts that are applicable to people who make under $400,000 a year, and increase taxes for people who make over $400,000 a year on their income over $400,000, specifically to bring back the 2021 child tax credit that decreases taxes for the middle class by increasing the tax credit for each kid up to $3,600 from $2,000.
Okay,
which decreased when implemented child poverty by 50%.
Okay, so here's the problem I have with increasing the taxes on the top 1%, as you say. So,
Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Katie.
Who are the top 1% in this country? So the top 1% run companies like Walmart, Publix, where we get our gas from. That's who. Our truckers. All of our supply lines. Those are the people who own those companies who actually are getting higher taxes. So this is the thing. So if you raise the taxes on somebody who makes $1.6 million a year, we'll just use that as an easy number. So you raise their taxes from 10% to 15%. Well, they don't care because they control how much money it costs for us to buy things from them. So all they do is just pick up the price of everything. And even if you do give us a tax cut, if you raise their taxes up to 5%, they raise their prices of what they supply up 10%.
Historically speaking, that hasn't happened. There have been higher effective tax rates specifically throughout history, right, and which have not yielded this issue. Okay, there's currently an issue with price gouging. There's currently an issue with people with corporate greed, specifically where wages since the 1980s, since the adoption of trickle-down economics, have stopped increasing with productivity when prior they did.
Okay, so you're saying
so you'd think that when you gave more money to companies to be able to take care of their business and stuff like that they would help their workers. No, actually they help themselves. They engage in stock buybacks. They do things that specifically benefit them as investors, not the workers. So otherwise, what we want them to do is we want to say either you're going to get taxed or you should give it to help your workers. That's the idea. That causes an actual increase in wages with productivity, what people are worth.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you're saying is that they're wanting to up the taxes of everything. Okay, for them. Okay,
for income over 400,000.
Okay, so
if you don't have any income over 400,000, your taxes will stay the same.
Okay, his taxes will stay the same. Okay, so that I agree with. Anything under 400,000, yeah, absolutely. We do not need up our taxes. But here's the problem I have, and I think you're missing it. So let's say you own Walmart, right? Let's just say you're the founder of Walmart. You're in the top 1%. You're making around a couple billion a year, and your taxes right now are 25%. Okay, so if the government comes and says, "Hey, we're going to up your taxes to 35% or even 45%,"
again, what I just told you is that historically speaking, we had higher effective tax rates.
What are you going to do if you're in that situation? What are you going to do to make sure that even if you do,
what I'm going to do is different than what the market's going to do. But what you're not understanding is that, again, we have data on this historically speaking, and the data clearly indicates that unless they have an incentive to give it to their workers, they're not going to. And just decreasing taxes on them does not give them a greater incentive to give it to their workers. That's what I'm saying. Putting a tax on them that if they don't give it to their workers, that it's going to then yield a tax for them specifically, gives them an incentive to give it to their workers.
Okay, so what makes them stay in America then? If they are made to do something they are not wanting to do, why don't they just move out of the country and hire somebody in a I'll say less fortunate country, let's say, and I hate to say it this way, China. You go to China, you can hire somebody for pennies on the dollar for what we pay our workers. Why don't they just move over there, and then that makes us less self-sufficient? Why don't they do that?
So businesses have already been doing that for decades,
and that's a problem. We shouldn't do that. We want
wait. So what's your solution?
What's our solution? Lower their taxes and keep our taxes the same.
No, but inevitably speaking, you're still going to be able to keep we're still going to lose jobs because it'll still be cheaper there, even without having as many taxes.
So we're going to lose jobs here because
either way we're losing jobs. Yeah.
If we keep it here,
regardless, either way, you're going to lose jobs to other countries.
So okay. So why are we worried about other countries too much? We need to worry about America. We need to worry about America first. America comes
That's
first.
What you're not doing, because Donald Trump. Do you think prices are a big issue right now?
Absolutely.
Then why do you want to vote in a person that wants to make prices worse off? Because he wants to increase tariffs. Tariffs cause inflationary pressure. You can look at like the likelihood of tariffs being passed on to the consumer comparative to other types of taxes. Tariffs have a significantly higher rate of being passed on to the consumer.
When did he say that? I've never even heard him say that. Nothing that he has said that I've heard is actually.
Look up Trump tariff plan.
Okay, look up Trump. Look, man, this is the thing. I've been through both presidencies, Trump's presidency and Biden's presidency. I've had less money and I pay more for everything now than I have years ago. And
I understand, but that wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Name the policy that caused that.
All right, so look at Obama. Okay, so
Can you name the policy that caused that, please?
Look at Obama's presidency. Any kind of Democratic presidency, as soon as they go in, prices go up. As soon as they come out.
Did you know that gas prices were lower under Obama's administration in 2016 compared to any point in Trump's administration?
What were they in 2016?
$1.87 on average in the United States, and the lowest under Trump's administration, even during COVID, was like $1.90 something.
So you're talking 10 cents.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that there's the lower rate of gases under Obama's administration. You said prices were higher. No, actually prices were lower.
So now,
and also during COVID, people were like literally not leaving their houses as much. So obviously the price being lower under Obama's administration is pretty good comparative to that, because it is the case that was that was without people staying at home as much.
Okay, so now this is what I've heard in the recent, that Democrats say that the gas prices are better under the Biden administration. He took gas prices when he went and got it inaugurated, that the gas prices were.
I don't think he's like solely. I wouldn't say he's like responsible for that.
Well,
I think that people are looking at a correlation causation fallacy there.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So you said that on average through the entire Trump presidency was $1.92, correct? On average.
No, not the entire. No, I said at a point, like a month on the month average. The lowest month average was like 192.
What year was that?
In 2020.
In 2020. Oh, okay. So that was right before he got out of office. So
and it was during COVID.
When Biden took office, that's when the prices went stupid high.
The prices went up because Trump signed a deal with Saudi Arabia for them to cut oil production. And then also the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office, led to us getting less Russian oil.
Do you know the reason?
There was a reduction in global available oil supply to us, even though we increased oil production in the United States to degrees that have never been seen by any country ever at any point in time. And we had the most investment in renewable energy ever.
You talking about under the Biden administration?
I'm saying under the Biden-Harris administration, yeah.
I just can't believe that. Really, I'm serious. I mean,
you can find this on the Energy Information Administration. Look up U.S. oil production, and then on the Energy Information Administration .gov, you can specifically see this.
Well, I just find it hard to believe that we're so much more self-sufficient now. Evidently.
Yeah, we are. We actually are in terms of energy. Because we've invested in renewable energies and we produce more oil.
And our gas prices are higher. You're kidding me, right?
I literally just explained to you. It's supply and demand. We're getting less supply from countries around the world, right, of cheap oil, right? So even though we're producing more in the United States now, that doesn't compensate for the amount of oil that we are not getting from other countries around the world to the same degree.
Well, you
Does
know,
that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're saying, supply and demand. I totally get that. But the reason he did he do that in 2020?
Matthew, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you so much, Matthew. What were you saying?
So did he do that in 2020? I'm talking about Trump. He did that in 2020, right? He shut the oil down from other countries, correct?
Trump?
Yeah, is that what he did in 2020?
So he signed a deal with Saudi Arabia to cut oil production.
Right. What year?
That was in 2020.
Okay, so he was getting ready to be more self-sufficient here. So he was cutting that off. So he was fixing to open up 2 more pipelines. Okay, which Biden shut down 1 pipeline.
No, the XL pipeline that you're referencing, that was the Supreme Court, and he followed through with the court order.
So who started that? Who started that? There has to be someone who started that.
It's the Supreme Court determination.
I understand that
and he just followed through with the court order.
Who's the one that started that? Who's the one that just said, "Oh, we're going to go ahead and shut this down. We're going to push it," because you have to have a push.
I don't know the person who ran the case, but I just know that it was a Supreme Court determination.
It was under Biden's administration, correct? That was one of the first things he did.
So yeah, he followed through with the court order.
Okay, so
he did his job.
So we're more self-sufficient, but we shut our own pipeline down. That makes no sense.
So again, that's not our pipeline; it's a Canadian-owned pipeline. Matthew, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Matthew. Can we get some W's for Matthew in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
But
W Matthew.
But we had American workers on that pipeline, correct?
So we had like 1,000 temporary jobs, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so that's 1,000 jobs gone.
You understand that we created way more jobs through the infrastructure bill, through the Chips and Science Act, through the Inflation Reduction Act, especially in renewable energy?
No, did not know that. But
yeah, so those jobs would not have been created under Trump's administration because he has no plan to invest in renewable energies, which again make us more energy independent.
So we can't be energy dependent on gas?
I think that the best way to become energy independent is to use renewable energies along with other sorts of things in the meantime. But I think that we need to transition to renewable energies and nuclear for the future until we have fusion. So we're currently using fission, but once we have fusion, we're going to have like net positive like reactions that allow us to develop more energy easier.
So if we just do away with, let's just say we do away with gas and go to those renewable energies you're talking about.
Yeah, at some point it's a transition. It's not like we just do like one thing.
Right, I understand.
I think that makes sense. Thank you.
Right, I understand. So my question is, so once we do get there, how do we plan on heating houses in the north?
So you can use electricity, and also again, when we say we want to be carbon neutral, that doesn't mean that we can't use any gases at all. That just means for any gases that we use, we'd have to do some sort of thing in terms of our environment to reduce or offset that.
Okay,
so like for example, right? Like if we had some mechanism of taking carbon out of the atmosphere, right? For every amount of carbon that we take out of the atmosphere, we can then emit that much.
Okay, so that's actually not possible. So I'm an HVAC technician. Okay, so I do this for a living. So for a fact, up north, when you're talking about as far as heating houses, they use gas and oil. Okay, so when you have a gas furnace, it actually they're up to 90. I think they're up to 96 or 97% efficiency, which removes all the carbon monoxide out.
Holy shit! Thank you so much, Matthew, for the $30 again. Matthew's going so crazy. Can we get some W's for Matthew in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Matthew.
Okay, so if you do away with gas, okay, for that specific reason, okay, you will not be able to sufficiently heat houses in the northern states. And you can try electricity, but it does not work.
Why?
And why? Because it cannot keep up with the cold.
So you're saying there's no electrical heater that exists that can keep up with the cold?
Not up there. Down here in like Alabama, Texas.
I think that's false.
Okay, so I've been doing.
I would like any source that indicates that.
Okay, so
that there's no way of renewable energy like heating houses in like the north.
Heat, okay, if you use electric heat down here in the south, we have 10 to 15 kW heat strips. Okay.
Wait, doesn't Canada use electricity in many like renewable energy in many scenarios to heat houses in Canada?
No, they cannot do that because it does not keep up. They don't make a heater big enough for a resident.
So Canadians in the chat say yes if you do use electric to heat your home. Do you see the chat?
Now listen, when they say electric, they have to know that they don't have a gas furnace. They don't have any gas lines running their house. They have no gas heat, because you can have electric unit where it'll actually use electricity to come on, because even gas furnaces have to have electricity to work, but they run off of gas because they burn the gas up in there.
So some people are saying just electric. So yeah, as it relates to this, obviously, there's a transition. I'm not saying that we just like cut off gas immediately. That's not my argument. What I'm saying is that we have to, in its transition, move off of these things in the future because it makes a more sustainable environment for our habitability. Okay? There are costs associated with not addressing climate change. Like huge costs.
So you're saying that we're going to sink all this money into changing these, to changing from, not all gas, because I'm following you, not all gas, to strictly little gas, into nuclear and everything else. We're going to sink all this money into here, into that. So how is that better for the environment when you have to have all these mines to get some of these things, like electricity?
Well, you have to mine for other things anyway. But like my point with this is that a lot of the places around the world that are impacted most by the changing climates, right, are going to be countries in which are not as good off economically speaking. So obviously it would be in the benefit to those countries specifically to address these sorts of issues because the costs will be heavily disproportionate in impacting them. Stevie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I would love to see that. I'd love to see that.
Okay, so, all right. Okay.
Well, you got anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Well, I think I'm getting pretty close to being done.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. ML, thank you for the hand mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just wanted to say Trump supporters are morons.
Based. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Smart man. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you do disagree. Yo, Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Sharp. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you. Jalapeno, thank you so much. I appreciate the coral. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Kamala Harris is weak. What makes you think that? Thank you so much. I appreciate the cap. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Pay attention to the stuff that's happening around y'all. Come on.
Me? Hello? Was she talking about me?
Thank you, Brick. We need the freaking.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Don't know what happened there, chat. No clue. Just lost. So lost. The greatest amount of lost you've ever seen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, wow. To get a Trump supporter up here, type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, yo. Yo, Con, thank you so much. I appreciate the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Con in the comment section right now? Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Are you voting Chimp?
Hell yeah, baby.
Why so? Why so?
Cunt ass little bitch.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Pete, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Pete. I appreciate it, Pete. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am, sir.
Why so?
Mainly because, Kamala has never shit her pants and worn diapers, and Trump has. And that's just a big issue for me. I just like guys who shit their pants.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus. So real. So real. Yo, Kelsey, thank you so much for the VR. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only tough crowd. Tough crowd. Very tough crowd. Toughest crowd. All right, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 32.
You voting Trump?
I am voting for Trump this
Why
time.
so?
So I just like how he supports the military and police in our country.
Okay, so if he's the police, like you think he's like pro law and order? Supports our
Possibly.
criminal justice system?
I mean, I'm not sure he supports the entire system that we have.
Oh, okay, so
but I do
how does he
like how
expect the how does he expect the criminals that are being held accountable by the police to be like, punished? Clint, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure how he wants everybody to be punished or anything like that. That's for the court
If he's
system.
so
That's
pro
why we have
police,
it.
if he's so pro police, why doesn't he accept the individuals that are charged with a crime then?
Can you give me an example when that didn't happen?
Oh yeah, like him being charged with crimes, he didn't accept those. Even so, like if he doesn't think the police are accurate determining right that these crimes are committed, why is he so pro police? Wendy, thank you for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Dude, everybody's sending me money. That's awesome. So just because they decided to charge him with a crime, I mean, you gotta look at it as well. You got Biden and a bunch of other politicians that commit criminal offenses.
Here, like, do you want me to give you an example? So there were multiple police officers on January 6th that were brutalized and assaulted by the January 6th rioters. Some that lost eyes, some that were like beaten to a literal pulp, right? Completely assaulted. Now, Trump said that he wants to pardon the people that did that because he thinks that they're innocent, even though they've been convicted.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you there.
Yeah, he wants to pardon the people who did it because even though they've been convicted.
Okay, he doesn't want to pardon every single conspirator. That's not accurate.
He said he wants to pardon the innocent ones, but they were all convicted.
Okay.
He said all of them, too.
I don't remember that, but that's perfectly fine.
called them
So I just gave
patriots,
my opinion
remember?
on why I'm voting for him. I'm not trying to... Dude.
Dude, Ben, there's lag.
Real quick.
There's lag, so I'm not cutting you off. It's just that there's lag.
Oh,
so when you
okay.
stop talking and I try to respond, it cuts you off a few seconds into it because there was lag and it's delayed. So I think I am going to go on to the next person because there's a bit of lag, but I do appreciate you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? All right, we'll give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
53.
You voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
Because of persecution. He's the only candidate. He's the only candidate that's not bought and paid for that they've tried to persecute since day one. They don't want him there because he's going to drink. He wants to drain the swamp.
Okay, so how come he didn't do it the first time?
Because the first time he didn't have Republican support. He had to go. He had to go into the RNC and beg for them to select him, or he was going to go independent. He forced them to pick him.
No, he won the vote, and he had the Republican Party back then. Bobby, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Bobby. Thank you so much for the $30. Can we get some W's for Bobby in the chat? Thank you so much, Bobby.
So when he went to the RNC,
and Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Sarah.
So when he went to the RNC for them to pick him, he had to agree to take on certain people in the Republican Party in his cabinet, which he didn't agree with, which were all the people that have gone to jail since, that all the people that he had fired. And it took 2 years for the Republicans to get behind him. And by that time, after they got behind him, it was too late. The Democrats won the House.
So why is he bad at picking appointing people like Mike Pence, who didn't certify, who certified the election results when Trump said not to, or like Bill Barr? You know, people like that who he appointed. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Brandon, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And Clint, thank you for the $5.
Because they're all political appointments.
Okay.
It won't happen this time.
He was the one who appointed them.
Yeah, from pressure from the Republican Party. It won't happen.
No, he could have picked other people. Donna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
He couldn't because of the political favors he had to repay.
Oh, the political favors. Okay. So I appreciate the paper grant. Thank you so much. So what tells you that he doesn't have any political favors right now that he has to repay?
Because he has the people behind him now and the Republican Party behind him now.
Okay. He's the people. So he's going to be able to drain the swamp now because he's got the Republican Party behind him now.
Yeah, because they're going to win the House. They're going to win the Senate. They're going to win the executive branch, and they're going to clean house.
Okay. So you think that they're going to win everything? They're going to completely take control of this country, and that's going to allow Trump to completely drain the swamp. Now, I have a question. So are you saying that Trump appointed corrupt judges that stole the election from him?
No, I'm not saying he appointed corrupt judges at all.
Wait, so did he lose the election?
Theoretically, he lost the election, but
theoretically, no. Did he lose?
They cheated. No, he didn't lose. There's no way.
Okay, there's no way
they cheated. In his basement got 81 million votes. And
I have a question then. Why did they cheat? Why didn't they cheat in 2016 then?
Because that's not something Republicans do.
No, why didn't the Democrats cheat like they did in 2020, like under your view, in 2016?
Because everybody was saying there was a 90% chance Hillary was going to win. They thought she'd won. They had no idea that he had that much support behind him, and he ended up winning.
If they control everything, how'd they get blindsided? Couldn't they just fake the process?
I don't understand the question.
Couldn't they just fake the process because they had full control over everything like they did this time? Like, we have no evidence they stole the election. All the evidence points to that, like, the election was won by Joe Biden, right?
Oh, there's
that this was a free and fair election. So what you're telling me is that they were able to hide all this evidence that they stole the election, but they weren't able to do it in 2016?
There's a ton of evidence out there that the election was stolen, but the people are too.
What's the evidence? There's over 60 plus court cases that didn't indicate sufficient evidence to overturn the election, or the 17 of which that had appointed judges specifically by Trump that didn't indicate that the election was stolen.
Let me give you the evidence. When they go electoral maps, county by county across this United States, it's been proven 100% of the time that if a Republican won this county, the Democrats lost. And across this country, the Republicans won those counties and Biden won.
Can you name one of those counties?
I can't name them because I don't have it in front of me. But
so not only do you not know what these counties are, not only do you not know what those counties are, but it is the case that you just whipped that right out of your ass.
No,
okay?
It's not true. It's a fact.
You literally can't name one county. Not only can you not name one county, but just because it is the case that they voted this way in the past and that's happened, doesn't mean that it can't happen now.
It's 100% of the time.
Romania, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Romania. Thank you.
100% of the time. How about 2,000 mules? Proven.
Yeah, so no, that's actually been taken down because they clearly, because it's been submitted to court and shown to be not worthy enough to overturn the election or to show sufficient enough fraud in that area.
So submitted to what courts, though? They select and choose which courts they're going to bring it up in, whether it's the Ninth Circuit or whatever court, to whatever judge is paid off, and they get them knocked out.
To whatever judge is paid off. Okay, can you give me any evidence that that's the process that they underwent?
Sure. You don't think
Tom,
the judge,
thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Tom.
You don't think the judges in these trials against Trump were bought and paid for?
The paper crane. I have no good evidence to indicate that. Can you give me any evidence?
So do you believe Trump committed 34 felonies?
Yes.
Okay, explain the felony. Explain it to me.
34 counts of falsifying business records with the predicate crime of election interference.
Okay, so
that's why it's a Class E felony in the state of New York.
Okay, so what was the falsifying business record? Because I'm just so you know, I'm a CPA and a CFO. So let's go. What was the falsifying business records? Explain one of them.
Like what are you asking for? What do you mean? What are the falsified business records?
How did he falsify his business records?
How did he falsify his business records?
Yeah.
Well, through the context of Michael Cohen, who he specifically got to pay off Stormy Daniels, insofar as that he could specifically hide the campaign expense, so that it wasn't showing up on his filings, so that it wouldn't impact him in terms of the election.
Well, first of all,
Anthony, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Anthony. Thank you so much.
So first of all, it wasn't a campaign expense.
It was a campaign expense, but he marked it off as not one.
No.
Don, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
People pay people to keep their mouth shut all the time. Every professional athlete does it. Whether they
hush money is not what's I never said
they pay for it all the time, which is not a crime.
I'm not saying the hush money is illegal.
Not illegal.
I never said the hush money is illegal. It's the falsifying.
Okay, so
business.
what did he do that was illegal?
The falsifying of business records with the explicit reason of hiding that story from affecting his hiding that story so that it wouldn't affect his election prospects. That's the predicate crime.
Where in his business record, and I'm assuming you're saying his financial statements, did he falsify a record? What was falsified about it?
So I don't know what you're trying to ask. Are you trying to ask like on a ledger or like what ledger? Where
was the crime? What was
falsifying
the crime?
business records?
Okay, so explain how he falsified a business record in that transaction.
Like I don't know what you're trying to ask me on that, because like I've already explained things. Would you like me to elaborate on?
So what he did is he charged it to his P&L statement as legal expense because he paid an attorney to pay off a bribe.
Yo, Sydney, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
That by him calling it legal expense on his P&L is a violation. But as an accountant, there's no other line item on a P&L you can charge it to.
So, but wait, no. If he lied on it, so it wouldn't be, so it wouldn't come out about affecting him in terms of the election. Is that not falsifying business records?
No.
Thank you for the corgi.
No,
Oh yeah, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
He is allowed to pay hush money.
No. He lied about it specifically. That's the falsifying of business records.
No, that is not. He paid his attorney back, who paid it off and charged
because it wasn't a business expense.
The charge they crimed
or it wasn't a campaign expense. Sorry, my bad.
The crime they charged him with was he put it in the wrong place on his P&L, which means he falsified his business records. There's no other place.
So in order to hide it, right, from being able to impact him for the election.
Right, and so just so you know, that is a misdemeanor.
Arnett, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Arnett. Thank you. So the reason why I explained this, sir, I just explained this. Sesame, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. The reason why it's a felony and it's not a misdemeanor in the state of New York is because of the predicate crime of election interference. So yes, it would be a misdemeanor.
Hold on.
It would be a misdemeanor if it wasn't specifically.
That is a federal crime.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
No, you're not listening. That's a federal crime.
You understand the state can also charge on federal crimes, but we're not understanding.
They cannot. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Dred Scott.
That's a federal crime, and it already went to the federal courts, and the federal courts turned it down and did not try him, and then a state judge tries to try him for a misdemeanor.
Wait, what did they say? Did they say that they had to be up to like the states to determine it?
No,
I'm pretty sure that's what was.
The federal court said there's no federal crime.
Can you give me a source on that?
Campaign finance. They kicked it back down.
Can you give me a source? Can you give me a source?
I don't have to give you a source. It's a fact.
Yeah, can you give me? If it's a fact, well, then you should be able to.
And all the news channels.
If it's a fact, you should be able to provide it for me.
It's a federal campaign violations is a federal law, not a state law. You don't try.
But it happened in the state, so it's obviously it happened in the state, so obviously it's going to be like prosecuted by the state.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm literally not. That's why it happened the way it did.
You're wrong.
Erica, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Go listen to Alan Dershowitz. Go look at college top Harvard professors and what they say about it. They'll tell you you're wrong. These are
Where? Oh, I'm not wrong. Well, I'm not wrong on anything. Where am I wrong?
Go look up Alan Dershowitz on his take on what you just argued, and he'll tell you you're wrong 100%.
Kana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. So
And this will be in 100%. This is going to be overturned on appeal. 100%, no felonies. They're going to use
no,
it.
it's not.
They're
It's not going to
use
be
it.
turned on appeal. That's
I will
ridiculous.
bet you $10,000 he wins on appeal.
You want to?
100%.
You would. So you. I appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Right now, you would take a bet that if it is the case that he specifically loses
All
on
34
appeal.
felonies will be thrown out, guaranteed. 100%.
So if he loses on appeal, you would give me $10,000.
100%. And if he wins on appeal, you give me 10,000.
So yeah. Okay. Wait, I have a question. Would you take the bet on odds?
I'm not going to take straight up 1-to-1.
I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
If the 34 felonies get thrown out, I win. If they don't get thrown out, you win.
See, I do typically accept these things, but since it's probabilistic, I don't know if I would, but I'd be down to do like $1,000 on it.
How is it probabilistic?
I'm down to do $1,000 on it because obviously it could be taken away. It's possible, but obviously
you're not very confident on it.
$10,000 on it. I'll put $1,000 on it. I'll put $1,000 on it.
I'll put $20,000 on it.
Because it's probabilistic. I'll put $1,000 on it.
It's not how is it? Explain how it's probabilistic.
It's probabilistic because it could go one way or the other depending upon the appeal.
So you're not confident in this 34 felonies?
What I'm saying is that it's possible that it's the case it would go otherwise. I only bet that much money if it were to be the case that I would 100% get it. Would you put the $1,000 on it?
I'll put $10,000 on it.
Would you put $1,000 on it?
I'll put 100 on it. I'll put $1,000 on anything you want.
Okay. So let's do that. Let's do $1,000 on it. Thank you for the hat mustache. Thank you so much.
How do we do that in a chat?
I'll follow you, and you can just give me my $1,000 whenever it is the case that the appeal doesn't go through. Becky, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and when you follow me, put in a message there what our bet is. That way, when you don't pay when it's appealed, I can at least put out there that you.
I'm not gonna run away, bro. I promise. Becky, thank you for the $5. Kana, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Sydney, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Anthony, thank you for the $20 as well. Denise, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, y'all. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
So just so you know, all the stuff that Trump has done in the past, I agree with you, 100%. Bad stuff.
I'm just asking, would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Who more than likely did not?
No, more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman.
Oh, because I believe people can change. Yes.
Okay. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
I still believe people can change, but I don't think Trump sexually assaulted a child.
No. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
More than likely not.
More likely than not sexually assaulted a child.
Not.
Are you not able to hear what I'm saying? More likely than not. Do you hear me?
More likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
Yes.
Let's put it this way. I wouldn't vote for somebody that sexually assaulted a child.
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a child?
More likely than not sexually assaulted a child.
Yep.
I'm just telling you, I wouldn't vote for somebody that sexually assaulted a child.
Nikki, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Would you vote for somebody that sexually assaulted a child?
No. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a kid?
I mean, the way you're phrasing it's weird. More likely than not means
no, it's not weird. It's really not weird. Can you answer the question, or do you not want to? Jesus Christ, save us.
More likely than not.
Yeah, I don't see how that's that difficult to realize.
I don't speak like more likely than not. It's either more likely or it isn't, or it did or didn't.
What?
So why
No,
are you more
it's
likely than not?
what? Do you think that things are probabilistic at all?
Look, the fact of the matter.
It's literally a legal term. So again,
The fact
it's
that-
more
the fact-
probable than it's not.
Yeah.
Greater than 51 plus. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
No.
51% and likely up.
Yeah,
So it could
no.
be 52%, it could be 65%, it could be 90% likely.
And
to
I'm
be
saying
true.
no, and do you have evidence?
So you wouldn't vote. So you would vote for someone that sexually assaulted a minor based upon preponderance of evidence, which means more likely than not.
No.
So no, you wouldn't. So if you wouldn't vote for someone based upon that, well, then why do you want to vote for Donald Trump, who was held legally responsible for sexual abuse based upon preponderance of evidence by 9 people in a civil court?
So hold on, who's the minor?
The reason why I said minor specifically, actually, I need to ask you this. What is the difference between the minor and between the woman? That means you would vote for one who quite literally was more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman, but you wouldn't vote for one that more likely than not sexually assaulted a child.
So first of all, a minor is a child that is probably defenseless. And the woman in question that you're talking about...
A woman who's being raped is defenseless.
Hold on. The woman you're talking about question didn't happen. Again, that's another sham.
You just said it didn't happen. Can you name me one piece of evidence submitted in the case?
Once again, go to Alan Dershowitz or any of the top...
Can you give me one piece of
professors.
evidence submitted in the case?
Because the evidence submitted in the case was one-sided evidence, number one.
Can you give me one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case?
I can't. But
so
I'm
if you don't know one piece of evidence that was submitted in the case, how can you tell me it didn't happen? How can you tell me that there was no way this would have happened? If we actually look at the stories that were provided, the only one that lied was Donald Trump. Donald Trump said he never met her. Right? That's false. There was a picture of them together, right? There was a picture.
I told you, I don't care.
He said they never met. There was a picture of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But in a deposition, mistook her for his ex-wife. So his ex-wife that he got with, that he married, right? He said that he couldn't tell the difference between them because he thought that E. Jean Carroll was Marla. So he lied multiple times in his story. Whose story is more believable? E. Jean Carroll's. He didn't give up his DNA. Why didn't he give up his DNA if he was innocent? If he never met her, why didn't he give up his DNA?
He's also come out and said that he's a terrible person. He's cheated the system. He's filed bankruptcy. He's done everything to beat the system and blah, 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 blah. He's explained all that, and now he's changed. And taking on that
you
system,
saying that he has
going
changed...
downhill.
You saying that he's changed from sexually assaulting a woman does not mean that you should vote for someone who literally sexually assaulted a woman based on preponderance of evidence.
If you want to talk about sexually assaulting, I mean, Kamala Harris is a whore. Everybody knows that.
Wait. Can you give me any source that you're saying that like she sexually assaulted someone?
Yeah, I know. Everybody knows she slept her way to the top.
Okay. So not only does that not relate to SA on her behalf, but it is the case that you have no evidence of this being true. So you'll accept this fucking misogynist propaganda, but you won't accept the fact that E. Jean Carroll was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump that was determined in a civil court based upon preponderance of evidence unanimously by a jury? That is laughable, Jeff. That is laughable.
It was determined in a kangaroo court.
What do you mean by that?
By a kangaroo jury.
What does that mean?
It was hand-picked bullshit, and everybody knows it.
Hand-picked by Trump's lawyers. Did you know that? Trump's lawyers went through a jury decision-making process, a jury selection process. So they were the ones that selected it. So why'd they select bad lawyers?
The ones that they were part of.
Or why'd they select bad jurors?
And just so you know, that will be thrown out under appeal too. You want to go another?
Wow. You just got election integrity. So I have to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo and Cash App is in the bio, everyone. I do appreciate y'all. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Attorney G, thank you so much for the hand heart. Vera, thank you so much for the sunglasses. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Katie, thank you so much for the manifesting. Thank you, Katie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
How old are you?
14.
Holy shit, that's a fetus. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Hell no.
Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. Based. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request. You will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I'm voting for myself.
You're voting for yourself?
Yeah, but not for president of the United States. I'm going to be president. Well, I already am president of the universe.
Okay, Jude, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Come on, think about
Appreciate
it.
the hat
We need
mustache.
a new
Thank you so much.
candidate.
Girl, I'm getting like she thinks she's the main character vibes. Let's get to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Heather?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm 53.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. I am.
Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
I totally believe that he can be arrogant, which that's a personality trait, but I think he did way better for our country.
Would you vote for someone that sexualized a 5th grader?
No.
As a 40-year-old man? Okay, so Trump said that he would be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years to her face. He sexualized a 5th grader right in front of her face. Now would you vote for him?
So it wasn't a serious... People joke around. You can't take it out of context.
So you think it's okay to joke about sexualizing 5th graders as a 40-year-old man? Susan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So if someone said that's your daughter, you're saying that's not sexualizing your daughter as a 40-year-old man?
No, not if I knew him and he was joking around. No.
So okay, so would you vote for that? Oh, she didn't know who this guy was. It's just some random dude.
But you can tell
so if some random 40-year-old,
just take words like if you
if
text
some
something
random 40-year-old dude went up to your 10-year-old daughter and made a joke that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years, would you still vote for that guy?
Yeah. It's human. People say stuff like that all the time. But if you read a text one way or an email one way, and then like if you say the same sentence 3 different times, it can come out with a different meaning. So people take something that he said.
No, I think it's pretty. Yes. I think it's pretty clear. Like if you say that you want to be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that you're sexualizing a 5th grader. That's pretty clear to me.
And
even if you consider it a joke, that's still sexualizing. Not only that, but he also justified him walking into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owned the place. Did you know about that?
No.
Do you want to hear him on Sirius XM bragging about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls?
No, like this is not like Trump today. That is his age. So he was. I'm gonna be honest. So I'm a lot older than you guys. Back when I was growing up, and this isn't making it right, you had people like following the rich and famous. You had people throwing themselves, and this was girls, and it wasn't right, and I never did it. But you had people that like followed around rock bands just because they wanted to sleep with them and get the backstage passes. It was a different era that we lived in.
Turn off your notifications, by the way.
Oh yeah, and we're not living in that anymore.
So I don't think that is what happened here. So he thinks this in his head. He's like, oh, everyone wants me, but clearly him grabbing women by the vagina without their consent leads to rape, and that's what happened, right? He thought so much that everyone around him wants him that when he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll against her will, right? He thought it was consensual in his mind, right? But it wasn't. She was raped by him. It was not consensual. She never said she wanted to do this.
So did you know
she never gave explicit consent? She never consented at all.
Show
Thank you for the manifesting. Thank
Order,
you.
and her episode like her entire encounter, what happened, including the name of the store and the dressing room, is in the Law and Order episode. And she actually laughed and said that she did this for money because her friend said that she could get money from it.
She didn't say that. She did not
And
say
the first
that.
time
So
that
actually,
she gave the
did you know? Did you know
the
that
first time she gave, let me
she's
finish.
splitting
The
up?
first time she gave the date when it
She's
happened,
splitting up.
they
Appreciate
were
the hand art.
able
Thank you so much.
to prove that he was.
She's splitting up all the money amongst all the victims of him specifically. She also was already a millionaire predating this. If she wanted money, why did she wait 20 years to talk about these things like typical victims do? Why didn't she try to get the money earlier on? The Law and Order episode, did you know that there's a Limitless episode? I appreciate the hang lights. Thank you so much. Of specifically a presidential candidate getting shot in their right ear, like just missing it, just grazing it and getting hit in the top right of the ear. They faked that specifically to like gain sympathy and to win the election. So is that like evidence to believe that like the Trump assassination was faked? And then secondly, like obviously, yeah, a show about grape is going to have similar conditions to like a grape event. Yeah, of course, I would expect that to be the case. And then thirdly, what's the episode? That with the store and the entirety of everything that happened. What's the episode? You can unmute your mic. I just sent you an invite. Sharp, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. Yes, I don't trust her at all, and she basically has laughed and told people that she did it for money.
Did you listen to anything I just said at all?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, there's no.
I just told you that's not what she said at all. She didn't say she's doing it for money.
She did on the one when I watched her on a video. It was actually an interview with her, and she said that. I would have to go way back and find it. It's probably not going to Google up now.
Yeah, I promise you're not going to find that.
And she said that rape was
she
sexy.
joked that she would buy her friend a house, which she's not actually doing. It was a joke. So you're willing to accept jokes about like literal like children being sexualized, but you're not willing to accept a joke about buying someone a house?
And I would never ever want them to be prosecuted because a girl said that they were raped when they never came forward and there's no evidence of it whatsoever.
There was evidence. He didn't give up his DNA. There was a dress that had male DNA on it that was specifically claimed to be his, right? He never gave up his DNA. There was a dress.
Okay, there wasn't, and they have his DNA.
You want to bet? How much do you want to bet? You said there wasn't. You said there was no dress. You want to bet?
Yeah, I would love to see the dress. It's probably not even.
Do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet?
I'm just in general. I don't think that there's a dress that has
How
semen.
much do you want to bet?
That you couldn't even get a DNA. I'm a nurse. They wouldn't
Yes, you
even.
can.
Well, not if it's not
Wait,
stored correctly. Absolutely not.
Heather, did you know that like there are cases all the time that due to DNA from 20, 30 years ago, that person gets exonerated or a person is found guilty?
Because the evidence is stored. The evidence is stored. And evidence,
you understand that she kept the dress because
and
she was
stored
assaulted in it?
the right kind of environment and the right kind of sealant.
It doesn't need to be in the necessarily the right type of environment. No,
it
not
does. That's
necessarily.
why people sometimes they can't get DNA because so much time
because
has
they
gone by.
could because they had DNA and they were able to test it. It was unidentified
yeah, you can
male
do
DNA.
like a rape swap.
Shayna,
with
thank you for the $15. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shayna.
You can do a rape swap with somebody and then you preserve it. It's in a preservative and it's put into a refrigerator. And even 50 years down the road, if they get that DNA, they can go against and search it. If you have a dress hanging up for 20 years in your closet, you're not going to be able to
Do you think they
get...
do DNA testing of fossils? Do you think there's DNA testing of clothes that have blood on them from 30 years ago? Yes.
If they're stored
that
correctly,
happens.
yes.
Even if they're not even necessarily stored properly, if they're just
Most
in a
times
house,
they're too
if they're literally
degraded
just
to
in a
get the
house.
sample.
No, but in this scenario, we were able to get a sample.
Yeah,
So,
that's
so
what I'm
you
saying.
just like you're obviously not addressing this specifically.
No, when you know how the DNA works and being a nurse, like you do know because you take biology.
Can you
I
mute
wouldn't
your
even agree
notifications,
that
please?
that DNA was either it's not.
And also,
new.
ma'am, as a nurse, you're not the one that's dealing with the investigative side. You're quite literally just the nurse, right? Not the person who's dealing with the
Yeah, but we
investigation.
still have to take the biology, so we have to pass that course.
Yeah, you took.
DNA
I
is
took
part of it.
biology. I took biology too.
So yeah, you do. You learn how DNA works. You learn how that it's stored.
In biology, you
learn
don't
how it
learn
can be
this.
cross-matched. But that's why a lot of cases will say there's
you don't
no.
learn that in biology. Can
It's
you mute your
too
notifications,
degraded.
please?
I did already. Let me try it again.
No, you
I don't
didn't,
know
ma'am.
why.
I've heard it a million times.
No.
All right, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Let's wait, everyone. To give it a second, she has to come back. I don't know why she'd be the one dealing with that type of evidence. Like, I don't think she's in forensics. Xavier, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Kamala all the way. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, I'll give it a second. She's not back right now. If you are MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I will bring you up, y'all. If you're MAGA right now, type in the comment section and I will bring you up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right. Let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. D. Davis said all the microbiologists in the hospital would be mad.
All right, I think I got them all off now. It made me go through each one.
What'd you say?
It made me go through each one individually. That's why it didn't just shut them all off the first time. I think I got them all.
What got what?
The notifications turned off.
Okay, for sure. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen?
Well, they actually just had, so yes, because they just had Pennsylvania, which you won't see on the mainstream media, that in Pennsylvania and Chester County, and this was just this week, and I can send you this, but I can't get to it word on, but I'll send it to you, that they did find just in Chester County, they had people who were no longer like with us that voted. They had people that were not here
so
legally.
There are dead people that vote. There are dead people that vote in every election.
Yeah,
it's just
so
due to our system. There were actually less proportionally in this election compared to prior elections. There were not
I did this
undocumented
on my
immigrants.
own. So
there
when
were
I was
not,
hearing that,
no,
because I don't
that's
know
a
how
lie.
to trust
There
the
were
media.
there were not undocumented immigrants that voted. That did not happen.
There was, and there is in Georgia too. They just came out for Fulton County's investigation.
Give me any source.
I'm going to send them to you after we go off because I saved them.
You can go find that for me, and I'll talk to you about that right now. David, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Hold on.
Donna, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Donna. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right. People are sending me a sent saying Trump all the way. Abby, send a request, please. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hi. I'm 38.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Well, just a couple of reasons. So, I'm not really a good debater. You guys seem like y'all really have y'all's things together when it comes to debating. So, but just a couple of things here. I am voting for Trump. The reason that I feel compelled to vote for him is because
You said the man.
Tell
Amen.
me, what is a father, Tanner?
When does it say God is a man? Now you
Tell
answer
me
my
what-
question.
Hey,
Now I'm putting you in a corner.
Tanner, what's a father? What's
Now
a
I'm
father,
putting
Tanner?
you in a corner, Parker.
Tanner, can you answer the question? What's a father? He doesn't know. He doesn't know what a father is, chat.
You see how this works, buddy?
Can you answer
I
the
can do
question?
the
What's
same
a
thing to
father?
you.
Hey, buddy, what's a father?
Uh-huh.
He can't
Pivot,
define
run
what
away.
he can't define what a father is. That's crazy, dude. It's like conservatives these days. They just can't define what a father is. Oh my, it's so unbelievable. Oh my god.
Just like you can't define a woman, you think they have
I can.
penises.
An adult human individual that is committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. So you have no clue what you're referencing. I just answered your question. You specifically think God is a father, yet doesn't have any biology. Meryl, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So what is a father from Meryl? Meryl just said, what is a father?
Well,
Thank
obviously
Thank
you
so
didn't have
much.
one because you wouldn't be such a beta cuck.
I do have a father, but that's
Well,
a crazy
he
thing to
hasn't been
say.
a very good one.
That's a crazy thing to say.
Hasn't been
My
a very
dad isn't a good
one.
one. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I think that clearly you're the one that seems immature right now. It seems like my parents have done a pretty decent job.
You raised a little beta soy boy.
No, they raised. I think they raised someone pretty decent. You want to give like an argument because like I mean, what does it seem like your parents raised?
An alpha.
Yeah, you're fucking crazy. Emilio, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. The projection is insane.
A guy who dog walked you and embarrassed you on your own live.
You haven't dog walked me or embarrassed me.
Same way he did to your boy Dean.
Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. You're like literally delusional. Appreciate the Krista. Thank you for the $5. You literally believe? Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
No,
believe
it's
in
fake
that?
news. It's fake news.
So 97% of climate scientists, you know more than them. Think of the hand art. He knows more than the PhDs, Chad. He knows more. You know that guy who's a PhD in climate science? The 97% of the consensus? He knows more. He's so much better. He knows better than science. Andre, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tanner on TikTok, the greatest. He's so good. He's a modern day Newton. You're fucking delusional, Tanner. Thank you for the sunglasses. Thank you so much, Abby.
You wish you were me, buddy.
That is laughable. That is. I'm sorry, Tanner.
With me in
I'm
an
sorry,
instant
Tanner.
if you had the chance.
In none of the infinite realities that could possibly exist would I ever choose to be you. Sci-fi, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You would trade places with me.
You're projecting so hard. You need to look into a mirror. Because the only person here that's a soy boy beta cuck is you, Tanner. You're voting for a guy that quite literally has been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past few years. No sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Thank you for the hand arts. Thank you so much. You're a fucking droid in a scheme. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much to get him away from literally being held accountable for the crimes that he's committed.
You guys nominated a candidate nobody voted for, and you're talking about democracy.
We
That's
did.
laughable.
Biden-Harris, you understand that when we vote for a president, Biden-Harris a ticket, that means if one steps down, the other one steps up. That's how the democracy works, right? You're amazing. Thank you so much. You have no clue how you're talking about, Tanner. You literally, you're virtue signaling saying you care about democracy when you're voting for a candidate that tried to get Mike Pence not to certify the election results and try to send fake electors to the Electoral College to give Trump votes when he didn't get the votes. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tried to get 11,000 votes. Oh, give me that 11,000. I want to see it so much. We got to win this.
So was Biden not fit to run, or was he fit to run? I want to know.
He specifically decided to step down.
Oh,
because of the perception of society on his cognitive state. That doesn't necessarily mean that he thought his cognitive state was lesser, or that his cognitive state was specifically lesser than Trump's. Damn, Trump's fucking cognitively impaired. So he's definitely been on decline for a long time.
So why would
look at the videos of Trump in the past talking. Now look at him talking now. Clearly, he just goes on incoherent rambling. He denies, basic facts of reality. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. He was so much more reasonable in the past, right?
What a desperate and pathetic attempt by the Democrats to bring in Kamala Harris.
She's winning in like almost every swing state right now, based upon a lot of the polls.
Oh, now you guys care about polls, but when Trump was beating Biden, the polls don't matter.
Well, that's what you were using. I was just using it back for you. Now I think it's within margin of error, so obviously it could go either way. But you can't deny it. The energy has completely shifted, and I didn't deny the polls prior. I acknowledged the polls as a snapshot. I said they're not representative of what's going to happen on election day, but they're representative of what's happening now. So again, as me referencing the polls, I'm saying right now the enthusiasm is on Kamala Harris's side.
It's not. Have you seen her rallies? She can't draw 100 people. She's the same thing as
there were
Biden.
plenty of people. What are you talking about?
When Donald Trump shows up,
how would there have been such a shift in the
people.
polls if there isn't enthusiasm? You have no clue what you're talking about. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. We don't want someone that is older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago.
Who's we?
The people who are voting for Kamala Harris. Tracy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tracy. I appreciate it. You brought up all these things about, Biden's so cognitively impaired, he's too old to be president. But now you're not talking about that. You're completely ignoring that when there's literally a significantly older candidate who's less cognitively there. Thank you for the head mustache. Thank you so much. She's clearly
so now
more
age
cognitive.
matters.
She clearly knows more of what's going on. She's clearly more coherent.
So now age matters.
Thank you. No, what I'm showing you is the hypocrisy under your own view. I'm not saying I necessarily care about it. I'm saying that it's the hypocrisy under your own view. Thank you for the ICU. Thank you so much.
You are the hypocrite. The Democrats have been saying Biden is not too old. He's fit to run.
Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. I've always said that I think that both Biden and Trump are not fit to serve, that they're both in cognitive decline. That's what I've said. And it's true. They're both not fit to serve. You know who is fit to serve? The prosecutor, not the fucking criminal.
The prosecutor,
not the guy that tried to undermine our American democracy, not the guy that calls for religious persecution, not the guy that's restricting women's access to abortion, not the guy that denies climate change. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
The prosecutor who jailed people for smoking marijuana.
I have to kick you now. You can't say that on live. But that's what Trump is advocating, to put people who are drug dealers on death row, right? So she's advocating for legalization, right? He is not. And he's also advocating to put drug dealers on death row. Whitney, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So regardless of what you want to say about anyone's past, regardless of whether or not it's true, that's what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good Parker.
Yeah, how old are you?
27.
Okay, I can't really hear that person. We're just going to go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen that's right up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well. Cha, thank you so much for the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, Haldy? Whitney, thank you for the $5 from the real DNC. Thank you so much. Devin, thank you for the $5. Nicole, thank you for the $5 as well. I appreciate it. Tracy, again, thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Andre, thank you for the $5. Krista as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man?
How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
25.
You voting Trump?
Well, I wanted to ask you what your thoughts are on...
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest to us if you are voting Trump. Someone said kick in the chat. Trust me, I beat you there. Yo, what's up, healthy? Hello? Okay, only send a guest request if you're voting Trump. Type Trump in the comment section if you want to be brought up. I think we have enough openings in the guest box. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I just want to ask one question, man. I'm 20 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Alexis, thank you for the $2, and Denise, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Why are you voting
I
Trump?
just want to ask you one question.
What's up?
So I'm just sitting here watching a live, and I just see everyone debating and stuff like that. I just want to ask you, why would you vote for Kamala after these 4 years and think there would be any change?
Thomas, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I would vote for Kamala Harris, as it is the case that she's better than Donald Trump. We don't want change for the bad. We don't want to regress in our society, and Donald Trump is perpetuating that. Donald Trump is perpetuating us to go back to things like the death penalty that has shown not to be deterrents for crime, that is more expensive, and it leads to innocent people dying. Trump's advocated for tariffs, which destroy the middle class of this country, destroy business as it relates to the context of exports, and isolate us from the global economy. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our democracy for the past few years without any evidence to indicate that he won. Why do you want to vote for him?
So if you think after these latest 4 years that the direction of our country was in a positive direction?
Yeah, comparative to Trump, yeah.
Compared to Trump, you don't think COVID had anything to do with like Trump, like in the media?
Positive as it relates to if there was a Trump administration, because there were negative things that happened. There was inflation, there was COVID, lots of detrimental things that have happened. But given that there is a Biden-Harris administration comparative to a Trump administration, it's better off. Did you know that Trump, he spent more debt-related spending, $8.4 trillion, whereas under Biden-Harris it was $4.3 trillion. Even if you take out COVID, $4.8 trillion for Donald Trump, $2.2 trillion for Biden-Harris.
Okay, I mean, I guess we can agree to disagree. I just wanted to ask you that question because, you know, a lot of people just argue and say negative things towards each other, and I'm just trying to get a genuine response from you and what you actually think would be a reason as to why you would vote for Kamala. But okay, man.
For sure, appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's get this next person. Raw, thank you so much. Appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Vote for Kamala, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Jillian Grace, what the fuck are you talking about? Please join the live. Please fucking accept that. Please accept that invitation. You're just spamming that in the comment section. Please. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable, chat. Some of these people in the chat, I really wish they would just join up. Oh my gosh, this person said, she's Indian, she's not black. Do you know what it means to be biracial? By the way, and also like her father is Afro-Jamaican and her mother is Indian. So like you understand that someone can have multiple ethnicities. So do you understand that you can be Indian and you can also be black? April? Hello? April, you there? Hello, April, you're in the live. Yep, what's up? Hello? April, are you there? I heard you. Earth to April. Earth to April. Can I communicate to you real quick? Hello, are you there? Oh no, I think we lost her, chat. April, hello! Hello! She can't answer that already? That's so crazy.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Okay, I hear you now. Appreciate
Okay.
the head mustache. Thank you so much. So
Okay,
did you know that you can be Indian and you can also be black?
She's not black. I'm mixed with Puerto Rican and white. So
Anna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Anna. She absolutely
So,
is.
I'm actually
So why are
more
you
black
why are you
than
denying
her.
that she's black?
She's not freaking black. She's Indian. I'm mixed
Wait.
with
You can be Indian and black. What's the contradiction?
She's not black.
Yes, she is.
Show proof.
Her father is Afro-Jamaican.
Okay. So I'm mixed with Puerto Rican, which is Taino.
Wait, so she's South
European.
Asian and she's Afro-Jamaican.
Where's the proof of that? She
Wait,
literally
that's her father's ethnicity. Look up Kamala Harris' father's ethnicity.
She says over and over and over that she's Indian. But then when she was with black people, she's black. When she's with white people,
You understand that you can have multiple ethnic identities, right?
I do. I do.
So I don't know why that's so confusing.
It's not confusing. She
Okay.
lies.
She's not lying. There are videos of her in 2019 talking about this.
Have you seen her birth certificate?
Didn't she go to Howard University? A historically black college and
her
university?
Birth certificate.
She wrote in her book as well that she's black?
She's never said she was black until recently.
Yes, she has. 2019, I just told you. In her book, I just told you. I just gave you two different things. Devin, thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $40. You can literally see her on The Breakfast Club, right, in 2019, talking about this exact thing, people denying her, right? You know, you can also hear videos of Donald Trump referring to her name as Kamala, but now he messes up her name on purpose. We literally have videos of him pronouncing her name correctly. He knows
like
exactly what he's doing.
Obama is not from here.
Obama is from the United States. This is ridiculous.
Oh, good Lord.
You saying, wait. We have a birth certificate of Obama, okay? You are actually
so
like insane. That's racism. You know that, right?
Also think that Michelle, aka Michael.
Oh my fucking god, dude! It's like it's literally every fucking racist thing in the book. There's no evidence Michelle. There's no evidence Michelle is trans. What the fuck are you saying?
Racist. If there's one thing that
she's
is
so
overtly
unhinged,
racist.
bro.
Oh, I know. If there's one thing that is overtly racist, it is the perpetual, long-standing claim that black women look male or are men. It never ceases to amaze me that people who make this claim do not know the history of that type of epithet. It just amazes me. So when you say that, you are giving me so much ammunition to call you a bona fide racist. Like I can just say
literally though,
because that is such a common trope.
That is
I
such
can
a
just
crazy
say
view.
it. Yeah, I can just easily say it.
Yo, JV, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Deanna. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it. Why do you think that's okay to view? Like, there's literally a birth certificate of Barack Obama born in the United States.
No.
There is.
Yes.
No? So you just deny
proof.
that it exists?
Show proof.
You want us to
He
show
even
his birth
said
certificate?
he was from Kenya.
No.
His dad is from
Literally,
Kenya.
Look, oh my God, Google is free.
He was
dude.
born in the United States. Yes, Google is free. He was
No,
born
it
in the
was
United
not.
States. Yes, he
Nope.
was.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way that you believe this. There's literally
Yes.
a birth certificate.
There's something.
Wait.
beyond
Why don't you assume
Google.
that? Why don't you assume that I wasn't born in the United States?
What if I wasn't born in the United States? My mom
Would you
was born
ask
in
for
Italy.
would you ask for my birth certificate?
No, actually,
Because I
Parker,
can
do
look it up
believe that.
myself. Because I know.
Would
I
Trump
do.
ask for my birth certificate?
The
Would Trump
internet
ask? No,
is
he
free.
wouldn't. If I ran for president, it would never be in question.
Are you friends with Harry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm done. Bye.
What?
Racist fleas.
What?
And thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amber.
Dude.
Very kind of you.
What the fuck, dude?
Now
That
she's
was
trying
like
to figure out how to get
MAGA
out.
repellent.
Now she's trying to figure out how to get out.
Yeah, I hope it keeps her in here. Dude. Yo, what's up, Richard? How old are you?
I am 54.
Teresa, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Teresa. Are you voting for Trump?
Me, myself?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Why so?
Why? Mainly just because, I mean, the dude's got a lot of, he's got a lot of balls, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? He stands up to everybody. It doesn't matter the
Actually,
people
according
that's
to Stormy
ridiculing him,
Daniels, his balls are actually
everybody else, he stands up. And, what'd he say?
Crazy, dude. Yo, Richard, did you hear that, bro?
That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty
That
good.
was pretty crazy, bro.
What'd he say?
Dude, listen.
I said, according to Stormy Daniels, his balls are actually quite tiny.
Full name,
Well,
thank
I
you
don't
for
know about
$5.
Stormy Daniels. That's irrelevant.
No, you just mentioned his balls, so I thought it was, to talk about.
Well, no, I didn't mean. I meant hypothetically.
I
balls.
know.
Come on,
I was
man.
making a joke. It was a joke.
I know. I get it. It's all good. I'm good with this. My thing is, the man stands up for what he believes in, and that's what I think that America needs: is somebody to stand up and say, "Look, this is what it's all about. It's not about race. It's not about all the bullshit that all the media is putting out there. It's about the man that's going to stand up for our country and be the dude that he needs to be for us and our future as Americans."
Okay, so can you name what he's going to do that's going to be, like, beneficial?
Can I name what he'll be beneficial?
Wait, I have a question, Richard. Do you think it should be illegal to burn the American flag?
Do I think it should be illegal?
Yeah.
I think it's just disgraceful. But as far as being illegal, I mean, a fella has got a right to express his feelings, and if his feelings is burning that flag, that's fine. That's his opinion.
Yeah, so Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That's a violation of the First Amendment.
I don't know what to say about that. I didn't know that was up there. You know what I mean?
Finn, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay, so clearly you wouldn't want to vote for someone who violates the Constitution.
I really don't think it should be.
And how do you feel about Mike Pence saying that Trump wanted him to put Trump over the Constitution?
I don't. I think Mike. I believe Mr. Pence is. I think he ran away from his duties, and I don't.
Thank you for the $10.
I think he actually did his duty.
No, actually, he did his duty. He followed the Constitution by the letter. So actually, he did his duty.
So
he's a rhino for having principles. He's a rhino for following the. He's like, he actually had like a view that he stood by. Trump literally was like, kiss the fucking ring, kiss it, kiss the ring. Don't certify the election results. Kiss it.
All right. Let me ask you this: let me ask you, if you were in the situation,
I would have certified the election results.
No, if you were in his shoes, how would you be?
I would accept that I lost.
Exactly.
He didn't.
But
He's like, it's fraud. It's got to be stolen. There's no way he got more votes than Obama.
And a lot of American people follow behind him. I'm 100%. I believe he lost. I mean, it was.
There's no way he's bringing in more votes than Obama, but he's bringing in more people into the country so that they vote for him. So Definitely, that's how it works.
And that's fine. And that's fine. He lost. And, you know, sore loser, whatever it may be. But as far as all that shit goes, and him, you know, running for president now, I think that I think he's going to do great things. And I know that sounds weird, me saying great things because he says that
Can
shit.
you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I am middle class. I don't even consider myself middle class. I'm like struggling myself, and I have been under the Biden administration.
Wait, actually,
under the Trump
I'm
administration.
sorry. I just thought of something. Joe Biden certified the election results in 2016 or in 2017, didn't he?
Say again.
2016, 2017. Joe Biden certified the election results of Donald Trump winning, right? Because he was vice president.
Okay.
So if he certified the election results of Donald Trump, right, that was literally the alternative that you were asking about.
Well, the election is irrelevant. I mean, he lost. I get it.
What? Yeah, so they accepted it.
I accepted that he lost. I don't know if everybody else did, but I do. But I'm still going to vote for Trump this time. Just like I did the last time.
Okay, but why? Like, okay, let me ask you this. Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
Say again?
Would you vote for someone who more likely than not sexually assaulted a woman?
It wasn't proven that he sexually assaulted her.
So he was held legally responsible for sexual abuse, which is forceful penetration against her will. That's great.
There was hush money involved in that, and that was.
No, you're thinking Stormy Daniels. I'm not talking about Stormy Daniels. That tells me you know nothing about the case.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about him being held legally responsible for sexual abuse. You're talking about the falsification of business records, which involved the hush money.
Sexually abused to who?
E. Jean Carroll.
Who?
E. Jean Carroll.
Who?
E. Jean Carroll.
I know what you said. I said who? I'm being a smartass.
Well, I mean, you're old enough where I actually thought you didn't hear me.
Has any of that been proven in court or anything else?
Yes, he was held legally responsible in a civil court.
Okay, in civil court.
Yeah.
Well, OJ was found guilty in civil court as well.
Okay, do you think he's not guilty?
Who, OJ or Donald Trump?
Do you think OJ's not guilty? And can you turn off the background noise?
No, I don't think OJ is. I think OJ was not guilty.
Really?
Yes, I do.
You're
in criminal court.
Well, yeah, but he might have been held not guilty in criminal court. But the fact that one, he was held civilly liable, and then later on, basically,
and that's fine. That's a civil case.
He basically almost admitted it too. I think he either admitted it almost in a book.
A civil case is not going to give you a civil suit. Losing a civil suit is not going to get you life in prison.
I agree with you, but it does prove at least somewhat that it's more likely than not that he did commit the crime. Not to mention that later on, I think in an interview he basically kind of admitted it almost like slightly, like he was asked about it and he didn't deny it or anything. He basically is like, yeah, kind of because now he can't be held double jeopardy. So he can basically say, yeah, I did it, and they can't do anything about it. So
understandable, but not proven in criminal court.
But see,
I think that should be changed. If someone says that they did it after, you should definitely be able to double check.
A criminal suit against Donald Trump and a civil suit against Donald Trump in the same case is two different things. It's two different cases.
You're right, but also what we have to remember also is there's a difference between being held guilty, quote unquote, like in a criminal / civil type thing, and then being held guilty within the public space, right? We often hold people guilty in a public space for things that are not proven all the time. So I can say, based on all the evidence that I have seen, right, judging all the evidence, that from a public standpoint, right, on his public image, that he's
for the people in the chat who don't think I have ears. I have ears.
Yeah. He very likely did do the act that is being alleged, and that's based on all the evidence that I have looked at, and I don't need a court to prove that to me, right?
So in a civil case, then everybody can just, okay, he's guilty or not guilty. It's just dependent on whatever everybody else thinks.
It makes it more likely,
just
right?
because he's guilty. Just because he's guilty in a civil case of wrongful death.
Richard, would you
Yes, sir.
let do you have grandkids?
Yes, sir, I do.
So would you let someone who's been held civilly liable for child sexual abuse take care of
No,
your
sir.
grandkids?
No, sir. I would never.
Why is that?
Why is what?
Why is that? Because you know that based on a preponderance of the evidence that this person likely committed this act, and you're using your common sense and judgment to say that it's more likely than not, and I don't want this person around my children, even if they had not been proven to done it, there's still more evidence than not that they did do it, and I'm not taking that risk, right? Like for example, when somebody will steal something, when they're found not guilty of that act, but then the person that they stole from takes them to civil court and they are found guilty or found liable, that doesn't mean that they didn't steal it, right? Because they are actually found liable and they have to pay that money back. That's the whole idea behind those TV style courtroom things, right? They often will say, I didn't do the act, but then the judge finds them liable, and then you're going to say, no, okay, they didn't do it. No, it's more likely than not that they did do it.
That's called an Alford plea.
Sure, okay. But they still did it. I mean, or they still
did they
not did it.
No, the evidence is stacked against them saying they did, but they're not saying that they did the act.
Yo, Maxie, you're
Thank
voting
you,
Trump?
Alex, for the $1.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Matt,
so?
I understand what you're saying, dude. I really
It's a little
do.
loud, man.
What'd you say, Maxie?
Sorry, it's just a little loud.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why
But I'm still voting Trump, just so you know. Guys, it's been a great conversation. I'm sorry that, maybe you guys don't agree with what I'm saying, but we're still all Americans and we're still here on this rock to
You're very
to
nice,
ban-
Richard. I just hope that you might change your vote, but you've been very kind, so I hope you have a great night, okay?
All right.
Yes, sir.
appreciate you, Richard.
You as well. Thank you very much.
All right. So, Maxie, why are you voting Trump?
Can I just say something real quick?
Why are you voting Trump?
Wait, can I just say something really quick?
You can say why you're voting Trump.
Oh, I just came up here to say hi. You guys are way too smart for me to do this, so.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Eric, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate it. Thank you, Alex, as well. Thank you for the $1. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Comment in the comment section. Help send it out to more people, y'all. Hopefully we can get some push out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6K's pretty good.
How old are you? Okay, let me get the next person up. Type MAG in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAG in the comment section if you want to be brought up.
David wants me to mute. Nah. I'm going to
If you see anyone crazy in the comment section, you can add them up.
All right. Thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
As a Jewish person, don't feel like I have a choice but to vote for Trump.
Why?
Because I don't feel like.
Yo, thank you so much for the hand heart. Thank you so much.
I don't feel like Kamala is pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form, and will.
Can I ask a question after that, then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, why
If
do you
she
think?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Matt. No, go ahead.
If she chose a Jewish vice president, David, what's your problem with me? You got a problem?
Because this ain't your live, man. I like listening to Parker. I can't stand when you're up here. I'm anti-Trump. I don't
Eric,
like
thank you for
Trump.
the $20.
But I
Thank you,
just
Eric.
like Parker. I don't like hearing you. You're like a sponge. Go do your own live, bro.
Well,
You know who invited me up?
You know who invited him up? Me. So you know what you can do? You can swipe, buddy. Swipe.
Okay, so what I was saying was, if Harris chooses a Jewish vice president nominee, would you then be more inclined to a supporter?
I would have to see what their policies are and what their stance is toward Israel in
For
general.
example, if she is to choose Josh Shapiro, the Jewish governor of Pennsylvania, would that make you more likely? He is pro-Israel. He's Jewish, and he's a practicing Jew. He was quite aggressive, actually, in the put down of the pro-Palestine demonstrations on college campuses. Something that I don't really disagree, or that I do disagree with him on. But he's decidedly on the left. I mean, you know, he's left of center, and I think he'd be a good pick. But he is a practicing Jew and a strong supporter of Israel. Plus, Kamala Harris's husband is also Jewish.
I'm aware that he's Jewish.
Okay, so I mean, but she surrounds herself, it seems, with Jewish individuals. She seems to be totally at home with Jewish individuals.
Like, what's wrong with her view?
Yeah.
Push that mustache. Thank you.
Well, I don't agree with, like, for example, sending money to UNRWA. I mean, number one. Number two, I don't agree with, well, this was more Biden than her, but I don't agree with the $300 million of taxpayer money used to build the port that actually absolutely did nothing.
Jamal, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Wait, so are you just anti-Palestinian?
Yeah, like
No.
what?
I'm not anti-Palestinian.
Well, then why is her support for funding UNRWA? Why is that a bad thing? Because UNRWA doesn't just operate within Palestine. It operates in Africa, Asia, South America. It does great work on behalf of refugees.
I understand that, but it's been proven that
thank you for the you're amazing
that teachers from UNRWA went and joined Hamas terrorists in October 7th and filmed themselves kidnapping people. It's also been proven that that several of the hostages have been held by people who are affiliated with UNRWA or directly work for UNRWA. So to me, while I understand they do good work in other areas in the world, it's problematic that you have a group of people that are affiliated with a certain organization that are affiliating themselves with terrorists.
In the UN took decisive action to investigate those allegations, and when they did find a few, it wasn't as if the entire organizational structure was filled with the H-word type people. It was a few bottom level people who were on the ground, and they summarily dismissed them from their posts because, as I said, UNRWA should not be tainted because there are a few bad apples within the bunch. As I said, a majority of their work is primarily in Africa, Asia, South America. They just happen to be in Palestine because of the war currently going on. And you want to take away their funding from that think of what that would do to the overall refugee crisis found in Africa and Asia. I mean, it would have tremendous amounts of
Also, I have a question, Sean. Do you see it to be justified to kill hundreds of Palestinians to, say, get back like one hostage?
No, I don't. But if you
isn't that like what Israel was justifying? They got like a few hostages, and in the meantime killed like hundreds of innocent Palestinians.
Firstly, I personally dispute the people who were there were innocent Palestinians. Number one.
Why do you dispute that?
Sorry, say again?
Why do you dispute that? Thank you for the handout. Thank you, Rain.
I'm sure there were some people who were there who were innocent Palestinians.
No, like what evidence do you have that they were like not innocent? Because aren't you for like assuming innocent until proven guilty with Donald Trump?
I am.
So then why don't you do the same thing for Palestinians? Because right now it just sounded to me like you said that they were guilty, right, on assumption.
No, I don't think they're guilty by assumption. Like I said, I'm sure
So then
they're.
what reason do you have to believe that they are guilty? Jennifer, thank you for the $20.
I'm not saying they're all guilty. I'm saying some of them are guilty, some of them are innocent, and the
Would you
people
say
who are.
that about people who died in the U.S.? Like if that was like, say, 200 Americans that died, would you say, oh, some of them were guilty?
If they were holding somebody hostage, yes, of course.
So killing 200 innocent U.S. citizens would be justified for getting back one Israeli hostage.
Yes.
What? Do you hear yourself, Sean? Killing 200 people to save one hostage. 200 innocent people. Are you trolling?
No.
That is such an insane take. How can you be okay with that, Sean? What the fuck? This is like crazy.
I disagree.
You disagree? What? You'd kill 200 innocent people to save one hostage.
Firstly,
in the United States, 200 innocent United States citizens.
Firstly, there actually are U.S. citizens who are hostages there.
Yeah, so again, no, what you're not understanding.
There are 8 U.S. citizens there currently who are hostages held by Hamas.
And I hope that people are not held hostage. I would love for hostages not to be taken. I would love for that harm never to impact people. What I'm acknowledging, though, is that it doesn't make sense to kill 200 innocent people to get 1 or 2 hostages back. That makes no sense. Because 200 people is significantly more than 2.
I understand.
That's like massive.
And I would bet that kind of ratio violates some norm of war or something. That I'm sure somewhere there's a like.
Oh, if you look at the
balancing
ICJ, they actually determined that they were using starvation as a weapon of war, like Israel. So the ICJ just
how could they be using starvation as a tool of war when, if you actually calculate the amount of aid that Israel tries to send to the Gaza Strip, it's 3,000 calories a day, which is more food than they need. And to the extent that it doesn't get there, it's because it's getting stolen by Hamas.
Are you calculating also, Sean,
give me a source?
the amount of?
I could give you a source.
Not just that, Parker. That doesn't include the fact that there are far right Israelis that are along the road lines that lead the aid to go in, and they are actively pulling over those trucks and destroying the aid that goes into Palestine. Right?
Yeah,
we
I
have
think that's
tons of videos that were submitted to the United Nations on this. This is not, and by the way, the person making that claim is Benjamin Netanyahu himself. I'm sorry, but
sourcing Benjamin Netanyahu is crazy.
I don't trust a word that comes out of Benjamin Netanyahu's mouth. And by the way, what's your problem?
Carol Ann, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Carol Ann. And Jamal, thank you for the $20. And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 as well. Can we get some W's for all of them in the chat? Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ruben, for the
Here's an article from NPR saying the same exact thing. How would you like me to send it?
What?
What's the title? We won't be able to hear you when you can't see me, by the way. Everyone, do tap that screen to 500,000 likes, y'all.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
Yo, M, are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Well, here, Parker, I'm gonna jump right to the point. I've listened to you and your buddy Dean for the last couple of days talk about abortion and well, if you support Trump, then abortion this and you're killing people and all this and all that. So answer my question without deviating or trying to bring up any exterior issues. Talk to me about Riley Gaines or Molly Tibbins or any of that. Go ahead, because the second that you try to brush it off, that's blood on your hands, and then you're supporting Biden and you're supporting Kamala. So let me hear it. Come on, let me hear your excuses. Just like you call us supporting murderers for supporting Trump, wouldn't you be the same?
I don't think I call people murderers for supporting.
You have. You and Dean have said that. Don't say you haven't.
I don't think I've said that. Matt, you're in my lives.
Excuse me.
Matt, have I ever said
that? You said if we support Trump, then we support abortion, and therefore we're murderers because we support. So without answer,
Wait,
Parker.
I never said that you were a murderer.
Parker, answer the question.
Okay, I'll meet you. Because he just said that we claim that they support Trump, and that means they support abortion, which means that they're murderers.
Like, we're...
That's entire... No, it would be the claim that you support Trump, therefore you're anti-abortion, therefore that you cause unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, like what? This isn't even what I would say. This is why it makes no sense. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally pro-choice. I'm pro-sentience. Trump is the one who overturned Roe versus Wade.
And
why is M so mad? Like, is M supposed to stand for
him up
mad?
here because he had a problem with me, because he was saying something about me, and I was like, okay, what's everybody's problem? And so, but then he.
I swear, Matt always picks like the
I know, like he had a problem with me. I was like, what the fuck, man? Like,
M, are you gonna unmute your mic? Dude, you literally you have to click your name, like your profile picture, and then oh, there you go, you got it.
Answer the question about Molly Tibbetts and Lincoln Riley. Answer it.
Yeah. So you're talking about
no. So you're telling me if you support Biden and Harris, then you support those girls being murdered, so therefore their blood are on your hands.
I don't support those people being murdered. I don't think that either Trump's or Biden's policy would have changed those people being murdered. I think
bullshit. You are so full of shit.
Can you give me what policy limited that from happening under Trump's administration?
No, it didn't. First of all, I don't want to hear anything about Trump.
And what policy limited that from happening under Trump's administration?
Parker, whether the border was open for 2 minutes or 2 hours under Biden's administration.
When did they open the border?
What's that?
When did Kamala Harris and when did Joe Biden open the border?
Parker, you're not deviating. Their blood is on your hands, and I hope to God.
Really? You're so insane.
Yeah, because you know what? For every person that comes on here from now on, that you want to say, oh, well, if you support Trump and abortion and all that, your blood is on Lincoln Riley's hands, and your blood is on...
No, it's not. How is that on our hands?
100% Parker. Because,
and that's fine.
You know why? Parker, because the narrative doesn't fit your argument. Now all of a sudden the narrative doesn't fit your argument.
No, you're just not listening.
Their blood's not on my hands.
Just bring it back on them. How many murders by undocumented immigrants were there under Trump?
Yeah, literally.
Because the immigrants weren't under Trump.
You're a murderer,
Matt,
right? Because in 2019, I'm talking. In 2019, a undocumented migrant killed 4 people in Reno, Nevada, under Trump's, and Trump actually posted about it. He brought it up, right? Therefore, that happened under Trump. Therefore, all Trump supporters are now murderers because that was under Trump.
Yeah, dude. You're fucking M stands for murderer.
Yeah,
M stands for murderer.
That's a very famous movie. M for murder. M for murder.
All right, everyone, do tell that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, 100,000 likes, million likes. Look at that. Keep going up. 2 million likes.
Unmute, my dude. Just unmute.
3 million likes. Click your profile picture and click the microphone. 5 million likes, 10 million likes, 20 million likes. Okay, everyone, we're going to the moon.
Murder unalive, whatever it is. Red rum.
Hey, M, are you there, bro? Can you unmute?
Yeah,
there you go.
What I'm saying is you're wearing your blood on their hands.
He didn't listen. So there was an undocumented immigrant that killed 4 people in Reno, Nevada, right, in 2019. Okay. So therefore, you voted for Donald Trump, and the blood is on your hands, Em. It's on your hands.
Good. That's great. But then let's also transition.
What? Saying good is crazy, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, because Parker, you sit here and you call people out about.
Patricia, thank you you for the $11.99. Thank you so much.
Because Parker, you sit there and you talk about, oh, like, well, if you support Trump and abortion and the overturning of Roe versus Wade, then you're a murderer. Well, then guess what? You're just.
I don't say you're a murderer, but what I would say is that you are voting for someone that's allowing for grape. There'd be no grape exceptions federally.
Parker, let's rewind the tape with you and Dean yesterday, because you had no problem going after a bunch of Trump supporters, and I can guarantee you that you and Dean both said, so you support murderers, you support murder. Oh, so you're gonna
no. We're talking about grape. We're talking about grape.
Oh, so
we're saying,
again,
would you vote for someone?
No. Parker, you just don't like to hear the narrative.
No, listen.
Parker, you just don't like to hear the narrative.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But
Parker,
I'll tell you what we said.
Exactly what I'm talking about, bro. You just don't like to hear the narrative, because now when the narrative's on you and I'm calling you, you're supporting a murderer, and now all of a sudden you want to deflect. Just like when you say, "Oh, well, Trump's a rapist or whatever," or
that's what we say.
Women. How about How about all the times where Biden has touched and kissed and hugged people inappropriately?
Thank you for the $10 for being border czar. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But it doesn't matter because he hasn't been brought up in court about it. It doesn't matter. He's still a sick fuck. So go ahead. Let me hear you deflect. I told you, you let me in on this. I was going to poop all over you, Parker. You got nothing, man. You got nothing. You're just as sick and twisted as everybody else. And if you want to support Biden and Harris, that's fine. But Lincoln Riley's blood and Molly Tippett's blood are on your hands. I hope you can sleep at night.
$5. I sleep just like a baby, knowing I'm on the right side of fucking history. Right? Because you guys are the ones trying to. You're trying to limit women's access to abortion, right? Which is leading to them specifically have negative outcomes for non-sentient embryos. I don't say that you're a murderer, but what I do say specifically is that you vote for legislation that restricts women's rights. That's what I do say. You're voting for someone that denies climate change. You're voting for someone that's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, has been undermining this American democracy for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Someone that called for religious persecution, a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Right, that's the guy that you're voting for. The guy who said he walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns a place. Says he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Says yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He's calling his daughter voluptuous. Do you understand even what you're talking about? You have no clue what you're referencing. I haven't said that specifically, but I will say all these other things. Appreciate the box glove. Thank you so much. You want to address all these? Go for it, bro. You got so much fucking content material. Let's hear it, Em. Let's hear it. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Stand up for it.
Yeah. Parker, you're sitting here putting your flag in Kamala's sandbox like, oh, she's perfect and Biden's
never
perfect
said she's perfect.
Blah blah blah. Yet, well, dude, but you're making Trump supporters out to be murderers, and you're just as bad, bro.
Dude, I didn't say that. But
we just commended one Trump supporter for being kind to us and like having a good discussion, or at least I did.
Thank you so much. Yeah, literally. Em, what are you talking about? You're literally like fucking cracked out of your mind.
What do you mean? What am I talking about? I mean, Biden's just a sick fuck, just like
David. Thank you for the enchanted. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. If you're going to talk about Trump being a rapist and stuff like that, because your boy Dean does the same thing. What about Biden kissing and hugging and touching people inappropriately that we've seen on TV? How do you pass that off?
So I don't. I acknowledge things, and he's acknowledged this as well. He's came out and he's apologized for those things. I disagree with that. I do think that he's too invasive with how he like greets people. I definitely think that's true. And he's come out and again he's addressed that.
So you're saying that's acceptable behavior then?
No, I'm not. I do not think it's acceptable.
Also, so we don't have.
I do not think it's acceptable.
Why don't you talk about it? Because
I do. I have.
Why don't you talk about it? Because you're so ready to jump Trump about this, that, and the other thing.
Because he's not running for election. He's not running for election.
It doesn't matter, but it's still under your watch. I mean, but what do they say? It's guilt by association. It's just like if two people show up to rob a house, and then one guy ends up shooting somebody and killing them.
That implies that they committed a crime.
But Parker,
Billy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Billy. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker. Parker, because it's
Jasmine,
not
thank you for the $3 as well.
No,
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Chelsea, thank you for the $5.
because it's not your narrative.
Parker, your narrative. Your narrative. Your narrative,
doesn't
Parker.
sound
Oh my
good,
God,
but
your
yes, it
narrative.
is.
Your narrative.
Oh,
It's going
no,
underneath,
it's
Parker.
exactly.
I promise you, your
because
narrative. It's going down, Parker. Your narrative. It's going down. I've got you.
Hey,
I've got
Parker,
you in
that's
my
right.
sights. It's going down. Oh my God, bro. I promise you. I live in my imagination, and in my imagination, I'm beating you in this argument.
I never said I was beating you. What I'm doing is I'm calling you out on your bullshit because you conveniently.
You're not calling me out on any
leave
bullshit,
out-
dude.
What do you? So how come you haven't brought up anything that Biden's done? You want to shit all over Trump
Because he's not running for election. This is like they're like Hunter Biden. They're like Hunter Biden. It's like it doesn't relate to the election.
Have you noticed,
here's
Parker,
another
how the
thing.
Hunter Biden talk has oddly gone silent?
Yeah,
now?
it's gone silent.
Hunter
Biden.
Two shits about who brought up Hunter Biden. I never said a word about it, but here you
I'm
guys,
giving you an example of someone who's not running for election, but people would bring up all the time, and you're doing that thing right now.
From the realities of the conversation, Parker, because
I'm giving you an
you can't-
example.
You can't handle the sweat when it gets in the room.
Thank you so much for the pride
Again,
glasses.
it's guilt by association. Whether Biden's running for president,
Okay,
or
so then
not,
you're voting for Donald Trump, so then you're guilty for everything Donald Trump's done. Therefore, you're
Great.
guilty of sexual
I hope
abuse.
So, but I'll tell. But
You hope
know
so?
what?
You hope so?
But Parker,
Bro,
here's the
saying
thing.
you hope so for that is crazy as fuck. Wait, guilt by association. Trump was associated with fucking Epstein, You know what fucking Epstein did, What did Epstein do?
By the transitive
Hey, excuse
property,
me.
Trump knew Epstein.
Em
is going to vote for Epstein.
Elizabeth, thank you for the
Therefore,
$5.
M
Thank you.
Likes, bruh.
Dude, this guy, bro. Guilt by association. Let's do it. Let's
Guilt
bring
by
that up.
association.
Let's bring that up, bro. Do you think that Trump's guilty of child sex trafficking, buddy?
Yeah, let's do. Let's
appreciate the little crowd. He said, "Yeah, bro." That's crazy. Yo, you think he's guilty of child sex? You think Trump's guilty of child sex trafficking? Thank you for the little crown. Thank you. Guilt by association. He's guilty. He's guilty. You there?
Gone, even gone. So.
Yo, thank you so much, Tier. I appreciate the $20.24. Thank you so much.
Yes or no?
He's got MAGA mobile.
Come
yeah, you cut out, man.
Parker, pump the brakes. Parker, pump the brakes here because I want to hear the rational. I want to hear Parker the rational answer, without the liberal Parker. Parker, do you honestly think between a liberal court, a liberal?
Bro, he's got MAGA mobile. Dude, I might have to go on to the next person. This guy's MAGA mobile.
Do you really think Trump was guilty of all those felonies?
Yes.
Really?
Yes,
really?
he's been convicted. Yes.
Oh no shit! He's been convicted, idiot. I'm asking you if you think he was honestly guilty of them.
Yes.
Really? So you're telling me if he got tried in Tennessee or South Carolina or anywhere else that he would have been found guilty? Really? Come on.
Probably.
Really? I mean, listen to you guys yourselves. You know what? You guys probably look at yourselves in the mirror every day and pump yourselves up, right? Like, honestly, if he was tried in any red state, do you really think he would have been convicted?
I do when I brush my beard in the morning. I go, yeah, looking good.
I'm sure you do, Matt. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you and Parker and Dean get in the left triangle and give each other high fives because, we beat down another Trump guy today. So you know what? I just hope you guys go to bed at night. I don't care.
Well, Donald Trump says to 10-year-old girls that he dated her in 10 years.
Oh, really? I mean, what was it? What, didn't Kamala know Epstein as well? If I'm not mistaken?
Kamala, and what'd you say?
It doesn't matter if it's Kamala, whatever. But didn't she know Epstein as well? Didn't she?
No, she didn't know Epstein.
Are you sure? You're 100%.
Yeah, I have no evidence to indicate she knew Epstein.
Okay, well, I'm asking you, Parker.
I have no evidence to indicate that she knew Epstein.
I want to hear you say, I'm Parker, and I'm 100% positive she didn't know Epstein.
I am 100% positive. I have no evidence to indicate she knew Epstein.
I don't want to hear no evidence. I want to hear I'm Parker, and I'm 100% positive.
I don't think I could. I am Parker, and I approve this message. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
You don't have the sack when it comes to having to put your life on. You can talk shit on.
Well, apparently neither does Donald Trump, according to Stormy Daniels.
But when I'm asking you to put your sack
Ew, what?
What? Why did it cut off on that? Dude.
Your sack somewhere.
Don't make any cute
Yo,
comments.
dude, why are you talking about that, bro? That's crazy.
Don't make any.
Thank you for the gift.
There you go, then. Make
Bro's
cute comments because you don't
writing
have
the
a
what
poll.
pad as we
You'd
speak,
be
bro.
like, I'm Parker. Here I am. I'm Parker, and I'm not a man enough to say I'm 100% positive. Go ahead, say it. Let me hear it.
Donald
Let
Trump's
your
not man
millions
enough
and
to give up his
millions of
DNA.
followers.
Donald Trump's not man enough to give up his DNA. Blue Break, thank you for the $2.
Again, what does that have to do with the conversation, Parker? I didn't ask about Trump and his DNA. I asked about you and your manhood. Man up and say it. Put your balls on the line and say, I'm 100% positive. You have this platform.
I don't think I can say 100% positive about many things. That would imply that there's
and you have.
Yeah, so 100% certainty, I appreciate Devin, thank you for the $5, would imply that there's a logical impossibility of the contrary, which wouldn't be true for us having this conversation, right? This being a real conversation, because it's logically possible that this is just like a simulation, right? But obviously, I don't think that's probable to be the case. So, like, I couldn't say 100% that, this is a real conversation, but yet that seems like ridiculous, right? Because it's like most likely to be the case. That's what all evidence indicates. So we base things based upon evidence for what we believe. We're not going to base it on whatever the fuck you just referenced. You can unmute your mic, man. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Devin, thank you for the $5 for M's Tissues. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Stop deflecting. Yes, you know it. You know, right. You're so right. I need to stop deflecting. And Tiara, thank you so much for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Tiara. You got anything, Em? Are you trying to figure it out again?
Parker, if we're supposed to believe what you want, what we're supposed to believe, then let me hear. I want to hear you spit now, because again, I'm not going to let you deviate, because you and Matt and Dean and everybody else do such a great job of it. Tell me why. And you could. Yeah, you guys like to deflect, because that's what liberals do. They deflect.
We deflect. We deflect so much. Madison, thank you for the $2.50.
Ruben, thank you for the $1. Oh, Ruben says that.
Matt, stop deflecting, Matt. Stop deflecting.
By the way, apparently you're following this.
Parker,
you like blondes, apparently.
Parker,
you got an
McKenna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for deflecting. Thank you so much.
The only reason why Matt is there is A, because he likes to interrupt the callers, and B, it's because I think you need somebody else there to kind of pat you on the back and be like, "Yeah, Parker, good job."
How many lives have I done solo?
If you had any,
do you host your own lives?
I am actually one of the lower ones. Like,
have you ever done a live yourself? I've done countless lives by myself.
It doesn't matter if you're first, second, or 100. Matt, it doesn't matter if you're first, second, or 105th. The fact that you're on there.
I don't need anyone to dunk on you. You're dumb. Jim, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Does talk about my genitalia a lot. It's really weird. Thank you so much. K-Bell, thank you for the super shower. Thank you so much.
Because Matt.
I just like being here.
It's just like fun for Matt to be here.
Because Matt's been part of the conversation the whole time, just like Dean was yesterday. So
yeah.
I mean,
the conversation because I know what I'm talking about, and I add to the conversation.
Yeah.
So,
who gives a shit, dude? Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Parker having a one-on-one, because Parker's not man enough to have a one-on-one.
That's why I'm responding to you. You brought up my name.
You're damn right I did, because he
all 1v8 Trump supporters. All 1v8 Trump supporters. I don't care. Right? Trump supporters don't have good arguments. You have no good arguments. Can you name me how many branches of government are there?
No reason why I don't have. All right, so you're telling me that Lincoln Riley's not a good argument. So in other words, then you're making her name meaningless. Then so she's not a good argument.
Did you just not hear my question?
I'll make sure that I'll let everybody know that Parker thinks that Lincoln Riley's not a good argument. I'll make sure that everybody knows Parker doesn't think that Molly Tibbetts isn't a good argument.
It's not, because literally 4 people got killed by an undocumented immigrant in Las Vegas in 2019. Right? You don't blame Trump for that.
One example.
Heidi, think of the $10. Thank you so much. That's just one example. Okay. Now, tell me how many branches of government there are. Unmute your mic and tell me how many branches of government there are right now.
Parker, I don't care. I'll just make sure that people.
Honey, you don't know? You don't know, honey?
That you don't care. You just.
Honey, you don't know?
Oh, I know. You just said you don't care, so I'll make sure I let everybody know you don't care about Molly Tibbetts. Or you don't care about
little
Lincoln Riley,
sweetheart,
because
little
that's what
sweetheart
you just
doesn't.
said.
Little sweetheart doesn't know how many branches of government there are. Yeah, he calls everyone else dumb. Aw.
No.
Yo, M, how many consonants are there?
That Parker,
how many
just doesn't
consonants
give a
are
shit
there?
about what any Trump supporter has to say,
Hey,
and that he'll just brush it off.
How many consonants are there?
Really? So then tell me what you think about Lincoln Riley. Tell me what you think about Molly Tibbetts, other than she was killed by.
He's got those two talking points on load up. That's it.
Biden and Harris for it. I want to hear you say that you admit.
I don't blame Donald Trump for.
Why not? Matt, I didn't ask you. I asked Parker.
The president,
I didn't ask you, Matt.
Joe
Shut
Biden
it.
or Donald Trump or Barack Obama or
Matt, shut it. I didn't ask you.
I'm answering your question. If you don't,
what does Ronald Reagan have to do with the conversation? See, this is again where you guys bring in exterior shit. I don't care, Matt. I didn't ask you. I asked Park.
Well, you got MAGA mobile, so we can't even tell.
Yo,
Tanner, thank you for the $15 for being about us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Tanner.
Meaningless. Let me hear you make Lincoln Riley and Molly Tibbetts' life meaningless. Go ahead, and I want to hear you give excuses to the world as to why it's not Biden and Harris's fault. Go ahead, and I only want to hear from Parker, not Matt. I didn't ask Matt. I meant.
Yeah, so I don't think that their lives were meaningless. I definitely think that their lives had meaning. I'm not disputing that, but I do think that it is the case that these are not going to be blamed specifically on the president. These have happened under Trump and Biden's administration. I don't think that just because it happens under the administration, that means it's the fault of either president. The same way that I wouldn't look at tourism and be like, the deaths caused by tourists are caused by the presidents because under their administration, tourism was allowed. I feel like that's a ridiculous statement to make. And now watch you just repeat the same fucking thing again.
You're so full of shit, dude. That's under both administrations. Trump was building a wall to keep people out, dude. Come on, Parker.
How much of the wall did he build?
Like I said, grow a set, dude. Grow a set. Just admit it. They fucked up.
How much of the wall did he build?
Well, until he got shut down by the Democrats, it was going great.
Less than a fourth. Less than a fourth of the wall was built. Mexico didn't pay for the wall.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so you want to? So here we go. So we're gonna use measuring sticks. So less than a fourth of the wall. But again, it doesn't matter if it's 1 hour, 1 minute, or 1 day. Those girls died under Harris and Biden. As much as you don't.
Look, he said the same thing again.
And you don't want to. And Matt, shut up. And the reason
we can add more squares to the fucking bingo set because this guy's literally fucking insane. You're literally insane.
The reason why I'm insane is because you don't have the balls to admit that the blood's on their hands and your hands.
Why are you talking about my fucking balls so much, bro? Steven, thank you so much for the $2. What the fuck? You said let's just analyze what this guy just said. I'm going to talk about he said this. I'm going to talk about his balls. Because he's not a man. What? FBI, open up! Bro, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What is going on? What the fuck is life, dude? Holy shit. Oh my lord. Jesus Christ. Madison, thank you for the $1. Oh my god, somebody get the FBI involved. Holy shit. Unfucking believable. Definitely a deflection right there, Bart. Definitely a deflection. Fuck, dude. Yo. Ari, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Wait. When did Molly Tibbetts die?
Oh,
2018.
2018.
I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. That was under Trump. Oh my god, there's no way he fucking said that.
Parker,
by the way,
by your own logic, then it's Donald Trump's fault. You said it.
This fucking guy.
You said it.
I said what?
Thank you, Van Dart.
Molly Tibbetts died in 2018 under Donald Trump. Therefore, Donald Trump has blood on his hands. It is Donald Trump's fault. That's your own logic.
Yes,
You
he
brought it
does.
up.
But no shit. I have.
Yes, he does.
Pat, I have no problem. But I have no problem. Yes, but here's the thing. I have no problem comparing and contrasting and admitting where that happened. But tell me about Lincoln Riley. Why am I man enough to admit?
Dude, now he's changing the argument.
Does
I'm not someone said you're waking up the. Wait. Chat. I'm gonna bring down the live. Someone said I'm waking up the grandma. I apologize. I'm sorry. But I gotta do it one more time. Shanique, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Shanique. Thank you for the $100.
Yes, M.
Holy fucking shit.
In the alphabet. Yes, M. You learned my name. Good job. So, here's another question. Here's something else that I've had.
Donald Trump directly responsible for Molly Tibbetts' death?
Sure, 100%. At least I can admit it, though. So, is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris 100% responsible for Lincoln Riley's death?
No, that's
yes or
no. No.
Yes,
we're not holding your view. Only under your view. Only under your view. Only under not under my view. Under your view.
It's not because it doesn't fit the liberal narrative. That's why.
No, because it just doesn't fucking make sense. That's a correlation causation fallacy, genius.
Just because see, here's the problem, Parker and Matt. Because when conservatives or people that like Trump don't agree with the liberal right or don't think or agree how they agree, that they're 100% wrong.
No, my disagreement with you, even though you have
reality, and it's just like, oh well, maybe they're right.
No, our disagreement with you is that your logic doesn't hold up. Presidents are not directly responsible for people being unalived. I'm sorry, but Donald Trump is not responsible for Molly Tibbetts' death. I'm willing to admit that. Parker thanks you for the galaxy.
Yeah, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Inject yourself.
Don't engaging in medication.
Like, if you don't like it, bro, just go to bed already. I mean, come on, man.
No, because I do have something else. Because, like I said, I've had to sit here and throw up all over myself listening to Parker and Dean the last couple of days, where if we vote for Donald Trump, we're a racist. And I want to bring up 2 points before I'm rudely interrupted.
I bet if I clicked on your account right now, your watch time. I bet I clicked on your account audit right now and I looked at your watch time. Your watch time is like 7 hours plus, at least. Hey, it says your watch time's over 30 minutes.
Again, it's because 30 minutes exactly, because I've thrown up all over because I couldn't stand it after a while. So before
that's why you stayed on. Yeah, you know what I mean.
You guys want to talk about? Yeah, no, I hear you. But here's the thing, because
he was fucking forced to stay on. You know what I mean? Like, he was literally throwing up because it was so bad, but yet he kept staying on. He was addicted to it.
Interrupting.
Laura, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Laura, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you.
Love you.
You'll never get that 50 back, but anyways, that's a different story. So,
dude, what are you talking about?
So again, she'll never get that $50 back.
Matthew, thank you so much for the $47 for the deflections, and I'm going to bed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $40. The $47. Thank you so much.
Money back either. Anyways, again, without trying to be really interrupted.
Nick, thank you for the $5 as well.
You guys sit here and you talk.
It's almost like they donated it. Like no shit.
I mean, I might as well put $100 bill in my driveway and just light it on fire. So at that point, but Parker, here's my question again.
Wait, do you ever tip someone for service? Do you think that's the same thing as lighting something on fire?
Trust me, I wouldn't tip you. I wouldn't tip you or Dean or Matt or any of them.
Wait. So when you tip someone, is that the same thing as
when? Hey,
M. When you tip someone, is that the same thing as lighting all that money on fire?
No, because they've earned it. If I tip it, they've earned it. You guys haven't earned it, so it's a big difference.
You know what's crazy? So, like when you provide a service and people donate, like in a certain sense, you could say right?
Well,
That
there's a
someone
difference
earned
between
it.
tipping and donating, but that's a different argument.
Georgia, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for lighting $15 on my driveway. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
The more people are donating, the more money they're lighting on fire. But can I make my point now or not?
I
So
hope
you guys-
not. Please
you guys-
don't. Please don't.
Please don't. Okay. Well, like I said, as I've had to listen to you and Dean.
You know, the
last
other
couple
Parker
nights,
had
I've
a
to throw up all
point.
over
They are
myself.
not like us. The other Parker had a point. They're not like us.
You guys talk about us being like racist if we vote for Donald Trump. Am I not
Sydney,
mistaken?
thank you so much for the $5 for fire money. Thank you so much.
Your current presidential candidate called the current president of the United States a racist, and then furthermore,
No, he didn't. No, she didn't. She said, I believe he's not racist.
Yeah,
No,
that's the actual quote.
That's actually the quote.
What video are you watching?
Wait,
bro?
do you want to
You're
bet
not
on this?
watching the
You want to
debate?
bet on this?
Oh fuck, dude! She called Biden straight up a racist. And can I finish what I have to
Sorry.
say?
I take everything back. We needed. We're going to.
Everybody forget that.
Everybody,
TikTok, if you're listening,
you know,
it was a joke.
Joke, not real. Devin, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you so much. Fuck, dude. You know, I'm just like,
You're
it just,
good, Parker.
that was
It's
just like a AI response. Sometimes I bug out. Like, Nathan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Forget that. That didn't happen. Okay. Amnesia.
Didn't happen.
Can't do that anymore, chat. Can't do that anymore.
No, yeah.
Ariana, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. All right, hello.
He has such trouble.
You gotta unmute, man. You gotta unmute, Brianna, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I'll send you 20 more if you kick this guy off right now.
So what party held up the desegregation of schools, or what party was involved in the KKK? If you guys want to talk history, let's bring it up.
Wait, so again, when you say the segregation of schools, that was brought up mainly specifically by.
It doesn't fit the narrative.
Devin, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Conservatives. So I just want to let you know that was mainly
you guys hung up
conservatives.
on me.
That was mainly continued by We didn't hang up on you. You're still there.
Bruh, his Wi-Fi is bugging.
His Wi-Fi is such MAGA mobile, dude. It's like literally the most MAGA mobile I've ever seen. We might need to go to another person because his MAGA mobile is so bad.
Yeah, just go. Bye, Have a good night.
You want to remove him from me?
I will miss you, and I'm lying, of course.
Trump, 90 million votes.
90 million votes.
That's what this person's name is.
Trump, 90 million votes. You wish.
Dude, you remember that one? I can't say this now. Fuck, dude. God damn it. Like, you know, sometimes I just dislike TikTok, okay? Just their rules. It's a little bit dislike their rules, you know?
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Diane, thank you so much for the singing mic. Thank you so much. I wish TikTok didn't have so many fucking rules. Like, they just need to, like, chill out a bit.
I agree.
Like, well, they, like, ban the weirdest shit.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Like, I should be able to call someone dumb, too, without getting banned. That's really dumb. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
What's up? So, I'm actually on the worst gambling streak of my life right now.
Well, I feel sorry for you. Bella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Bella.
I'm sorry. We're here for you, man. Yeah. What's up? How old are you?
I'll pray for you.
Thank you for the singing mic. Thank you so much, Roseanne. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not sure yet. I'm in the middle. But I was hoping you convince me otherwise.
What state are you in?
I'm in Illinois, so my vote really doesn't matter.
Vote for Kamala Harris. Grama, thank you so much. I appreciate the future encounters. Thank you so much. We are just looking for Trump supporters, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you for the gun. Thank you so much.
How old are you? Melian, thank you so much for the $10 for Kamala. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual. I apologize, everyone, sometimes. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. If you see anyone crazy, you can add them up.
Oh, sure.
Or any MAGA people.
You got it.
Bella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate you setting it on fire.
This person's kind of crazy.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 DNC donation. Thank you so much, Teresa. I appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Boston's? Hello?
Oh, here we go. This person sounds interesting.
Okay.
Shane, come on up, bro. Come on. Come on up, Shane.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
I just turned 18.
I was getting no vibes. Like, he was just taking a long time.
No, I'm Australian. Get me off. I didn't mean to join.
I invited somebody. Okay, there we go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
Hi, hello. Yeah, I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep, 24. Can you hear me?
Why?
Oh, yeah. I did vote Biden before. I'm definitely voting Trump this time around. I'm not really a fan of how Kamala Harris became like the front runner for the Democratic Party. It wasn't really very Democratic-like.
Biden stepped down. Vice president.
I know. It felt like to me like that was the whole setup. That was the whole game plan and whatnot. I was like, dang, I probably would have voted Democrat, but I'm definitely voting Trump now. One of the bigger reasons is because
that makes no sense. Trump quite literally tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. He tried to send fake electors to the electoral college.
I didn't tell you why I'm voting Trump yet. Hold on.
Wait, but you said like that was anti-democratic and you were not voting them because of that.
Yeah.
We think of the $5.
There's another bigger reason why I'm voting Trump. Now, the reason why I'm voting for Trump this time around is compared to Kamala and Trump, the only reason, he's the only one of them that I've seen speak out against one of my bigger concerns, and that's like being against the sterilization of children and just leading them up to
what sterilization?
Just transitioning and whatnot. Taking pills, sterilizing yourself, and then when you hit 18, you get mutilized.
Can
you?
No.
I'm just saying. I don't mind that. If you're an adult, I feel like you should make those decisions, but I just don't think any children should be going through that whatsoever. So far, Trump is the only one that I've seen actually speak out against that. And the final nail in the coffin was
speak out against what specifically?
What was that?
You're pro-Palestine.
He likes that Donald Trump is anti-trans.
Okay, so you like that Donald Trump is anti-trans.
It's more the fact that he's anti children transitioning, no sterilization pills.
He's anti getting rid of he wants to get rid of it for adults as well, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's an Agenda 47.
No. He just said
actually he does. Donald Trump will put people in his administration that are actively anti-trans and want to ban the procedure even for adults.
Yeah, there's not surgery is not something that happens.
No,
it typically is like puberty blockers, which are given to puberty blockers are not sterilization. Puberty blockers, right, are given to cis kids as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but that really destroys your system. What are you talking about, dude?
No,
you gotta talk about puberty blockers, right?
Kids, it's given when it's necessary. Like, for example, when a female needs a puberty blockers because she goes into precocious puberty, that's a positive, right? You don't want 6-year-olds going into puberty.
Yeah. What? Of course, but
exactly.
So let me give you the final point because I gave you 2 points, and on my third point, and then we can go right into the debate. And my last point is yes, I'm pro-Palestinian, and I know both of these guys. America in general is going to always stand by Israel. It's a little pathetic, but Kamala Harris in the Democratic Party, Jewish husband, Jewish vice president. I'm just guessing like. They're definitely not.
Wait, whoa, that's crazy. To say that you're not voting for her because of a Jewish husband is fucking. That's not being pro-Palestinian. That's quite literally anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
that's definitely pro-Israel. Come on, now let's keep it a buck.
What? Being Jewish. Wait. Being Jewish does not mean you're Zionist.
Yeah, exactly.
You could be an anti-Zionist Jew.
Okay, but can you name one time Kamala Harris has actually denounced Israel?
Yes, I can. Recently, she met with Bibi Netanyahu in D.C. She said to his face said to his face that he was doing too much and going too hard on the Palestinians, that he needed to work much harder on a ceasefire. And she said that she does not support his current policies with regard to the Palestinians. She said that to his face, and then she said it right after that within a press conference. You will never hear Donald Trump say that. In fact, Donald Trump has repeatedly doubled down on his support for Israel, and he has doubled down that Bibi Netanyahu should go harder, faster, and be more brutal in his attack on Palestinian land, such as when he should do a full assault on the city of Rafah.
Oh, actually,
only one candidate talks like that. Only one candidate.
Yeah, yes. Okay, actually, the bigger point is the fact that Parker is basically using Matt as a cheat code. It's not fair. Matt is just a little too good, man. Let's keep it a buck.
Bro, okay, yeah, no,
cheating,
base
man.
cheat code. Can we get some W's for the cheat code in the chat, everyone? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah.
Xbox controllers, we had to put in like the thing and
Yeah, do you know on GTA how you can put in those cheat codes?
Yeah.
I did that and it popped in Matt GPT.
Pop me right up. That's what happens when you like read news all day. That's what I do. So I did read news all day.
Bro got cooked and he's like Matt the cheat code. Damn right he is.
It's the Matt GPT monitor.
Yeah, did you get that new update?
Yeah, I did. Feels pretty good.
Yeah. Dude, you can make it Matt GPT, your second account 2.0.
Yeah, 2.0. Actually, I think I was going to do that, actually. Was going to do Matt GPT 2.0.
Chaser, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit, I did not mean to join, my bad.
You're good, don't worry. If you see anyone crazy, you can bring them up.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm actually so happy to hear that Kamala did that.
She did it on TV and everything.
That's very respectable.
She is much more pro-Palestinian than
Biden was,
Joe
for
Biden
sure.
Or yeah, I mean, hold on. This guy named Dad. Okay, hold on. Dad, where are you? You're in here. I see. There you go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Dad, you don't got no followers.
How old are you?
20. I didn't mean to join. My bad, bro.
You're good. Don't.
Type MAGA in the chat if you want to be brought up. I'm looking.
All right, everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes again.
Okay, there.
Let's get to 1 million likes again. TikTok, it loves taking me down, so we lose that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Are they leaving? All right, looks like we got to get another person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Okay. Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I don't know what your name is. Sorry.
At this point, unfortunately, I am. It's not my greatest decision. I'll be honest about it.
How old are you, by the way?
But
how old are you, by the way?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
For sure. Banana, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
You are a fetus.
Yeah, fetus.
Yeah, that is me.
Okay. Yeah, so why are you voting Trump?
So, with the whole process, I've actually supported Marianne Williamson.
What? This is not matching up.
Yeah.
Voting for Trump and supporting Marianne Williamson does not make sense.
Yeah, I know. So I'm a last.
And this is coming from someone who voted for Marianne Williamson in the primaries and had her on my live.
Okay, fair enough. One of my buddies, Christian, actually did an interview with her also. So what my whole problem with Kamala Harris winning the nomination is that she did not win.
I do just want to do this. I'm not trying to single you out specifically, but everyone, it's like Kamala. It's Kamala.
Yeah, comma, like a comma.
Yeah, Kamala. Yeah, Kamala.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So my issue is that she did not actually win the delegates. If you look at everything, Marianne Williamson was second place in everything, and therefore in this whole situation, I feel like the democratic process was completely thrown out in the nomination because by default she should have actually won the nomination.
What? No,
Marianne
absolutely
Williamson?
not.
No.
Marianne Williamson, who literally got 1 to 2% of the primary.
It's still second place.
Can I tell you? So do you know what bound delegates are?
Elaborate, please.
Okay, so within the Democratic Party, there's what's known as bound delegates and unbound delegates. Okay, bound delegates mean that when you vote for somebody, they are pledged to a certain candidate. Okay, so Joe Biden had 2,000 and some bound delegates, right, for him, meaning that they cannot change their vote. as soon as Joe Biden dropped out, he does something called releasing his delegates, meaning that his delegates now become unbound. They can vote for anybody they wish to. They can vote for Barack Obama. Well, I mean, not really. They can vote for, literally anybody. They can vote for Parker. They can vote for anybody because they are unbound. Okay? What happened is the Democratic Party coalesced around the VP because they saw her as the logical successor of Joe Biden, right? And because we only had, at the time, about 5 or 6 weeks before the convention. You don't want to go within a small mini primary that's going to cause confusion and discontent within the party when you have many candidates running, because who's going to choose those candidates? The delegates anyway, right? And so right now the delegates have the ultimate decision. They have seen that the majority of the party supports them. We have polling that shows that a majority of Democrats do support Harris as the nominee, and that's what they can do. And so that's not undemocratic. That is them becoming unbound, and they're going to vote based on the party rules. And by the way, the Republican Party has the same rules, the exact same rules.
And also, why are we acting like you care about democracy if you're voting for a person who quite literally has been undermining our American democracy by getting trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, by trying to trying to send fake electors to the Electoral College to send in Trump votes rather than specifically the rightful ones. The asking for 11,000 votes.
Right. I understand, and I do think that investigation will completely clear up that whole situation. I've been a hard against Trumper, but at the same time, it's just like all of this. I wanted Marianne Williamson, and I think she's way more middle ground. And she has more substance. She's more of, living in the real world type of
I get you, but it's not a reality.
Why?
Well, because this is how it's been set up, right? This is the majority of the party supports, right? She was the vice president. We can't uproot her at this particular point. We need to unify around someone who's going to be.
By the way, I just want to say, Marianne Williamson had her chance in the primaries, right?
Yes.
People, Democrats chose not to vote for her. They had the choice between Joe Biden / Kamala Harris,
and Marianne Williamson, and she didn't get the votes. Again, I voted for her. I literally voted for Marianne Williamson in the primaries.
But you have to look at it.
By far did not win.
Yeah.
Right, but the only reason is because the media wouldn't cover her. And then all they did was actually attack her, making her seem crazy when she's talking about things that
doesn't cover third parties regardless. Like for example, Fox News and Newsmax didn't cover.
I think there should have been more of a process for them to address this. Like there should have been debates.
I
there should
agree.
be mandated debates even for incumbent.
That's what I'm saying. That's what the Democratic Party is using.
All across all media, right? They will never cover third-party candidates because just as MSNBC and CNN will not cover Marianne Williamson or RFK, for example, Fox News and Newsmax don't cover RFK or Ron Paul when he was running, or any other crazy a type of far right candidate, right? Because they know that we live in a two-party system, unfortunately, and only two parties have a chance of winning. The closest you got was like Ross Perot in like '92, and that was like even him only winning like a few votes and everything. And so it just doesn't make sense to me why we focus on those candidates. I wish that was not the case, but that is the case.
But that's the whole thing is you guys you have a good platform. Why not bring more awareness out so that we can?
He did. He hosted Marianne Williamson on his live. He got high.
I literally had
views for it, right? But Parker is not responsible for promoting Marianne Williamson's campaign, that's her own doing. She just
I mean,
also
and there were plenty of things about Marianne Williamson when she came on. I'm just being genuine here. That like or politician-y. Like she doesn't answer some questions. She leaves context out. I definitely disagree with a lot of her answers on certain things. I don't think she fully addresses.
Can you
things.
get an example?
Like for example, there were plenty of instances
Rest in peace, Pepper.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Them, yeah. Plenty of instances on the live where I would ask her direct questions, particularly about like her views on things, and she like wouldn't answer them or not acknowledge it. Like for example, I asked her specifically about like the invasion of Ukraine, because she specifically said it was like due to the provocation of the United States. I asked her specifically about that. Then why did Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, which were a part of NATO in the early 2000s, why didn't that provoke a Russian invasion of Ukraine if that was on the border of Russia? And she like didn't answer. She would not address any questions like that. That's just like one example. But this is also a really long time ago. So I
mean, that seems like a lack of understanding on, like foreign, where you're religiously looking all of this information up and understanding and doing the history research,
She's running for president.
Yeah, she should know this.
I mean, we look at.
She knows a lot about Ukraine, right? I mean, she's not dumb or anything. She's actually very smart. She knows this, right? But that's a false talking point. The fact that the United States tried to goad Russia into like doing this. That's not the case at all.
I think there's a big issue if someone who's running for president can't answer a question from a 20-year-old on TikTok. You know what I mean? Like, I'm literally just some random 20-year-old. I know I do this and I do this for my job, but like this is also their job. They're running for president.
And that's not even to mention some of her actual views, like some of her views on like spirituality and like healing and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of that.
They tried to they took a negative connotation and took a lot of her words out of context of what she was speaking about. But mainly her main message was bringing the far right and the far left together to come to a middle basis. If you look at statistics in America, most people are not so far right and most people are not so far left. Everyone is more in the middle.
No, I get it, but I don't want peace with the far right. I'm sorry. Like the far right are like Nazis and fascists.
Exactly.
Like Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh like literally describes himself as a Christo-fascist. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want peace with those people. Because they are a threat to you and me. Like Matt Walsh, for example, like he's a threat to people.
Right, but I mean, there has to be a middle ground. And that's the problem with our American politics now. Is there is no middle ground. If you don't agree with somebody, then on a lot of this stuff, I just hear you guys aren't doing it. So I'm actually really proud of y'all, Parker. I've been following you for over a year and a half. So I've been pretty impressed. I think I've come onto one of your lives once before in the early beginning. But it's just people begin to trash and hate on each other, and politics has become dirty and nasty because of that.
I think it's heavily correlated with Donald Trump. Like look at how respectable the debates were in 2012 and 2008 and earlier.
Well, I mean, that's actually very, very dependent on the debates. I was walking around in 2003 listening to the debates, betwixt Bush and Al Gore and, all of that stuff. And it's just people tend to go very underhanded, but now even in your local politics, people are just trashing each other. And, if we can come to some kind of consensus together to say like neither of these guys are the best options, and everyone's looking at it as this is what we're stuck with. This is not what we're stuck with. We have other options. It's just
no, we don't. Right now we don't have other options.
It doesn't have to.
That's how our political system works in the United States, right? You can act like we have other options, but you're gonna vote. You're gonna realize it doesn't matter.
See,
people are saying that with Jill Stein. Jill Stein is 1%, right? People are saying that with RFK. RFK can't win a single electoral vote.
Right. I understand.
So much. There's no route for victory.
I mean, but she's not going to win. That's the whole thing. Is there's nothing for her to win because she has worse policies. You look at what she's gunning for. All it is dragging.
Can you name one policy that Kamala Harris is advocating for that you disagree with?
So she's doing I wish I had actually pulled it up earlier, but so she has a policy where she's advocating for families to be able to receive, help and whatnot, and it's supposed to build back better.
Yeah, what do you disagree with that on?
Because taxes do not pay for it. It is something that literally is just taking money from the people. It's not being pulled back into it. The Build Back Better.
What? Dude, so no, that literally gave money to people that needed it. If you want to talk about Build Back Better, as it relates to this, are you saying because of debt spending? There's more debt spending under Trump's administration. 8.4 trillion of debt-related spending under Trump, 4.3 trillion under Biden-Harris, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related under Trump, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related under Biden-Harris.
Well, I mean, Trump had already gotten it under control by that point.
So you said Trump already. What are you talking about? Got one under control.
COVID.
COVID. No, COVID was not under control when Biden came in office.
Okay, so how many people did COVID without having side effects actually kill? Can you bring up those statistics? Because I have personal friends. I have personal friends to where they had their family members
without side effects.
Who didn't have pre-existing conditions. I'm sorry.
What? Obviously, people when they die of illnesses likely have pre-existing conditions.
Right.
Most people in the United States, don't they have pre-existing conditions?
No.
Yes, they do.
Yes.
Most Americans have at least one pre-existing condition. Most Americans do. In fact, I mean, I would bet that we all three of us have some kind of probably either diagnosed or undiagnosed pre-existing condition. Like it's part of being human.
Well, I can guarantee that I come with an absolute clean bill of health. I'm extremely healthy. I take care of myself, my body. I have
Jesus.
Health problems. No, I just take care of my body. Like I eat well. I don't eat fast food. I don't eat processed foods. Like I'm good.
Oh my God, he doesn't eat processed foods. Must not have a pre-existing condition.
I don't know your name is. I'm gonna call you Is, but you could have a undiagnosed heart issue, right? Like some kind of congenital heart issue. I had a friend, this is anecdotal, I had a friend who is a triathlon runner. She was amazing. She was fit. She was healthy as a horse. And then one day she fell over dead because she had a congenital heart issue. And when she was on a run, her heart gave out, right? That's a pre-existing condition, right? Just because you're healthy doesn't mean anything. You could have a undiagnosed aneurysm in your head, right? Like you have no idea.
Well, that's typically, aneurysms kind of just happen like that. It's not something that you can really diagnose.
No, the aneurysm grows over time. Somebody might have a brain aneurysm for a decade or two, and then all of a sudden it pops, right? Yes. That's a pre-existing condition, right? That's the point, is that people will often have undiagnosed things that they have no idea about, and then once it becomes a problem, then they know about it.
Right. But I mean, so let me also bring up this other point is, so I know you guys do this for a living, but if you're actually working for, any kind of companies that require college degrees and whatnot, know that many companies are not hiring right now because it's too expensive. Under Trump, I have a buddy who lives right across the street from me, and he talks to me about how hard it is even for him to get a raise because they're taxed so much. So it's hard
I don't think it's related to tax. I think it's going to be related to interest rates right now. But
I got my job.
Is dependent. It's different depending on places. And by the way, is what it is. Matt has a job that is not.
And I have 3 degrees, and I found my current job while I was still in college. Like I didn't graduate yet, and they gave me the job.
Well, that's excellent. I mean, you have 3 degrees though, so you should be.
Two of them are not even part of my job. Only one of them is, but they help, but they're not actually applicable. So
okay, so my question is how much in debt are you, or did you get into?
I have about
the loan forgiveness.
No, I have about 20,000 in student loans, but my payments are low. Thanks to Biden, my payments are low, so it's not a big deal.
And are you supporting a family while doing this? Or are you just supporting yourself?
Just me.
Just you.
Well, I mean, I support my parents somewhat because they're like elderly and got a lot of health problems. So I will give them money off and on when they need it for like health stuff. I don't know if that. I mean, I'm doing well for myself. I'm not like rich or anything. I'm doing well for myself. I'm not saying that my experience is the norm. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that like we can't use anecdotal evidence because then I can bring myself up and be like, hey, I'm doing pretty well and everything, and I have college degrees and I found a job easily and it was not that hard of a deal. I mean, I'm just saying that that's why you got to look at the overall.
Yeah, the overall trends, and the overall trends of unemployment going up is because interest rates have been influenced to be increased due to the Federal Reserve. That's due to the price instability in our economy. That has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, and I just want to bring this point too because I do live in a red state, so that's not great at all. But it is what it is. I don't know if you guys looked up the fact that Texas is literally rated the worst place to live in the United States as far as cost of living and whatnot versus pay. I don't know if you guys saw that article that just came out. It was like literally listed the worst place to live as far as like care, cost of living, and everything. And I live in Houston, which it is what it is. But I think that I don't know, man. I'm just here to say that if all your followers spread more information about these other third parties, not crazy people, but people who actually have a good message and are trying to bring people together.
Bro thinks I single-handedly am gonna like create a third party for the United States. We need to like create policy that allows us to have like a different voting system, like ranked choice voting.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I can't just I'm not able to create a third party. Like that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna just be like at that point I would just run, right? You know what I mean? Like, bro.
I mean, but you're 20 years.
Yeah, I'm not old enough.
So you have the time to establish yourself. I mean, you're well thought out for the most part. There. I mean, obviously we have some differences. I think you're a little bit more left in some of your way of thinking than I am. But I mean, you're not unreasonable. And that's one of the things that I like about you. And a lot of the people that you have come on are fairly reasonable, unlike that crazy Trump person who was telling that other guy that you go on with live a lot about how he was a part of the assassination and, blah, blah, blah. He was one of whatever his followers. I just think that we need to change, and it's this generation that's going to make that change. And you need to be a part of that influence, because the fact that we have Trump and we have her, running right now, America can do better. We can do better. And it's just getting that two-party.
Yeah, well, right now the best. She's not. Right now the best is Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean she's a typical Democrat. Like she's not like. And by the way,
shout out Harry's old username.
W. Yeah, exactly.
Typical Democrat.
Yes, a Democrat. But also like the most successful third-party candidates that I can think of.
Kamala. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was responding to chat.
No, you're good. The most successful third-party candidates that I can think of.
$10 for Parker Matt 2040.
Hey, W. Make their start in establishment politics. Like go back 80 years or 50 years, right? Strom Thurmond, who was a piece of total POS, but like he was a strong Democrat, right? And then he ran third party and got a lot of votes, right? I mean, Ross Perot, I think, was a Republican for a while, right? RFK, who's doing somewhat okay in the polls, not great, but somewhat okay. I mean, he comes from a family of Democrats, right? I mean, people make their bona fides in the party, and then they just leave the party, but they still make their bona fides in the party. So like Parker would have to likely get into Democratic politics and then make a name for himself, because it's extremely difficult in these small third parties to make a name for yourself, but like it just is.
And I understand what you're saying.
I would be a Democrat, and I would like go inside of the Democratic Party. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be just an independent? You could be an independent with a strong message.
he could be an independent in a state that has a heavy independent, such as Vermont, like Bernie Sanders. But what did Bernie Sanders do? He knew that even though he, in his heart, is an independent, he had to run as a Democrat because that's the only way for him to actually have a chance to become president. And he came very close, right? Even though
he came so close, it doesn't make sense.
He was an
how he
independent.
Like
I'm actually of like the idea that we need to redefine the Democratic Party, similarly in the way that like that Trump has redefined it, not in a good way. The Republican Party, we can redefine the Democratic Party to be something really good, right? Even better than what we've got now. So that's kind of like the school of thought that I come from.
I've been a lifelong Democrat. Honestly, I come from a family of Democrats, but as of I pretty much voted Democrat the entire way through since I could vote, which was 2010. But it's just I've just seen everything like go so wrong, even in both parties. Just watching this huge separation that we have in America, it's been so disappointing. And I just think we need to get back to people. And
I forgot how old are you?
I'm 32.
Yeah, okay, so you're the same age as I am. I mean, I remember the days. I mean, I was too young, but I remember looking back on the days of the 90s and the early 2000s and the 2008 race, right? I mean, it has progressively gotten uglier since the 90s. And I think the start of all this was 1992, or 96 really, Newt Gingrich and his radical right. That's when this all started. It started with Newt Gingrich going straight to the right, and it has gotten progressively worse, since then. So, I mean, I have seen no evidence really, or I don't know where I'm going. I'm just saying that like the people that I blame primarily for it making it worse are the Republicans, because they're the ones that actually started it in the 1990s, and they're the ones that have just constantly gotten worse and worse. Democrats have actually stayed relatively, calm and everything. I mean, Michelle Obama's old adage, when they go low, we go high and everything, right? That's the point, is that I think Democrats actually need to get a little bit dirtier because they often won't grow a spine and actually, put a foot up Donald Trump's ass sometimes when he needs it.
Right. Well, I think a part of the issue too, like for me, is that, Donald Trump's rally is, God bless America. And then you go to Kamala rally, and she's got, Kamala. I try to enunciate a certain way. I apologize. But you go to one of her rallies, and she has Megan Thee Stallion twerking and whatnot. And what is that? How is that political?
I can't believe that. Like, what's wrong? What's so?
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion has one of the.
If the biggest issue you have with her is that, if the biggest issue you have with her is that someone was twerking on stage at a rally, that's probably a good thing if you're comparing that to Donald Trump, who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, as 34 felonies,
and also
said you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Well, I mean, you've looked at the legalities of his charges when it comes to those fraud thing. I mean, yes, we all know Trump is a fraudster. That's a fact, right? Like, obviously, he defrauded his own father. But in these cases, he defrauded his own father out of I think it was like $250 million over cleaning fees and whatnot that they were like reallocating and switching around. So, I mean, Trump is not a good guy. I mean, we all know this. All he cares about is money. He's a megalomaniac.
Let's stop you there.
Why are you voting for him?
Why the fuck are you voting for him? Let's stop you right there, sir.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Fuck?
You listed a lot of good reasons not to vote for him.
Yeah, I mean, not very much that showed that you shouldn't. Or you should.
That's the whole thing. That's what's, had me torn and whatnot. But at this point, for me, it's just one of those things. Is I just think he'd be better at the job. And he's already proven that he did a decent job the first time he ran. If he would just shut his mouth, I don't think any of us would be complaining about him.
You remember You're my age. Do you remember 2016 to 2020 that how we would wake up every day in fear that the president of the United States would say some batshit crazy stuff on Twitter and may cause like a new war because he was sitting on the toilet at like 3 a.m. and was like tweeting like crazy stuff about like France and shit. I mean, like every day he said crazy batshit stuff.
Of course he did.
I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, people seem to have this false nostalgia, this like collective forgetfulness about how chaotic those years were. Because I remember having to wake up every single day and be scared that Donald Trump said some crazy ass shit on Twitter that like might cause the stock market to fall by like 1,000 points or something.
Yep, that did happen actually.
I know. Like,
dude, this guy.
So that's what I'm saying is that if he would just be a president, because his policies weren't bad.
He can't help himself.
His policies were terrible, dude.
Not at all. Not
the
for
tariffs were horrendous.
Not for job growth. Not
the job growth. Can you give me any evidence that was from the Tax Cut and Jobs Act?
I mean, I would like to, but I'd have to, exit out of the app to pull up all my tabs and stuff. But I mean, oil independence. Why are we not oil independent yet? Why are we?
Oh my God, we are more oil independent now than any point in American history. We're more energy independent now than any point in American history.
Because of Biden or because of the policies that Trump put in place that Biden took over and upheld?
Because of things that have continued on, regardless of whether or not Trump was in office.
And by that logic,
Trump or Biden.
Trump was successful because he continued some of
Obama literally. But yeah, I think I'm probably about to end here. So is there anything else you want to talk about real quick?
No.
No, I just wish we wouldn't give up so much on third parties and actually do like a rise of the third party versus voting.
I'm sorry, bro. That's just not going to happen.
If you find a good third party candidate that has actual potential, then come back on this live and tell me, and I will look at them with like serious note. But until that happens, I'm sorry. I just can't we can't pretend that we don't live in a two-party system.
Yeah, I just hate the system, man. It sucks.
I don't fight the system, but
I would inspire the other people to actually do it. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
Parker, thank you for having me on. I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Always good to see you, man.
Bye, dude. Bye, chat.
All right, we're gonna go to send everyone to Harry's real quick. Everyone, look up Harry J Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Everyone, look up Harry J Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. Everyone. Is he alive? It just